Chapter 469. Jiang Qin didn't say anything, he just quietly looked at Wu Ningzhu. From the look in Wu Ningzhu's eyes, he could tell that this girl in front of him actually had a story behind her. Wu Ningzhu sighed. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. She took a step forward and said to herself, "Appearance is a woman's greatest pride, but I have hidden this pride." Wu Ningzhu revealed a bitter smile on her face. After that she fell into deep thought. She seemed to have recalled all the unforgettable memories of her past. Her eyes started to blur. She looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight. That kind of blurry eyes contained a trace of pain. At this moment Jiang Qin actually felt a trace of heartache. This was the second time he felt heartache for a woman. The first time was for Yan Qinyu. He knew that Wu Ningzhu's story was definitely not simple. Wu Ningzhu didn't say anything for a long while. Jiang Qin stood beside her and didn't say anything as well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu was still hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should tell him her secret or not. Everyone had their own secrets. Some secrets could only be hidden in the depths of one's heart, and couldn't be revealed to others. Jiang Qin also had his own secrets. He was the reincarnation of the world's greatest saint. This secret was destined to only be known by him. "That year I was 10 years old," Wu Ningzhu said. For a 10-year-old child, her memory was already very clear. It wasn't hard to imagine that the 10-year-old Wu Ningzhu was already extraordinarily beautiful, a standard beauty. "My mother's name was Gulan. My mother's name was Gulan. She and my father loved each other very much, causing others to be envious of them. But that year, a man who claimed to be my mother's brother, who was also my uncle, suddenly appeared from a faraway place. His appearance changed everything. When that man saw my father and me, he was extremely enraged and wanted to kill my father and me. My mother only managed to save my father and me by threatening him with her life. My mother was taken away by that heartless man to a faraway place. Later on, my father said that he already knew my mother's identity. He said that she came from an ancient clan far away, an unimaginably powerful clan. I still remember that the man who came to take my mother away was extremely powerful. As my cultivation grew higher, I came to understand how powerful that man was. He could destroy the entire southern continent with a single hand." Wu Ningzhu mumbled to herself as she sank deep into her memories. She paused for a moment before continuing, "Just like that, my mother left my father and me. From then on she never appeared again. Before she left she told me, in the future when you find a man you must find someone that you love. My mother and my father loved each other very much, but what I saw was the pain between them. My mother paid such a price to love my father and I witnessed their pain." "So you covered your beautiful face?" Jiang Qin asked. He never thought that Wu Ningzhu would have such a story. "Not only that, I swore that I would find my mother one day and let her reunite with my father. I wanted to place all my thoughts on cultivation, so I covered my face and swore that before I found my mother I would never take off my veil. If a man were to remove my veil there would only be 3 results. As Wu Ningzhu said this, her bright eyes looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He suddenly felt that he had really caused a huge disaster, but he still asked subconsciously, What results?" "I swore that if a man were to remove my veil I would kill that man with my own hands. If I couldn't kill that man I would commit suicide or I would marry him." The corner of Wu Ningzhu's mouth curled into a faint smile. She was really beautiful when she smiled. "So," Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Heavens! Could it be that this was a Sister Lin who fell from the heavens during the teleportation? He removed Wu Ningzhu's veil, but she didn't kill him. It seemed that she didn't have the strength to kill him, and Wu Ningzhu didn't commit suicide either. Instead she came from afar to help him. Then was there a third result? Heavens, this joke was too big. The heavens could testify that Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest bit of improper thoughts towards Wu Ningzhu. "So I want to marry you," Wu Ningzhu said in a determined manner. She raised her voice suddenly, causing those guys who were drinking in the courtyard to spit out their drinks. Puff Han Yen Nangong went in Yuzi Han, and the others all spat out the drinks in their mouths, almost falling onto the table. All of them widened their eyes and looked outside through the courtyard's gate. Their mouths were wide open. Heavens, this goddamn bastard. Why, is he still a human? Han Yen beat his chest and stamped his feet. He had an urge to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. This woman is so direct, but I like her character. Yu Zihan said in amazement. Get lost. What's the use of liking her? How dare you like Chief Zhang's woman? Tian Yishan slapped Yu Zihan's head. Ahem. I said I like her character. Yu Zihan coughed lightly. Sigh, this is so unfair. I am so handsome but I still haven't found my other half. That bastard went to the southern continent and made the #1 beauty of the southern continent marry him. We are both men, both handsome, but why is there such a huge gap between us? Life is as lonely as snow. Nangong Wentian shook his head and sighed. Compared to Jiangchen, he was really jealous and envious. Women are boring. De Huang Dog continued drinking. He was a guy who had no interest in women. Of course women are boring, you are only interested in bitches. Han Yen rolled his eyes at De Huang Dog. Outside the courtyard, Jiangchen was stunned, he couldn't say a word. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was too sudden, he wasn't prepared at all. Don't be afraid. I'm not asking you to marry me right now. Wu Ningzhu giggled. She had recovered from her previous shock. I know the relationship between you and little sister Xiaoyu, and it will be a bit difficult for you to accept me right now. But it doesn't matter, I'll wait until the day you fall in love with me. You're going to the Divine Continent and I'm going there as well. I'm sure my mother's family is in the Divine Continent, and I'll go to that place sooner or later. Wu Ningzhu said. Her eyes were filled with determination. Jiangchen looked at Wu Ningzhu's beautiful face. He could see a stubbornness in Wu Ningzhu's body. It turned out that both of them had the same goal, the Divine Continent. He could imagine how hard Wu Ningzhu had been cultivating all these years, and that was why she was able to become the #1 genius of the Southern Continent. Wu Ningzhu's cultivation had reached the peak late combat soul realm, and with her talent, breaking through to the combat king realm would be a piece of cake for her. All she needed was an opportunity. You said your mother's name is Gulan? Jiangchen suddenly recalled the name of Wu Ningzhu's mother, and he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She didn't seem to mind. Gulan? The Gu family? Could she be from the Gu family? Jiangchen's heart was filled with respect. The Gu family was an ancient family in the Divine Continent, and they had a deep foundation and great power. In the past, Jiangchen and the Gu family had some sort of relationship. According to what Wu Ningzhu had told him, Gulan came from an ancient family, and Gulan's elder brother was so powerful that he was able to destroy the entire southern continent with his bare hands. With such an imposing aura, perhaps he was already a combat emperor. Throughout the entire Divine Continent, perhaps only that ancient family could have such a powerful family. That family had existed for a very long time, and Wu Ningzhu was the daughter of Gulan. Therefore, the blood of the Gu family flowed in her veins. This was also the reason why Wu Ningzhu was able to reach her current realm at such a young age, and become the #1 genius of the Southern Continent. What are you thinking about? Wu Ningzhu asked. Nothing, I'm just thinking about how powerful your mother's family is. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders. He didn't tell her about the Gu family because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to explain it. A genius of the Eastern Continent who had never been to the Divine Continent could suddenly know so much about the Divine Continent's superpowers. Right at this moment, a group of people from the Nangong family came from afar. When they saw Jiangchen and Wu Ningzhu, they immediately cupped their fists and greeted them. Uncle, is there anything important that you need to tell me at this time? Jiangchen asked. When they saw the people from the Nangong family, Nangong Wendian and the others also stood up and walked out. Brother Jiangchen, since the matter in the Eastern Continent has been settled, we need to return to the Southern Continent as soon as possible. Nangong Yunfan said. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Jiangchen was startled. Right at this moment, Wu Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something and she immediately said, Chief Nangong is right, we need to leave as soon as possible. Last time, you killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's guardians in the Dancing Sun City, which infuriated the Demon King Palace. Demon King Zhanlong is furious, and he has declared war on the Profound River Palace. When we arrived, the Southern Continent had already fallen into chaos, and many cities were attacked by demon beasts. This matter concerns the safety of the Southern Continent, so we need to return as soon as possible. That's right, the Profound River Palace can fight against the Demon King Palace, but there are too many demon beasts in the Southern Continent, so we, the Nangong family, have to do our part. Nangong Yunfan said. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen slightly furrowed his brows. The demon beasts in the southern continent were rampant, and Jiang Chen had witnessed it with his own eyes. Now that the southern continent's demon beasts and humans were going to war, the scale of the war would definitely be huge and many lives would be lost. Jiang Chen, I'd like to personally invite you to the southern continent to help. Chapter 470. The situation in the southern continent was very serious, and there was no time to waste. It would take Wu Ningzhu and the others at least half a month to get here from the southern continent. After such a long period of time, the southern continent would definitely become more chaotic. Perhaps the Profound River Palace and Demon King Palace had already started fighting each other. Jiang Chen initially planned to leave for the Divine Continent after everything here was settled. However, it looked like he would have to wait for a while longer. His relationship with the southern continent had made it impossible for him to ignore it. Fine, even if it's not for the sake of the people of the southern continent, for Sister Ning, I'll still go there. Furthermore, Sister Ning and the Nangong family have come to help during the southern continent's most chaotic time. Jiang Chen is not an ungrateful man. Since the situation in the southern continent cannot be delayed any longer, let's depart now. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed. Hearing Jiang Chen calling her Sister Ning instead of Miss Wu, Wu Ningzhu was secretly delighted. This meant that Jiang Chen no longer considered her as an outsider. This is great. Little Chenzi is able to kill a second-grade combat king warrior. With his help, the Demon King Palace will surely lose. Wu Ningzhu was really happy. It looked like her trip to the eastern continent wasn't in vain. Not only had she fulfilled her wish, she had also brought back a powerful helper for the Profound River Palace and the southern continent. A helper who could fight against 1,000,000 enemies by himself. Haha, great. We can fight side by side again. Nangong burst into laughter as he placed his hand on Han Yan's shoulder. Hehe, we have something to do again. We're going to kill those cruel demon beasts. I won't show any mercy. Han Yan said with a smile. Ever since Gu Tianma's bloodline awakened, he had been improving at an incredible speed. However, compared to Jiang Chen, there was still a huge gap. Knowing that he would soon be heading to the Divine Continent with Jiang Chen, Han Yan was really anxious. Perhaps he might be able to find an opportunity to break through to the next realm by fighting those demon beasts in the southern continent. Once he broke through to the late combat soul realm, his combat strength would improve further, and he would have a solid foundation in the Divine Continent. Big Yellow swung his thick tail back and forth. Obviously, he was very excited about this. He was a guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, and the more chaotic the world was, the happier he would be. Also, he could take a trip to the southern continent, and just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. Brother Yen, De Huang, bring little Yu with you. We'll head to the southern continent together. Jiang Chen turned around and said to Han Yan and De Huang, dog. The situation in the eastern continent had been stabilized, and no matter where he went, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. If he still asked Han Yan and De Huang dog to stay behind, these two guys would definitely fight him to the death. Yu Zihan and the other two shook their heads. A helpless smile emerged on their faces. They hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, and they would only be a burden if they went with Jiang Chen. Therefore, they decided to keep their mouths shut. Zihan, the black sect is going to be reorganized once again. You three can stay behind and help out. I've opened up all the energy veins beneath the black sect so you can absorb as much essence as you want and work hard to improve yourselves. Jiang Chen said to Yu Zihan and the other two. De Huang dog turned around and disappeared from the scene. A few minutes later, he reappeared with Yen Chenyu. Little sister Yu, I'll have to trouble you to help me in the southern continent this time. Wu Ningzhu looked at Yen Chenyu and said. A hint of envy could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Yen Chenyu. Of course I'll help Big Sis Ning. I also want to go to the southern continent to enjoy the scenery. Yen Chenyu said with a smile on her face. Seeing these two girls getting along so well with each other, Han Yan and Nangong Wenting couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. They stared at Jiang Chen as if they were going to eat him alive. Damn it, why was he so lucky? These two girls were so powerful, but they weren't jealous of each other. They were treating each other like guests. Little Chenzi, since that's the case, let's hurry up. With our strength, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the southern continent. Even with little Chenzi's help, I'm afraid it'll still take us quite some time. I hope we can make it in time. Wu Ningzhu said. Lady Wu, don't worry. It's true that it took us half a month to get here from the southern continent, but it'll only take us half an hour to get to the southern continent from the eastern continent. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Half an hour? Impossible. Wu Ningxu thought that Nangong Wentian was joking. Not only her, everyone on the scene thought that Nangong Wentian was joking, including Han Yen and Yen Chenyu. Traveling from the eastern continent to the southern continent in half an hour, crossing a huge region? Anan is right, it'll only take us half an hour. Because I have this. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate once again, emitting a dazzling golden light. Others might not recognize this bronze plate, but Han Yen and De Huang Dog were no strangers to it. The Island of Ice. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Jiang Chen had never told anyone about the bronze plate. He only remembered and used it when he was in the southern continent. After returning from the southern continent, Jiang Chen had been busy fighting against the Martial Saint dynasty, so he didn't have the time or the chance to tell them about the bronze plate. Therefore, only Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian knew about the existence of the gigantic teleportation formation. What is this? Wu Ningxu was startled for a second. The bronze plate didn't disappear but fused into one. This is the door to the Island of Ice. Jiang Chen then told them about the bronze plate as well as the time he went to the southern continent with Nangong Wentian. Only then did Han Yen and De Huang Dog understand what was going on. Jiang Chen's luck was so heaven-defying that he was able to obtain such a treasure. As for Wu Ningxu and the people of the Nangong family, it wasn't as simple as that. A gigantic teleportation formation that could teleport people from the eastern continent to the southern continent was something that even they had never seen before. If this is true, then that's great news. Nangong Yunfan said with mixed emotions. Dad, of course it's true. If not for this bronze plate, we wouldn't have been able to make it back to the family in time. Nangong Wentian said. Let me find the location of the Island of Ice first. The teleportation formation is located on the Island of Ice, so we need to find it first before we can enter it. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately sent his divine sense into the bronze plate. In an instant, a route became very clear to him. It still led to the Northern Sea, and in the depths of the Northern Sea there was a bright spot. That bright spot was the location of the Island of Ice. I found it. Although the Island of Ice's location is constantly changing, it hasn't left the Northern Sea yet. It's currently in the center of the Northern Sea. Let's go there now. After Jiang Chen said that, the group didn't waste any time. They immediately flew up into the sky and flew toward the Northern Sea. All of them were combat soul warriors, and with the help of an abnormal monster like Jiang Chen, it only took them half an hour to arrive at the Northern Sea, and they found the location of the Island of Ice. Jiang Chen tossed the bronze plate into the air. After connecting with the Island of Ice, the bronze plate transformed into an illusory door. Under Jiang Chen's lead, the group successfully entered the door. After a bright flash, the group appeared on top of the black altar. Swoosh! The chilly wind blew across the place, causing everyone to shiver. Han Yen and De Huang Dog were fine, as they had been to this place before. However, Wu Ningxu and the others were shocked by what they saw. They were filled with curiosity toward this unique space. This is the teleportation formation. Nangong Wentian pointed at the gigantic teleportation formation not far away from them. Damn it, when we left the Island of Ice, I sensed something unusual about this teleportation formation. But I was in a hurry to leave the Island of Ice and I didn't have the time to study it. I never expected this teleportation formation to be so useful. De Huang Dog said. When the Island of Ice was about to close, they had to leave the Island of Ice at the last moment. If they didn't, they might be trapped in the Island of Ice for more than 100 years. Therefore, they didn't have the chance to take a look at this teleportation formation. However, they never expected that Jiang Chen would be the one who obtained all the benefits. With the bronze plate, the Island of Ice could now be considered as Jiang Chen's backyard. Jiang Chen walked toward the teleportation formation and placed the bronze plate in the center of the formation. Immediately, the formation unleashed a bright light and it started operating at a high speed. Not long after that, an illusory black tunnel appeared, and a powerful suction force was coming out from it. After Jiang Chen chose the southern continent's coordinates, he shouted out, "Let's go." The group followed Jiang Chen's lead and entered the tunnel. Half an hour later, above a vast mountain range in the southern continent, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Many figures were thrown out from the crack like cannonballs, and all of them looked extremely messy. Except for Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian, who were experienced, all the others were smashed into the ground and created a huge crater. Of course, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu were helped by Jiang Qin, and they landed safely on the ground. Cough cough. Damn it, this force is too strong. Damn it, Daddy almost died from the fall. De Huang Dog and Han Yen crawled out from the crater and cursed in a gloomy manner. Nangong Wentian, who stood next to them, was laughing out loud, as if he was taking pleasure in their misfortune. All the men from the Nangong family crawled out from the crater one after another. Luckily, they were all combat soul warriors with thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other heavenly core warrior, he or she would have been killed by the fall. Feeling gloomy, the group tidied up their bodies and started looking around. We're finally in the southern continent. That teleportation formation is really amazing, it saved us a lot of time. Wu Ningzhu said in a pleasantly surprised manner. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's teleportation formation, they would have had to fly across another big region and come back, and that would have taken too much time. This place is really unusual. I can't see anyone, not even a single demon beast. This is really strange. Chapter 471. Nangong Wenyan's words woke everyone up. Only now did Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian notice that this mountain range was the same one they landed in the last time they came to the southern continent. Although there weren't many people here the last time they came here, there were still quite a few of them, and they could clearly sense the aura of demon beasts. However, today this place was unusually quiet and not a single person could be seen. It's indeed unusual. This mountain range is filled with demon beasts, and it's filled with natural treasures. That's why many powers come here to train themselves, and many caravans come here to hunt demon beasts and look for natural treasures. But it's so quiet now. Nangong Wentian said. It looks like the situation in the southern continent is getting more and more tense. If I'm not mistaken, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace have started a full-scale war. Let's leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Profound River Palace. Wu Ningzhu said with a serious expression. Anything unusual in the southern continent could be caused by the war between the two superpowers. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The reason he came here was to help the Profound River Palace and the humans of the southern continent. Although the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace would start a war sooner or later, the fuse was caused by him killing the 4 great guardians. The group flew at an incredible speed toward the Profound River Palace. In just a short period of time, they had already flown past many cities. Some of these cities were once flourishing, but now they were in ruins. Obviously, they had gone through a great battle. It looks like a lot of battles have taken place during this period of time, and many cities have been attacked. Nangong Yunfan said with a serious tone. After flying for a while longer, they arrived at a city in front of them. Black smoke could be seen billowing out from the city, and there were flames around it. However, there were no signs of battle. With their eyesight, they could easily tell that this city had just gone through a great battle. Although the battle had ended, the city was badly damaged. They couldn't help but increase their speed. Very soon they arrived in the sky above the city. Inside the city they saw that it was a complete mess. Corpses of demonic beasts and humans were everywhere. Fresh blood covered the entire city, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were howls and howls everywhere. Some of the corpses of the demonic beasts were tens of zhang tall, and some were as big as small mountains. There were also human cultivators who were roaring and venting their anger on the corpses. The whole scene was too horrible to look at. It reminded Han Yen and the others of the time when the dimensional beasts were wreaking havoc on the other side of Mount Origin. This is Evergreen City. It used to be an extremely prosperous capital city. I didn't expect it to be ravaged to such a state. It seems that the war between the human clan and the demon clan has reached the point where fire and water cannot tolerate each other. Nangong Yunfan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Both Han Yen and Yan Qinyu were shocked. In the Saint Origin realm, the human clan and the demon clan were 2 different species, and they were natural enemies. However, in most of the places the human clan was still the leader. For example, in the eastern continent, although there were also many demonic beasts, there were very few powerful demon clans, let alone the Demon King Palace, which was powerful enough to fight against the human clan. However, in the southern continent, Han Yen and Yan Qinyu had truly experienced something different. The environment here was more suitable for the demonic beasts to live in. Both the human clan and the demon clan had their own territories, and once the war broke out, the entire eastern continent would be plunged into chaos. Since I, Zhou Xian, am here, I will break the order in the southern continent. I will destroy the Demon King Palace and let the human clan take over this place. Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. The reason why he wanted to deal with the demon clan was simple. He was a human, a true member of the human clan, and he didn't want to watch the demon clan massacre his own people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, 6 powerful figures flew out from Evergreen City and arrived in front of Zhou Xian and the others. The leading man was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a mid-combat soul warrior, and the few men behind him were all combat soul warriors as well. Among them there were 2 young men who looked proud. Being able to break through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, they did have the right to be proud. When the old man saw Wu Ningzhu, he immediately walked up and bowed toward her. Holy Maiden, you're back. Greetings, Chief Nangong. Elder Su, what's going on here? Wu Ningzhu asked. These men were all from the Profound River Palace, and Wu Ningzhu was very familiar with them. The old man's name was Su Danian, and he was a man of virtue and prestige in the Profound River Palace. However, his status was still lower than her, the Holy Maiden. After the Holy Maiden left, the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace started a war, and both sides suffered many casualties. Under the control of the Demon King Palace, the Demon King Palace has started a war, and they often attack human cities. During this period of time, 3 cities have been completely destroyed. The war in Evergreen City happened too suddenly, and we came here as soon as we received the news. Only then did we stop the war. Su Danian said. The Demon King Palace is a brutal race. Someone killed 4 of the Demon King Palace's great guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and that completely infuriated the 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace. That's why they started a war with the Profound River Palace, causing the entire southern continent to fall into chaos. A young genius from the Profound River Palace said. His tone was filled with anger. The Demon King Palace is indeed a brutal race, but the Demon King Palace is also a very powerful force. All 3 palace masters are demon kings, so it's going to be very difficult to deal with them. Nangong Yunfan said. However, when he saw Zhou Xian, his tone became much more relaxed. No matter how difficult it was to deal with the 3 demon kings of the Demon King Palace, with Zhou Qian's help, it would be much easier. What Chief Nangong said is correct. The Demon King Palace has 3 demon kings, and among them, the head palace master has reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm, which is the same as our palace master. However, the Profound River Palace only has 2 combat king warriors, while the Demon King Palace has 3 demon kings. If we start a war now, it will be very disadvantageous for us. However, if the Demon King Palace really wants to attack the Profound River Palace, with the Profound River Palace's resources, we would be able to use the power of 3 combat king warriors. Too bad the Demon King Palace has used a despicable method. Su Danian said angrily. Elder Su, what happened? Wu Ningzhu asked. During this period of time, the Demon King Palace has been capturing human geniuses from all over the world. Up until now, I'm afraid they have captured more than 300 human geniuses, including dozens of our Profound River Palace's geniuses. The 3rd Palace Master, Lord Nether, has announced that he will execute all the human geniuses in the Nether Mountain tomorrow. The more Su Danian said, the angrier he became. Hearing this, the expressions of Wu Ningzhu and the others immediately changed. This is a conspiracy. Wu Ningzhu said. The Saintess is right, this is the Demon King Palace's conspiracy. Their ultimate target is the Profound River Palace, and if it's just a simple battle, the Demon King Palace wouldn't need to capture these human geniuses. With their characters, they would just kill them. The reason why Lord Nether is doing this is to lure the Profound River Palace's people into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses. If they want to rescue the human geniuses, the Profound River Palace will need to send at least 1 combat king warrior, and even then they might not be able to do it. Su Danian said. If the Profound River Palace sends a combat king warrior into the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses, the other 2 palace masters of the Demon King Palace will gather their forces and attack the Profound River Palace. At that point of time, the Profound River Palace will only have 1 combat king warrior left, and they won't be able to defend against the Demon King Palace's attack. The Profound River Palace's Profound River Grand Formation requires 2 Combat King Warriors to operate. And with 2 Combat King Warriors operating the Profound River Grand Formation, it will be able to unleash the strength of 3 Combat King Warriors. This is also the reason why the Demon King Palace is afraid of the Profound River Palace. And that's why they are using this method to divide the Profound River Palace's combat strength. If the Profound River Palace rescues the human geniuses, they will kill those few hundred geniuses and boost the morale of the demon clans, which will deal a heavy blow to the human race. At the same time, the Profound River Palace's prestige in the southern continent will also suffer a heavy blow. What an insidious method! Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes emitted a cold glint. The Demon King Palace's plan was extremely insidious, forcing the Profound River Palace to rescue the human geniuses. Those who were captured were all geniuses of the younger generation, and if they were all killed, it would be a great loss to the human race. Not only that, it would also boost the morale of the demon clans, which would be very disadvantageous to the war between the human race and the demon race. And if the Profound River Palace decided to rescue the human geniuses, the other 2 demon kings of the Demon King Palace would launch a full-scale attack on the Profound River Palace. Therefore, no matter what, Lord Nether's plan was extremely advantageous to the Demon King Palace, and it could even be said to be a deadly move. After getting angry, the expression on Wu Ningzhu's face gradually calmed down. A faint smile could be seen on her face, and she didn't seem to be nervous at all. If it was before, the Demon King Palace's plan could indeed take the life of the Profound River Palace, and even the entire human race in the southern continent would fall into the hands of the demon race. Once the Demon King Palace defeated the Profound River Palace, the entire human race in the southern continent would become the demon race's slaves, and the consequences would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, the human race in the southern continent had fallen into a real crisis. However, that was before. Now that Zhou Xian was here, everything would change. They had to rescue the human geniuses, and the Demon King Palace had to be destroyed. What's the palace chief's decision? Wu Ningzhu asked. When Su Danian and the men from the Nangong family heard about the Demon King Palace's conspiracy, but they still remained calm as if nothing had happened, Su Danian and the others couldn't help but feel gloomy. At this critical moment they still didn't know what was going on. They threw a glance at Zhou Xian and the others, but they didn't pay much attention to them. The palace chief has decided to let the Great Elder go to the Nether Mountain to rescue the human geniuses. He has no choice but to support the Profound River Palace by himself. Su Danian let out a sigh. There's no need for that. Elder Su, go back to the Profound River Palace and tell the palace chief to let him and the Great Elder protect the Profound River Palace. We'll rescue every single one of the 300 human geniuses in the Nether Mountain, and we'll also bring back Lord Nether's head. Wu Ningzhu said with an indifferent tone. She was going to rescue the human geniuses and she was also going to kill Lord Nether. How could she make such a difficult task sound so easy? What? Chapter 472. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Wu Ningzhu widened her eyes. Su Danian and the others dared not show any disrespect. They immediately bowed toward Wu Ningzhu. As the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu's status was much higher than theirs. Furthermore, with Wu Ningzhu's incredible cultivation, she was the Profound River Palace's most promising disciple who could break through to the Combat King realm in the shortest time possible. Therefore, none of them dared show any disrespect. However, Su Danian still asked, Holy Maiden, Lord Nether is not an ordinary demon king. He has a powerful cultivation and he's extremely cruel. He's not easy to deal with. Do you have any way to save him? Normally, Su Danian wouldn't dare question Wu Ningzhu's words. However, this was a very important matter. Not only was it related to the Profound River Palace's reputation, it was also related to the survival of the human race. Most importantly, it was related to Wu Ningzhu's life. Therefore, Su Danian had no other choice but to ask about it. With this, he would be able to give the palace chief an explanation. Let me introduce someone to you. Wu Ningzhu looked at Zhou Xian with an infatuated and proud look in her eyes. This young master's name is Zhou Xian, the man who killed the 4 guardians in the Dancing Sun City, and the man who defeated me in the Nangong family. He's also the peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he's just an early combat soul warrior. What? After listening to Wu Ningzhu's introduction, Su Danian and the others once again cried out in shock. They immediately threw their glances at the young man in white. They didn't take this young man seriously at first, but they never expected him to be the peerless genius who had once caused a stir in the southern continent. A few days ago in the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white suddenly appeared and attracted heavenly tribulation with his early combat soul cultivation base, killing 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. He had made a great contribution to the human race, and after that the profound River Palace had been looking for this genius, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Su Danian immediately cupped his fist toward Zhou Xian. He was a peerless genius who attracted heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat soul warrior, killed the 4 guardians of the Demon King Palace, and defeated the #1 genius of the southern continent, Wuningshu. Su Danian didn't have the right to treat him with disrespect. Young Master Zhou Xian is a late combat soul warrior now, and he has just killed a 2nd-grade combat king and 2 first-grade first in the eastern continent. Go and tell the palace chief, ask him and Great Elder to protect the profounds to the profound Zhou Xian. Jiang. He junked the Jiangyangse. Zhou Xian, Danian said with confidence. Wu Ningzhu's words were filled with confidence as if Lord Nether was already dead. Not only her, everyone on the scene was filled with confidence. It was the confidence they had in Zhou Xian. Those who had witnessed Zhou Xian's abilities would have no doubt that Zhou Xian could kill Lord Nether. Hearing what Zhou Xian said, Su Danian and the others widened their eyes and mouths as they stared at Zhou Xian. Their faces were filled with shock. A late combat soul warrior killing a 2nd-grade combat king warrior? If this didn't come from Wu Ningzhu's mouth, they would definitely think it was a joke. However, since it came from Wu Ningzhu, they had a reason to believe it. With Wu Ningzhu's style, she wouldn't make such a big decision without absolute confidence. Not only that, it had only been a month since Zhou Xian had broken through to the combat soul realm in the Dancing Sun City. Zhou Xian had used just a month to break through from the early combat soul realm to the late combat soul realm. Such a cultivation speed could only be described as shocking. However, when it came from a peerless genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, it seemed normal. Alright, we'll return now and wait for young Master Zhou Xian and the Holy Maiden's triumphant return. Su Danian cupped his fist toward Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu. After that, he brought all the men of the Profound River Palace and flew toward the Profound River Palace. Their faces were filled with excitement as they left, as if they had seen the hope of victory. Of course, in their minds, it was still unknown whether Zhou Xian could defeat Lord Nether. Although Wu Ningzhu had said so, none of them had witnessed it with their own eyes. The gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior was simply too huge, and it was extremely difficult for a combat king warrior to kill a combat king warrior with a higher cultivation. However, the Profound River Palace didn't have much of a choice right now. They could only place all their hopes on Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu. If not, the Profound River Palace would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Once the Profound River Palace collapsed, it would mean the destruction of the entire southern continent. Little Qinzi, let's go to Mount Nether. Wu Ningzhu turned to Zhou Xian and said. All right. Zhou Xian replied with a smile on his face. Their purpose in coming to the southern continent was to help, and it would be great if they could kill a demon king first. Furthermore, Zhou Xian was very interested in this Lord Nether. Killing demon beasts was different from killing humans. Zhou Xian's dragon transformation skill allowed him to absorb any demon beast's demon soul. With his current cultivation, if he could absorb a demon king's demon soul, it would be extremely beneficial to him. After that, the group didn't stop at Evergreen City. They changed their original route and flew toward Mount Nether. Brother Zhou Xian, that Lord Nether isn't easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Along the way, Tui reminded Zhou Xian. He's just a first-grade demon king, he can't pose any threat to me. Zhou Xian casually shrugged his shoulders. Brother Zhou Xian, you can't underestimate this Lord Nether. He just broke through to the Combat King realm a few years ago, and it hasn't been long since he became the 3rd palace chief either. However, he is a ruthless man and his body is covered with deadly poisons. When he was still a mid-combat soul warrior, even late combat soul warriors didn't want to fight him. Nangong Yunfan reminded Zhou Xian as well. Deadly poisons? What is this Lord Nether's true form? Zhou Xian asked curiously. The Lord Nether's true form is a rare venomous nether toad. His combat strength is average, but his deadly poison is very hard to defend against. Therefore, Chief Nangong's warning isn't without reason. We will definitely fight him tomorrow, so little Chinzi, you have to be extremely careful. Wu Ningzhu said. When the venomous nether toad was mentioned, the expressions of everyone on the scene changed. All of them were powerful warriors, and their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare with. They knew how frightening the venomous nether toad was. There were many poisonous creatures in this world, but it was extremely rare to find one with the name Nether. Nether was the symbol of hell and it represented death. Only the most frightening poisons were qualified to be named Nether. Obviously, the venomous nether toad's poison was much stronger than the green hellish python's. If that's the case, it won't be challenging at all. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders with a calm smile on his face. He already had the green hellish python's poison in his body, and if he absorbed the venomous nether toad's poison tomorrow, it would definitely be more powerful. Jiang Qin didn't like using poison, but he wasn't afraid of it either. For others, the venomous nether toad was like the god of death. But for Jiang Qin, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the venomous nether toad posed no threat to him at all. Instead, it would help him achieve his goals. Kaka, this kid is immune to all poisons. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Other people might not know Jiang Qin, but he knew him very well. Not only was this kid not afraid of poisons, he could even release them. The scene where they met for the first time in Mount Origin was still fresh in his memory. At that time, Jiang Qin had just obtained the green hellish python's poison, and he had poisoned a Huang Dog to the point of vomiting. Seeing the relaxed expressions on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's faces, Wu Ningzhu, Nangong Yunfan, and the others finally felt relieved. In fact, they didn't trust Jiang Qin at all. Although the venomous nether toad was frightening, Jiang Qin would definitely have a way to deal with it. He was an almighty guy. Mount Nether was originally a quiet mountain range, but after Lord Nether took a fancy to it, he immediately occupied it and changed its name to Mount Nether. Jiang Qin and the group intentionally slowed down their speed. When they arrived at Mount Nether, the sky had already turned dark. Mount Nether was extremely quiet at this moment, but underneath this silence there was no peace. With Jiang Qin and the group's senses, they could clearly sense the aura within this mountain range. A demonic energy was hovering above the mountain range, causing them to feel extremely frightened. Damn it, there are at least 10,000 demon beasts here and many of them are combat soul demons. Looks like this Lord Nether has prepared well, De Huang Dog said in a low voice. I can sense the aura of those human geniuses. I think they have been imprisoned. Should we strike now or wait until the sun rises? Nangong Yunfan turned to Jiang Qin and asked. At a time like this, Jiang Qin was the backbone of the group. Don't worry, tomorrow, Lord Nether will bring those geniuses out, and he'll create a huge commotion. We'll strike at that time and we'll use our strongest attack to save those geniuses from a head-on collision. Only by killing Lord Nether will we be able to make a real impact. We'll strike a huge blow to the demon race's morale, and at the same time, we'll be able to boost the morale of the human race. Jiang Qin said. He had always considered everything before doing things and he always knew how to maximize the benefits. What little Chinzi said is correct. This battle is extremely important to the southern continent. We have to boost the morale of the human race. We'll strike when Lord Nether makes a huge commotion tomorrow. Not only will we be able to catch the demon race unprepared, but we'll also be able to boost the morale of the human race. Wu Ningzhu agreed with Jiang Qin's decision. Therefore, under the lead of Jiang Qin, the group hid themselves outside of Mount Nether. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Mount Nether finally became restless. Following a series of deafening beast roars, it sounded like a horn being blown, causing the entire Mount Nether to boil up. Chapter 473. Over 300 human geniuses were imprisoned like slaves. All of their faces were pale and some of them were covered with wounds, looking like they were on the verge of death. It was a miserable scene. If someone was paying attention, they would discover a man in black standing at the front. He looked like he was in his 20s, but he was actually a late combat soul warrior comparable to Wu Ningzhu. When did such a genius appear in the southern continent? Perhaps even the profound river palace didn't know about it. There were many wounds on this young man's body, and there was a clear cut on his face. However, his eyes were still calm and he didn't seem nervous at all. Just this attitude alone was enough to show that no ordinary man could compare with him. Of course, at this moment no one paid any attention to this young man in black, not even Zhou Xian. It looked like Lord Nether was going to execute all these human geniuses at this highest place, so as to increase the prestige of the demon race, and at the same time intimidate the human race. Roar, a roar. The roars of the demon beasts lingered in the air above the Nether Mountain. Even those who were far away from the Nether Mountain could clearly hear the violent roars of the demon beasts. Lord Nether had already spread the news about what happened today. The roars of the demon beasts sounded like the horn of war. The human geniuses on the platform, who were 3 times more than the human geniuses, were just a bait for the Demon King Palace to lure the Profound River Palace's warriors and humans to come to their rescue. There were at least 10,000 demon beasts here, and it was a huge army. If the human race decided to join the battle, there would definitely be a bloody battle today. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard. The roar immediately suppressed the roars of the other demon beasts, and the entire Mount Nether fell into a dead silence. Zhou Xian and the others saw a black beam shooting up into the sky from within Mount Nether. After that, a man in black flew out and hovered in the sky. His toad eyes were glowing with a cold light as he stared at the human geniuses in the cage. A bloodthirsty aura could be sensed from his body. This man in black was emitting a faint spatial energy. Obviously he was a Demon King warrior. He wasn't tall and there was a blue bump on his head. He had a big belly, and with just a glance, anyone could tell that he was a toad demon. This man is so ugly. Xianxia, you couldn't help but ask. This man is the Nether Demon King. His original form is the Nether Venomous Toad. His entire body is filled with poison. You can't touch him at all. Brother Zhou Xian, when the battle starts, you must pay attention to the green bump on his forehead. That is the most poisonous part. Nangong Yunfan reminded. After the Nether Demon King appeared, the Nether Mountain shook again. Waves of tyrannical chi soared into the sky. Silhouettes flew into the sky one after another. These silhouettes all looked like humans, but they were strangely shaped. Some of their faces were covered with scales and some had horns on their heads. They were all transformed from demonic beasts. Most of these demon beasts had incredibly powerful cultivation bases. All of them were combat soul warriors. Behind them there was a huge group of divine core demon beasts. The roars of demon beasts could be heard all over the Nether Mountain range. How is it? The Nether Demon Lord asked. A man with a pair of black wings took a step forward. He cupped his fist toward the Nether Demon King and said, "Third Palace Chief, I can't find a single human within a 1,000-mile radius of the Nether Mountain. The Profound River Palace didn't send any warriors here either." The man said. He was in charge of gathering information, but he still couldn't find Zhou Xian and the others. With Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog here, it was really easy for them to hide. It was impossible for anyone to find them. The Profound River Palace is really good at holding back. The Nether Demon King coldly harumphed. After that, he threw his ice-cold glance toward the cage. Do you see that? Many of you so-called human geniuses are geniuses from the Profound River Palace. In the eyes of the Profound River Palace, you're nothing, and the Profound River Palace doesn't care about your lives. Are you sad? Are you disappointed? The Nether Demon King said with a mocking tone. Haha, you little toad. If you want to kill us, just kill us. The Profound River Palace will avenge us sooner or later. A man who looked to be in his late 20s said with a loud voice. He had the most serious injuries, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the early combat soul realm at such a young age, and his face was filled with pride. Even when facing death, he didn't even frown. You're courting death. The Nether Demon King's expression became cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green stream of energy. The green stream of energy shot toward the young man like a sharp sword and pierced into the young man's forehead. Sizzle. Arg. The green stream of energy was the most poisonous substance in the world. Even though the young man was a tough man, he still couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The green stream of energy quickly covered his entire body from head to toe. In an instant, the young man was turned into a pile of charcoal. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Those who stood closest to the young man were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, and their bodies started trembling. Bastard! Wu Ningzhu, who was standing far away, immediately became furious. With a sway of her body, she dashed toward the Nether Demon King. The genius who was poisoned to death just now was a genius disciple of the Profound River Palace. And Wu Ningzhu couldn't just watch the Nether Demon King kill a genius of the Profound River Palace without doing anything. If she didn't do something, many more people would die in the hands of this toad. Let's go. Jiang Qin shouted. He was the first one to fly toward Wu Ningzhu. De Huang Dog was also extremely fast and he followed closely behind them. The people from the Nangong family had also caught up and soon they arrived in front of the Nether Demon King. Stinky Toad, let go of that man. Wu Ningzhu shouted at the Nether Demon King. The sudden appearance of this group of people startled all the demon beasts, and even the Nether Demon King was shocked. Especially the demon beast who reported that there were no humans within a 1,000-mile radius of the Nether Mountain. The demon beast's expression darkened. These people had been hiding outside the Nether Mountain all this time, and he hadn't even noticed them. The Nether Demon King didn't blame the demon beast, because even with his Demon King cultivation he didn't notice that there were people hiding in the Nether Mountain. However, when he saw the cultivation of Wu Ningzhu and the others, he immediately relaxed. You must be the Holy Maiden of the Profound River Palace. You are indeed devastatingly beautiful. I didn't expect to see another stunning beauty here. I, the Nether Demon King, didn't know that there was such a person in the southern continent. The Nether Demon King looked at Wu Ningzhu and an obscene gleam could be seen in his eyes. When he saw Yan Qinyu, his eyes lit up. Wu Ningzhu was already the #1 beauty in the southern continent, and he never expected that another beauty who was not any weaker than Wu Ningzhu would show up today. This made the lustful Nether Demon King very excited. Nether Demon King, as the palace master of the Demon King Palace, how could you use such a despicable method to capture the human geniuses? Don't you think you're too shameless? Wu Ningzhu said Lung Lung. At this moment, when those geniuses who were imprisoned in the cages saw the Holy Maiden of the Profound River Palace, the despair in their hearts immediately lessened. However, when they saw that Wu Ningzhu had only brought a few people with her, they couldn't help but worry. Wu Ningzhu, I can't believe that your Profound River Palace actually sent you here with so few people. You're obviously here to die. However, if you promise to be my woman in the future, I won't kill you. The Nether Demon King sneered. Just because of what you just said, you're dead meat. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. When he didn't say anything, no one paid any attention to him. But when he spoke, the Nether Demon King finally threw his glance toward Jiang Qin. 2 green beams shot out from his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Obviously, these 2 green beams were extremely poisonous and not something a combat soul warrior could withstand. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu quickly warned. However, Jiang Qin didn't panic at all, and the smile on his face didn't even change. With lightning speed, he raised his palm and grabbed the 2 green beams. After that, he opened his palm, and the 2 green beams started bouncing around on Jiang Qin's palm like 2 agile snakes. Seeing this, the Nether Demon King's expression changed. He stared at this young man he had never seen before with a look of disbelief. Only he knew how strong his poison was, and no one had ever dared to face it head-on, let alone play with it in their palms. That's all you've got? How ignorant. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. He casually shook his palm, causing the 2 green beams to enter his body through his palms. After absorbing the poison, Jiang Qin looked perfectly fine. What? The Nether Demon King cried out in shock. He could no longer remain calm. A young combat soul warrior had just absorbed his poison, and nothing had happened to him. This was ridiculous. Not only the Nether Demon King, even Wu Ningzhu and the men from the Nangong clan were staring at Jiang Qin with great shock. They only knew that Jiang Qin was extremely strong, but they didn't know that he wasn't even afraid of poison. If what De Huang Dog said was true, he would be Nether Demon King's nemesis. Apart from his poison, Nether Demon King was nothing compared to Jiang Qin. He posed no threat to him at all. Who are you? The Nether Demon King asked. I'm the man who attracted heavenly tribulation at the Combat Soul Realm, the one who killed the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. You should understand now, right? Jiang Qin revealed his identity. What? It's you. Today's the last 2 days, where's the monthly ticket? The Nether Demon King cried out in shock once again. After that, a sharp expression emerged on his face. Good, you're courting death. Since the Profound River Palace doesn't have the guts to send a combat king warrior to save us, I'll kill all of you today as well as these few hundred geniuses. I'll take the holy maiden away, make the profound river palace suffer a great loss, and raise the prestige of the Demon King Palace. Chapter 474. Kill. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Lord Nether. Wu Ningzhu and the others also unleashed their powerful energies and dashed toward the group of demon beasts. Each of these men was stronger than the last and they were all frightening existences. Jiang Chen moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Lord Nether. He waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light toward Lord Nether. You're just a tiny combat soul warrior, how dare you fight me? You're really overestimating yourself. Lord Nether coldly harumphed. He suddenly stretched out his sharp claw and destroyed the beam of light unleashed by Jiang Chen. After that the claw's energy disappeared, and it continued flying toward Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. He moved like a ghost, nimbly dodging Lord Nether's attack. When Lord Nether finally reacted, Jiang Chen had already appeared above the huge cage. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm and forcefully tore a hole in the cage. Jiang Chen's target wasn't Lord Nether, but this human genius. This cage was sealed by Lord Nether's spatial force, and no ordinary man would be able to break it. However, Jiang Chen was able to do it with ease. Kill. Kill all these demon beasts. All the released geniuses immediately let out loud cries. With bloodshot eyes they dashed toward the group of demon beasts. Each of these geniuses was an outstanding genius of the younger generation, and they all possessed extraordinary combat strength. However, since they were trapped by Lord Nether, they didn't have the chance to fight back. Now that Jiang Chen had saved them, they wanted to release all the negative emotions that had been bottled up in their hearts. These geniuses had been imprisoned by the demon clan for such a long time and suffered all kinds of humiliation. It was easy to imagine the hatred in their hearts. They had to vent this hatred by themselves, and killing these demon beasts was the best way to vent it. Not only that, many of these geniuses were already prepared to die, and their hearts were filled with despair. Now that there was a day where they could be released, it was no doubt that they had experienced life and death. A person who was reborn from death would not hesitate to attack. Their battle prowess was unparalleled and they disregarded life and death. One could imagine how much damage they would cause to the demon race. After the black-robed young man regained his freedom, he did not charge madly towards the horde of demonic beasts like the others. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Jiang Chen. His eyes shone brightly as if he had never imagined that there would be such a brilliant genius in the southern continent. Jiang Chen was fighting against the Lord of Nether, so he did not pay any attention to the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man turned around and dashed toward the horde of demonic beasts. His energy was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Wu Ningzhu's. A golden barrier appeared around his body as he dashed toward the horde of demonic beasts. Bang bang bang. Wherever the black-robed young man went, all the demonic beasts would be smashed into pieces. It was a bloody scene. A combat soul demon charged toward the black-robed young man, but with a single punch the black-robed young man exploded its head. Arg! Blood splattered in all directions from the horde of demonic beasts and blood-curdling screams filled the air. The bloody scene had shocked everyone. Wu Ningzhu and the others immediately threw their gazes toward the black-robed young man. The fuck, this guy is so fierce. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Nangong Wenting couldn't help but widen his eyes. His cultivation is no weaker than mine. There has never been someone like him in the southern continent. If there was, he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu was shocked as well. Let's not think too much about it. He's a human, that means he's one of us. We'll ask him after this battle is over. Nangong Yunfan said while killing the demonic beasts. On the other side, Jiang Chen, who was fighting Lord Nether, had also noticed the black-robed young man. His eyes lit up. This young man's cultivation was at the same level as Wu Ningzhu, and he was even stronger than the Crown Prince. This was because he was definitely younger than the Crown Prince and he was able to reach this level at such a young age. He had 1 foot in the Combat King realm, which was really rare. I can't believe you're able to tear apart the cage I built. Lord Nether focused all of his attention on Jiang Chen. The cage he built was filled with the dimensional energy and no combat soul warrior could break it. But now it was torn apart by this young man in front of him. This made Lord Nether look at Xianxia with a higher level of respect. Tearing apart the cage is nothing, I'm going to tear apart a toad like you. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent tone. Brat, don't talk big. Today all of you are going to die in this Nether mountain. Lord Nether coldly harumphed. His energy once again skyrocketed and he waved his hand, unleashing numerous beams toward Xianxia. These beams were glowing with a green light and were emitting a foul smell. Not only were they extremely powerful, they also contained a deadly poison. Once hit by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Facing Lord Nether's attack, Xianxia was as steady as a mountain. His fist was glowing with a golden light as he punched toward the beams. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and no one knew how much force it contained. Rumble. The air was instantly shattered. Xianxia's simple punch had shattered Lord Nether's beams. However, the green poison was like a tarsal bone. It stuck onto Xianxia's fist and entered Xianxia's body. But too bad, the scene where Lord Nether imagined Xianxia would be poisoned to death didn't happen. When the poison entered Xianxia's body, it had no effect on him. What? Lord Nether cried out in shock. Poison had always been his forte and he was also the most confident in it. His poison was stained with the word, Nether, which meant it was the king of poisons. Not to mention combat soul warriors, even a first-grade combat king warrior would be severely injured by his poison if he was caught off guard. However, this young human in front of him was perfectly fine. This was no doubt a huge blow to Lord Nether's confidence. Lord Nether, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Xianxia said with a ridiculing tone. In his mind, Lord Nether was going to die today. If he wanted to, he could kill this poisonous toad in less than a minute. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to kill Lord Nether. It wasn't because he wanted to play with a toad, but because he wanted to give those geniuses who had been imprisoned for a long time a chance to vent their anger. I don't believe you can really fight a demon king, and I don't believe you're really immune to all kinds of poisons. Lord Nether was furious. With a sway of his body, he transformed back into his true form. A poisonous toad that was more than 30 meters long appeared in the sky like a dark cloud. This poisonous toad had an extremely ugly appearance, and its body was filled with bumps and tumors that glowed with a green light. It had a pair of vicious eyes that looked like they came from the depths of hell, and no one dared to look at it directly. The bump on its forehead had become even bigger. Croak. Lord Nether let out a croak toward Xianxia. The sound was extremely unpleasant and ear-piercing. Layers of light waves were unleashed from its mouth, and each of these light waves looked like a sharp sickle slicing through the void. Xianxia's fighting spirit was unparalleled. With a pair of iron fists that could shatter the world, he punched toward those light waves. On the other side, the battlefield had reached its climax. Although there were a lot of demon beasts, the number of combat soul demon beasts was limited. For abnormal geniuses like Wu Ningzhu and Han Yan, having any demon beasts below the combat soul realm made no difference. Even if they were facing a combat soul warrior of the same level, they could still fight 10 or even 100 at the same time. On top of that, all the geniuses were filled with killing intent and fury. Therefore, although they were outnumbered, they were still able to kill all the demon beasts, causing them to scream out in pain. The black-clothed young man was like a mad demon king, slaughtering his way back and forth. In just a short period of time, he had killed at least 200 demon beasts and 5 combat soul demon beasts. Bastard, die now. Right at this moment, a muscular man dashed toward the young man in black. This muscular man's true form was that of a male lion, and he had a formidable cultivation base at the late combat soul realm. He was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, 4 were killed by Xianxia in the Dancing Sun City. Today 2 of them came with Lord Nether, and this lion was one of them. Heavenly Astral Wave. The black-clothed young man let out a furious roar and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a gigantic wave appeared in the sky and countless razor-sharp energy beams were formed within the wave. The energy beams sliced through the air as they flew toward the lion. Rumble. The black-clothed young man was extremely ferocious. No wonder he was a half-step combat king warrior. With just a single strike, he was able to send the lion flying away. The lion let out a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-clothed young man didn't show any mercy. He once again dashed toward the lion. Right at this moment, the other great guardian of the Demon King Palace was also being suppressed by Wu Ningzhu. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her to kill him. The entire scene was extremely horrifying. Mount Nether had turned into a hellish place. Blood and flesh were flying all over the place and miserable screams could be heard. All the geniuses of the human race were fighting in a frenzy. Some of them ignored their own injuries while some of them were severely injured. The battle between Jiang Qin and Lord Nether had reached its climax as well. However, Lord Nether was feeling extremely depressed, because no matter what kind of powerful attack he unleashed, his opponent was able to withstand it with ease. What made him even angrier was that his opponent was really immune to all kinds of poisons, and his venom had no effect on him at all. This young man wasn't using some kind of method to block his venom, but instead he was directly absorbing it. This was extremely frightening. I don't believe I can't kill a little human teenager. Brat, you've really angered me. Chapter 475. That meat bump was the center of all the poison in Lord Nether's body. All the poison in his body was secreted from this meat bump, and it was the true king of all poisons, the one that could strike fear into the hearts of ghosts and gods. The Nether Demon King kept making croaking sounds. The meat bump had already become big enough and a crack actually appeared in the middle. Immediately, swoosh. That crack was like Lord Nether's third eye. A green beam of light shot out like a fountain at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. This green beam of light was composed entirely of green sticky liquid. It was extremely stinky and it could even corrode the air. Wherever it passed, cracking sounds could be heard. This was Lord Nether's most powerful attack, and it could even be considered as an innate ability. Apart from the fierce poison, the attack was also extremely powerful. Once someone was hit by it, they would definitely die. Even a powerful combat king warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of poison. Great. True Thunderfire. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. He waved his hand and unleashed a fire dragon. This flame was the combination of the true dragon flame and the true Thunderfire. It could burn anything in this world and it was also the nemesis of evil. As soon as the fire dragon dashed out, it immediately wrapped around the poisonous liquid, producing cracking sounds. The green poisonous light beam was extremely powerful. After all, it was a powerful attack unleashed by a Demon King warrior. However, Jiang Qin's flame was even more powerful, and it directly dispersed the green poisonous light beam. Not only that, the impurities in the poisonous liquid were completely burned away by the flame. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of green liquid. After that, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. What? It was as if Lord Nether's neck was being choked. Seeing Jiang Qin's actions made him feel like the world was spinning around him. Apart from shock, he was also extremely shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. This guy in front of him had just extracted his venom and eaten it. How was this possible? It should be known that the poison that was extracted was the original poison of the Nether Goblin King. Its toxicity was so strong that even a poisonous creature with a highly toxic body would not be able to absorb it. However, Jiang Qin ate it just like that and did not feel any discomfort at all. After the Nether Demon King performed such an attack, his expression became visibly dispirited, and his aura was no longer as strong as before. I don't want to play with you anymore. Nether Demon King, die. Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated wildly. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he arrived at Lord Nether's body in the blink of an eye and stomped hard on his back. Bang. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Nether Demon King's body, which was dozens of feet tall, was directly crushed by Jiang Qin's stomp. It turned into a blood mist and drifted down. With just one move, the powerful Nether Demon King was only left with a huge head. However, the Nether Demon King did not die because of this and was still in pain. Jiang Qin's killing intent sword. He pointed his finger like a sword and a golden light rushed out from his finger like a sharp sword. With a poochie sound, it pierced into the Nether Demon King's head. The Nether Demon King's head, which was as hard as steel, was directly cut open. A green demon spirit the size of a fist flew out from the Nether Demon King's head. Although Lord Nether was dead, his demon soul still had its own consciousness. After it rushed out, it flew far away trying to escape. But too bad, the demon soul didn't have any attack power, so there was no way it could escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. What Jiang Chen wanted was this demon soul. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and grabbed the demon spirit. Under the burning of the true dragon flame and true thunder fire, the demon's spirit was quickly purified. Jiang Chen turned his palm and stored the demon's spirit into his storage ring, but he didn't refine it right away. Amazing! Brother Jiang Chen is so powerful. The Nether Demon King's poison has no effect on him at all. Nangong Yunfan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Jiang Chen kill the Nether Demon King. Kaka, this kid is getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog was laughing out excitedly. Han Yen and Nangong Wentian were also smiling. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the happier they were. King Nether was killed. Right at this moment, everyone threw their gazes toward Jiang Chen, looking at the young man in white who was standing in the sky. Especially those human geniuses, all of them had their mouths wide open in shock. Unlike Wu Ningzhu and the people from the Nangong clan, they hadn't witnessed Jiang Chen killing a combat king warrior with their own eyes. That was why they were so shocked when they saw Jiang Chen kill the Nether Demon King. Aside from being shocked, they were also filled with gratitude. Ever since Jiang Chen tore open the cage and rescued them, they had felt grateful toward Jiang Chen. I don't think he's from the southern continent, he must be a helper brought back by the Saintess. He's so powerful. He's indeed a man who attracted heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. The abilities of this peerless monster is beyond anyone's imagination. He's able to kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation base. I've truly witnessed what he's capable of these past few days. Great. King Nether is dead and the two great guardians were killed by the Saintess and that young man. The Demon King Palace has suffered a great loss, and we humans finally have a chance to win this battle. All the geniuses were so excited that they couldn't even speak. King Nether was dead and today's battle could be considered a complete victory. The Demon King and the two great guardians were dead, and no matter how many demon beasts there were in the Nether Mountain, there was no way they could defend against these ferocious humans. The third palace master is dead. Let's run. The two great guardians are dead as well. We can't defeat them. These humans are too abnormal. King Nether's death was a huge blow to the demon race. The tens of thousands of demon beasts were instantly defeated, and all of them started fleeing in all directions. All of them were running toward the exit of the Nether Mountain, as they were afraid that if they were any slower they would be killed. Kill them all. It was as if all the geniuses of the human race had been injected with chicken blood. When they saw the fleeing demon beasts, they immediately started chasing after them like crazy, especially those demons from the Demon King Palace. Every demon they killed meant one less demon beast, and this was equivalent to getting rid of a hidden danger for the human race. Chapter 476. The bloody scene couldn't contain the excitement of the human race, especially the geniuses of the human race. Each and every one of them looked as if they had been given a new life. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. The war has ended. Everyone's gaze fell on the white-clothed youth in the sky. In their eyes, aside from worship and reverence, there was also deep gratitude. They didn't know this white-clothed youth, but he had become their savior. More importantly, Jiang Chen killed the Nether Demon King and defeated the Demon Clan's army, strengthening the human race's prestige, allowing everyone to see the hope of victory in this war. Everyone's gaze was on Jiang Chen. No one noticed that the black-clothed youth was at the back of the crowd. He bowed towards Jiang Chen then floated away. Only Jiang Chen noticed this youth's action. He frowned his brows but didn't put it to heart. The surface of the De Huang Dog's body was emitting a layer of faint golden light. This guy had obtained quite a lot of benefits from the earlier battle. God knows how many demon spirits it had devoured, turning them into the essence that it needed. The one who gained the most was, of course, Jiang Chen. The value of a demon king's demon spirit can be imagined. After Jiang Chen absorbed and refined the demon spirit, not only would he obtain the venomous nether toad's poison, it would also greatly increase his strength. A rank 1 demon king's demon spirit. With Jiang Chen's current state, he would probably be able to condense at least 2,000 dragon marks. Wu Ningzhu approached Jiang Chen. She looked at Jiang Chen with a trace of affection in her eyes. Who wouldn't like such a man? Little Chenzi, there were quite a few demon beasts that escaped earlier. The news of the Nether Demon King's death will soon spread throughout the southern continent and reach the Demon King's palace. In my opinion, we should rush to the Frost Palace and prepare for the final battle with the Demon King's palace. Wu Ningzhu said. Alright, I'll listen to Sister Ning. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Wu Ningzhu was a smart and capable girl, and she was always able to make good decisions in crucial moments. Judging from the current situation, the final battle between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace was inevitable. This was the ultimate battle between the two superpowers of the southern continent, and Jiang Chen was here to help. Furthermore, he was drooling over the demon souls of the other two palace masters. Wu Ningzhu turned around and looked at the geniuses who had just been rescued, then she said with a loud voice, "This is Jiang Chen, the strongest warrior in the eastern continent. He's here to help the Profound River Palace fight against the Demon King Palace. All of you come from different regions, and now that you've regained your freedom, you can choose to return to the Demon King Palace or follow us to fight against the Demon King Palace. Kill. Destroy the Demon King Palace and save our lives. From now on, my life belongs to young Master Jiang Chen and the Saintess. I will do whatever you want me to do." That's right. We're indebted to young Master Jiang Chen for saving our lives, and we have no way to repay his kindness. All we can do is to kill the demon beasts and defend the dignity of the human race. We're not going back, we'll follow you to fight against the Demon King Palace. At least we'll be able to provide some help. The demon beasts have destroyed our homeland, and now we have the help of an expert like young Master Jiang. This is the fortune of the human race in the southern continent. As men of the human race, we have no reason not to fight against the demon beasts. All the geniuses were filled with righteous indignation. Their words were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. The gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. They had no way to repay Jiang Chen for saving their lives, and since they were going to fight against the Demon King Palace, they had no reason not to kill their enemies. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Profound River Palace now. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her aura and took the lead, flying toward the Profound River Palace. Jiang Chen and the others followed closely behind her, and the geniuses followed behind. Their speed was obviously much slower than Jiang Chen and the others, and they were soon left behind. However, there were disciples of the Profound River Palace among them, and they knew the location of the Profound River Palace, so they were able to find it easily. Little Chenzi, with your help, we won't have to worry about the Demon King Palace anymore. Thank you so much. On the way, Wu Ningzhu said to Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. She had made the right decision to go to the eastern continent with the Nangong family, and asking Jiang Chen for help was the best decision of all. She believed that the Profound River Palace's palace master would be delighted to see Jiang Chen. Sister Ning, do you still need to be so polite with me? Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, I won't be so polite with you in the future. Wu Ningzhu gave Jiang Chen a flirtatious look in front of everyone. Jiang Chen quickly coughed and avoided Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Thinking about the oath Wu Ningzhu had made, Jiang Chen's heart was beating like a drum, and he cursed himself for uncovering her veil. Why can't we find that black-clothed guy? Only now did the crowd remember that during the battle at the Nether Mountain, there was a black-clothed young man who was extremely powerful. Just like Wu Ningzhu, he was half a step into the Combat King realm, and he was able to easily kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace. But now that the battle was over, that black-clothed young man had disappeared. He's gone. Jiang Chen said. I've never seen that man before, so it's highly possible that he's not from the southern continent, and was accidentally dragged into the conflict of the southern continent. Nangong Yunfan said. That's right, that man's cultivation isn't any weaker than the Holy Maiden's, and it's impossible for someone like that to remain unknown. If he's from the southern continent, he would definitely be known. Tui said. Forget it, no matter what, he's not our enemy. Wu Ningzhu said. After the demon beasts escaped from the Nether Mountain, the news swept across the entire southern continent like a storm. At this moment, the entire southern continent was in an uproar and everyone was talking about it. When the humans heard the news, all of them were celebrating. The third palace master of the Demon King Palace was dead, and for the humans there was no better news than this. Great, this is great. We didn't lose any geniuses from the human race, but the demon race suffered a great loss. We have to thank the Holy Maiden and that young man for saving us. I heard that the man who killed Lord Nether is the genius who went through his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, but he disappeared after that. I never thought he would show up again today, and he even killed a demon king. He's truly a monster. That young man is indeed a monstrous monster. He is able to kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation. With the help of such a mighty warrior, the Profound River Palace will have enough strength to deal with the Demon King Palace. We humans will most likely win this war. I heard that the Profound River Palace only has 2 combat king warriors, but with this young man's help, it's like they have another combat king warrior. The Demon King Palace originally had 3 demon kings, but now that one is dead they only have 2 left. Their overall combat strength is no longer comparable to the Profound River Palace's, and they will definitely lose in the upcoming war. Ah, this is great. In the various regions of the southern continent, those who heard the news were all extremely excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. Ever since the war with the demon race began, the human cities were often harassed by the demon race, causing the human race to suffer heavy losses. If they could destroy the Demon King's palace, then the human race would become the rulers of the southern continent. This was something that all humans desired. The Profound River Palace was located in the holiest place in the southern continent. The Profound River mountain range covered an area of a few thousand miles, and it was a vast and boundless land. It was filled with green mountains and clear waters and beautiful waterfalls. Ancient-style palaces stood in great numbers, and mist lingered above the mountain, making it look like a paradise. It was a place suitable for cultivation. The news from Mount Nether came too quickly. Before Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu could return, the Profound River Palace had already received the news. Yesterday, when Su Danian brought back the news about Wu Ningzhu, the palace master and the great elder had been extremely worried. They knew how frightening Lord Nether was, and it was not an easy task to get to Mount Nether. Even if the great elder were to personally rescue Lord Nether, he still wouldn't be able to do so. However, right at this moment in the Profound River Palace's conference hall, all the upper echelons were sitting in 2 rows. Their faces were filled with shock and excitement. An old man wearing a Daoist robe was sitting in the main seat of the hall. He looked to be in his 50s and he had a long black beard. His eyes were bright and captivating. He was the palace master of the Profound River Palace, Daoist Profound River. He was a frightening second-grade combat king, and he was in existence on the same level as the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. Sitting next to Daoist Profound River was a white-haired old man of the same age as him. His cultivation base was equally powerful and he was surrounded by the spatial energy. He was also a combat king warrior, and he was the Profound River Palace's great elder. Although he was only a first-grade combat king, no one in the southern continent dared to look down on him. You've all heard the news. Lord Nether was killed by that guy named Zhou Xian. Daoist Profound River said. Finally, a smile emerged on his face. Palace Master, this is great news. That Zhou Xian killed the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, and he saved the Holy Maiden's life. He has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. Furthermore, not only did he attract heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat soul warrior, he also broke through to the late combat soul realm in an extremely short period of time. Not only that, he was able to kill Lord Nether with just a late combat soul cultivation base. This is truly frightening. Including Zhou Xian, we now have 3 combat king warriors while the Demon King Palace only has 2 left. We have the upper hand now. That's right. Once the Holy Maiden brings Zhou Xian back, we'll have to thank him properly. We'll have to let Zhou Xian fight the Demon King Palace. In my opinion, the Profound River Palace should take the initiative and rush to the Demon King Palace. Then we'll destroy them. Everyone in the palace was a late combat soul warrior, and each of them possessed formidable combat strength. Right now, all of them were filled with gratitude toward Zhou Xian, because Zhou Xian's appearance had solved the Profound River Palace's biggest problem. I agree with you. The Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace will have to fight sooner or later, but we need to end this war as soon as possible, so that the southern continent won't be plunged into misery and suffering. However, as for how to fight, we'll have to wait for Ning'er and Zhou Qian's return before we discuss it. Chapter 477. Zhou Qian hadn't shown himself yet, but his name had already spread across the entire southern continent. Most people didn't know his name, but all the people of the Profound River Palace did, because Su Danian had learned about Jiang Chen's name yesterday. Everyone in the Profound River Palace was grateful to Jiang Chen. No matter what, Jiang Chen had helped them a lot. Without Jiang Chen, they wouldn't know how to deal with Nether Mountain today, and the Demon King Palace's plan might have succeeded, giving the Profound River Palace a fatal blow. The 3 Demon Kings of the Demon King Palace had indeed given the Profound River Palace a great deal of pressure. But now that Lord Nether was dead, the pressure had instantly disappeared. Not only that, the Profound River Palace had even begun to discuss about taking the initiative to attack the Demon King Palace. At the same time, the Demon King Palace was a completely different scene. The Demon King Palace was located in a forest deep in the mountains. The entire mountain range was filled with a gloomy aura, and the sky was filled with a strong demonic aura. Under the demonic aura there was no sunlight at all. This was the headquarters of the Demon King. Right at this moment, the Great Palace Master Lord Zhanlong and the Second Palace Master Lord Baozhu were both extremely furious. The 2 guardians and dozens of late combat soul demons standing next to them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This is outrageous. What a bastard. Where did that young man come from? How could he kill our 3rd brother? I've never heard of him before. Werewolf Demon King roared angrily. His body was majestic, and he wore a golden armor that was completely evolved from Werewolf's origin energy. His pair of sharp wolf eyes emitted a gloomy green light. It was so eerie and terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. Damn it! Our plan was going smoothly, and if everything went smoothly, we would be able to destroy the Profound River Palace and rule the entire southern continent, making the human race our slaves. But who would have thought that a young man would appear out of nowhere and kill our 3rd brother? Lord Baozhu was furious as well. He had a muscular body and he was no weaker than Lord Zhanlong. Lord Baozhu's true form was a flaming stallion, the king of all war horses and a very rare beast. Palace Master, according to the demon who escaped, the reason why that young man was able to kill the 3rd Palace Master was because he was immune to all poisons. The 3rd Palace Master's poison had no effect on him. A protector said. Even so, we can't underestimate this man. That young man attracted heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat soul warrior, and he's a peerless monster. Now with just a late combat soul cultivation base, he's able to kill the 3rd Palace Master. This shows how formidable his combat strength is, and we can't judge him with common sense. The other guardian said. If these words were said during normal times, the 2 demon kings would definitely be furious. But now not only weren't they angry, they even furrowed their brows. They knew very well how frightening a demon king was, and it was not something a combat soul warrior could compare with. Even if that young man had a body that was immune to all kinds of poisons, it was still impossible for him to kill a demon king. But this young man had done it. How could they underestimate a monster like him? Big brother, with this we, the Demon King Palace, have lost our advantage. The Profound River Palace originally had 2 combat king warriors, a 2nd grade combat king and a 1st grade combat king, which is equal to us. But now our 3rd brother is dead, and the Profound River Palace has a monstrous young man, who is now stronger than us. Demon King Baozhu worriedly said. Don't worry, as we are demon beasts, we are much stronger than humans at the same level. I'll be able to suppress that Daoist Profound River, and that great elder is no match for you. As for that young man, I don't believe a young combat soul warrior can be so heaven-defying. I'll definitely kill him with my own hands and avenge 3rd brother. That's right. An insidious glint could be seen in Demon King Zhanlong's eyes as he spoke with an indifferent tone. The southern continent has fallen into complete chaos, and the war between us and the Profound River Palace is inevitable. What should we do now? Demon King Baozhu turned to Demon King Zhanlong and asked. The humans have just won a war and their morale is at its peak. Now that the Profound River Palace has obtained the help of this mysterious young man, I'm sure their confidence will be boosted, and they will launch a massive attack on the Demon King Palace. Therefore we'll just wait here, and when the Profound River Palace arrives, they won't be able to leave this place alive. A cold killing intent was unleashed from Demon King Zhanlong's body, causing the souls of those who looked at him to tremble. Although Lord Nether had been killed by Jiang Chen, the overall combat strength of the Demon King Palace was not to be underestimated. A 2nd grade combat king, a 1st grade combat king, dozens of late combat soul demons, and the tens of thousands of demon beasts below them. This was a force that could shock the world in the southern continent. Therefore, on the surface, even though the profound river palace had obtained Jiang Chen's help, it still wouldn't be easy for them to defeat the Demon King Palace. Both sides would engage in a bloody battle and blood would flow like a river. On the other side, when Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu and the others arrived at the Profound River Palace, Daoist Profound River, the Great Elder and all the upper echelons of the Profound River Palace came out to greet them. Brother Jiang Chen, as far as I know, the palace chief of the Profound River Palace has never personally come out to greet someone before. You're really honored by such a grand scale. Nangong Yunfan said with a smile on his face. Daoist Profound River was a second-grade combat king warrior, and he stood at the peak of the southern continent. In the entire southern continent, there was no one who could make Daoist Profound River personally come out to greet them, and without a doubt Jiang Chen was the first. When both sides met, there was no need for introductions. Everyone from the Profound River Palace immediately threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. No one here was an idiot and all of them had their own eyes. Among the people in front of them, the one who could stand side by side with Wu Ningzhu was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. No matter it was his bearing or aura, every movement he made carried a domineering aura that didn't match his age. Without a doubt, this white-robed young man was none other than Jiang Chen. Haha. Welcome to the Profound River Palace, Brother Jiang Chen. Daoist Profound River was a forthright person. He cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hastily returned the gesture and said, Palace Master, you're too polite. Brother Jiang Chen killed Lord Nether. You're truly a talented young man. With Brother Jiang Chen's help, the southern continent will definitely be able to defeat the Demon King Palace. On behalf of all the humans in the southern continent, we, the Profound River Palace, would like to express our gratitude to Brother Jiang Chen. Daoist Profound River said again. Palace Master, what are you talking about? Sister Ning came all the way to the eastern continent to help me, so it's only natural for me to help her. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the crowd finally realized that Jiang Chen was actually from the eastern continent. However, after giving it a second thought, they realized that if Jiang Chen was from the southern continent with his talent, he wouldn't be a nobody. After that, Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder turned to look at Wu Ningzhu. A look of admiration could be seen in their eyes. Looked like the reason why Jiang Chen helped them was because of Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu had indirectly contributed a great merit to the human race in the southern continent. Palace Master, Great Elder, these are our friends from the eastern continent. Now that Lord Nether is dead, the demon race's morale is low. We should discuss our next step. Wu Ningzhu said. Palace Master and I have come to an agreement. We're going to attack the Demon King Palace and fight to the death with Demon King Zhanlong. What do you think, Brother Jiang Chen? Daoist Profound River looked at Jiang Chen with an inquiring tone. Of course, the Demon King Palace is nothing to worry about. While the demon race's morale is at its lowest, the Profound River Palace will launch an all-out attack and deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace. We'll kill 2 of their demon kings and bring peace to the southern continent. Jiang Chen said with an imposing manner. If the Profound River Palace didn't choose to launch an attack at this moment, they would be really stupid. Alright, since Brother Jiang Chen has said so, let's start the war with the Demon King Palace. Everyone in the Profound River Palace is ready, and we can set off at any time. Daoist Profound River's energy fluctuated as well. Although this was the first time he met Jiang Chen's bearing and domineering attitude had won him a lot of respect and he liked it a lot. After that, the Profound River Palace set off toward the direction of the Demon King Palace. Before Jiang Chen even arrived, the Profound River Palace had been fully prepared, and all their combat soul warriors had been mobilized. They were going to fight the Demon King Palace to the death. The number of combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace was much higher than that of the Martial Saint dynasty. Because the Profound River Palace represented the entire human race in the southern continent, not only were the combat soul warriors sent by the Profound River Palace, they had also sent a large number of human warriors. Together with those geniuses who were rescued by Jiang Chen, there were more than 1,000 combat soul warriors in the Profound River Palace. Just thinking about such an enormous force was enough to make anyone shiver. Rumble. A gigantic golden battleship from the profound river palace streaked across the sky like a shooting star with incredible speed. More than 1,000 combat soul warriors were on the battleship, and it was a majestic sight to behold. Wherever it went, it would immediately attract the attention of all the humans and their allies. Look, that's the profound river palace's battleship, and it's heading toward the Demon King Palace. Ah, the profound river palace is finally going to war with the Demon King Palace, and they're taking the initiative to attack. This is great. Once the Demon King Palace is defeated, the demon race will be finished. Lord Nether is dead and the demon race's morale is at its lowest. Now, the profound river palace has another human genius as their helper, and with this all-out attack, I'm sure we'll be able to defeat the Demon King Palace and establish the status of the human race. The human race was extremely excited and there was no way they wouldn't be. The profound river palace had taken the initiative to attack, and victory was in sight. The chaos in the southern continent was finally coming to an end. The Demon King Palace had also started their preparations. However, the two Demon Kings didn't expect the profound river palace to move so quickly, and they only had time to react. Rumble. The golden warship suddenly rushed out of the void and landed in the sky above the Demon King Palace. The dense demonic aura that had accumulated for many years was directly broken by the golden radiance. For the first time, the scorching sun's rays shone into this mountain range. Roar. Chapter 478. Palace Master, this is bad. The profound river palace's golden battleship is here. A demon lord shouted out from within the Demon King Palace's palace. They're fast. All demons, listen up. Follow me and face the battle. I'd like to see what gives the profound river palace the right to attack my Demon King Palace. Demon King Zhanlong's monstrous energy soared into the sky. His voice resounded across the entire Demon King Palace's mountain range like a thunderclap. At this moment, the entire mountain range was filled with monstrous energy. Numerous powerful demons could be seen flying out from the mountain range. Some of these demons had transformed into their true forms, and they were over 30 meters tall. There were at least tens of thousands of demon beasts in this army, and all of them were the elites of the demon race. Even the number of combat soul demon beasts was no less than the number of humans in the profound river palace. Countless demon beasts covered the sky, and the scene was truly magnificent. Zhou Xian was shocked. Roar, roar, roars sounded out one after another, causing even the sky to tremble. If it was any ordinary man, just the roars of these demon beasts would be enough to kill him. Once a war of this scale started, it wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like. Blood would flow like a river and the Demon King Palace would turn into a living hell. It would be even more tragic than the battle at Mount Nether. Dong, dong, dong. When the war began, the profound river palace's golden battleship was filled with deafening sounds of war drums. The sound waves were comparable to the roars of the demon beasts. Finally, the gigantic battleship stopped not far away from the Demon King Palace. After that, the battleship turned into a beam of light and disappeared, revealing the profound river palace's army. The four men leading the army were Daoist Profound River, the Great Elder Zhou Xian and Wu Ningzhu. Excitement emerged in Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's eyes. They were extremely excited. Such a grand war was something they had never dreamed of. Just the sound of the war drums and the roars of the demon beasts were enough to make their blood boil, and the blood in their bodies began burning. For them, being able to participate in such a large-scale war was a very exciting thing. De Huang Dog had long been unable to restrain his emotions, and was running back and forth in the camp. Han Yan couldn't help but frown. He was really afraid that this guy would suddenly fart in the crowd. That would be really embarrassing. He would make his own people faint before the war even started. Fortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't that unreliable. He could still control his butt. A true man should fight everywhere and dye the heavens red with his blood. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian had never regretted following Zhou Xian. They knew that by following Zhou Xian, they would never be lonely in this life, nor would they be lonely on the path of cultivation. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, they wouldn't have the chance to participate in such a great war. This was the pinnacle battle between the human race and the demon race. It was a matter of life and death. They were not of the same race, so there was no need to be lenient. The human race had to defend their own status and dignity. Two valiant demonic energies soared up into the sky. Demon King Zhan Lang and Demon King Baoju stood at the forefront of the demon race, glaring at the Profound River Palace's camp. Daoist Profound River, I never thought you would be so daring to attack the Demon King Palace. I really have no idea where your confidence comes from. Demon King Zhan Lang looked at Daoist Profound River and said Lung Lung. Demon King Zhan Lang, the fate of your Demon King Palace has come to an end. Lord Nether is dead and you will end up like him. The war between the demon race and the human race will only end in destruction. Daoist Profound River coldly harumphed. He was now bursting with confidence and he wasn't afraid of Demon King Zhan Lang, his old rival. When Demon King Nether's name was mentioned, both Demon King Baoju were instantly enraged. Demon King Baoju immediately shouted, "Who killed my third brother? Step out." Demon King Baoju's words immediately attracted De Huang Dog's attention. When De Huang Dog's eyes fell upon Demon King Baoju, a strange light immediately shone in his eyes. He licked his lips as if he had smelled some delicious blood. It's actually a flaming colt. Damn it, what a great fortune. Little Chenzi, help me kill this colt. Let this master dog drink all of its blood and eat its demon soul. De Huang Dog said. He didn't try to hide his voice, so when Demon King Baoju heard his words, two sharp beams immediately shot out from his furious eyes. A dog dared to say that he wanted to eat his demon soul and drink his blood? This was preposterous. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He had also seen through Demon King Baoju's true form. Although a level 1 Demon King's demon soul would be very beneficial to him, it couldn't be compared to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was a dragon horse, a type of colt. However, it belonged to the pinnacle of kings. The flaming colt was a rare beast. If De Huang Dog could obtain the flaming colt's bloodline and demon soul, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. With De Huang Dog's foundation, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the Demon King realm. The speed at which a dragon horse's bloodline changed was simply unimaginable. Not to mention, De Huang Dog was a strange beast among strange beasts. Even Jiang Qin couldn't predict when this dog would break through. Kid, you're the one who killed my third brother? Demon King Baoju looked at Jiang Qin. I don't know who your third brother is, but I did kill a venomous nether toad. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. With a flip of his palm, the venomous nether toad's demon soul appeared and hovered above his palm. An extremely pure energy was leaking out from the demon soul, causing one's heart to palpitate. Bastard. Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged. He and Demon King Baoju could naturally recognize that the demon soul in Jiang Qin's hand belonged to Lord Nether Toad. Damn it! Return my third brother's demon soul. Demon King Baoju shouted. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to the two Demon Kings' anger. He opened his mouth and put the demon soul into his mouth, then swallowed it with a gulp. This scene shocked everyone, including Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder. Eating a first-grade Demon King's demon soul, this was really domineering. There was a huge difference between humans and demons, and there was a huge difference in their origin. If a human wanted to absorb a demon soul, they would have to carefully remove all the impurities from the demon soul, and only then would they be able to slowly absorb the pure energy within. Therefore, eating a demon soul raw like Jiang Qin was something that no one had ever heard of before. Boom! However, after eating the demon soul, not only did Jiang Qin not show any abnormalities, his aura had actually skyrocketed. After the dragon transformation skill had gone through 2 transformations, its circulation speed had become extremely fast, and the speed at which he absorbed the demon soul was also extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul was completely absorbed. Just like what Jiang Qin had expected, the first-grade Demon King's demon soul had given him another 2,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 18,000. He only needed another 2,000 dragon marks to break through to the Combat King realm. Therefore, Jiang Qin threw his glance at Demon King Battle Wolf. The energy contained in a second-grade Demon King's demon soul was not something a first-grade Demon King could compare with. With this demon soul, Jiang Qin would have the opportunity to break through to the Combat King realm. However, there was a huge gap between the Combat Soul realm and the Combat King realm. The closer one was to breaking through to the Combat King realm, the harder it would be to form new dragon marks. If Jiang Qin could obtain Demon King Battle Wolf's demon soul, Even if he couldn't break through to the Combat King realm, he would still be able to reach the peak of the late Combat Soul realm. At that point of time he would be able to fight a third-grade Combat King with ease. Damn it, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Without hesitation he let out a loud shout. All demons listen up. Kill them. Rumble. Roar roar. Furious roars resounded through the sky, causing powerful shockwaves to sweep across the entire mountain range. The sky above the mountain range was filled with killing intent. Countless demon beasts had turned into a massive wave of demon beasts, and they all charged toward the men of the Profound River Palace. Kill. Daoist Profound River held a long sword in his hand and swung it toward the sky, causing a deep crack to appear in the sky. The warriors of the Profound River Palace were roaring furiously as well, and in an instant, they engaged in a fierce battle with the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace. Rumble. In an instant the entire battlefield became extremely violent. Powerful shockwaves covered the sky and the space was torn apart. The battlefield stretched on for over 1,000 miles. There were a lot of demon beasts, but most of them couldn't do anything to help. They were simply throwing their lives away. Although the men of the Profound River Palace were few in number, all of them were combat soul warriors, the elites of the elites. Among them there were many geniuses like Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. Daoist Profound River was the first one to dash forward. In just the blink of an eye, he and Demon King Battle Wolf had opened up a new battlefield. The Great Elder also took the lead and started fighting with Demon King Baoju. Everyone from the Profound River Palace had joined in the battle, and Xianxia was the only one who had nothing to do. Facing this situation, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. Initially he wanted to attack and kill Demon King Battle Wolf and Demon King Baoju, ending the battle as soon as possible. But he didn't expect Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder to be so hot-blooded. They were the first ones to attack and now he couldn't find any opponents to fight against. Since that was the case, Xianxia decided not to be in a hurry. He wanted to see how strong Demon King Battle Wolf was. Demon King Battle Wolf was one of the strongest demon beasts, and no human of the same level could be his match. Perhaps even Daoist Profound River would be suppressed by Demon King Battle Wolf. With Xianxia's previous cultivation, killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be much more difficult than killing the old great emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. But after absorbing King Nether's demon soul, Xianxia's combat strength had once again increased. Killing Demon King Battle Wolf would be a piece of cake for him. Swoosh. On the other side, Baoju Demon King let out an earth-shattering cry and transformed into his true form. He was a golden warhorse that was 3 feet long. He looked extremely mystical, and a casual movement of his would cause endless waves of air to surge out from his body. Demon King Baoju's aura was too powerful. A sharp horn appeared on his head and a bright light shot out from it, sending the Great Elder flying away. Puff! The Great Elder coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although he was also a first-grade combat king, the gap between him and an existence like Demon King Baoju was obvious. Demon King Baoju was an unusual species with a powerful fleshly body. It was very difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. "Ha, old fool, you want to fight me? Let me show you how powerful I am." Demon King Baoju burst into laughter, then charged toward the Great Elder once again. Chapter 479. The Profound River Palace's Great Elder's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Demon King Baoju's combat strength to be so formidable. His demonic energy was incredible and his physique was unparalleled. Even though he was a first-grade combat king warrior, he was still no match for him. Seeing Demon King Baoju launching another fierce attack toward him, the Great Elder quickly took out his king weapon. However, he still felt inferior. It wasn't hard to imagine that after Baoju's attack, the Great Elder's injuries would be even more severe. Of course, as a combat king warrior, it would still be extremely difficult to kill the Great Elder. However, if the battle continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before he died. It's time to strike. In the distance, Xianxia loosened his muscles and bones. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards Demon King Baoju with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Baoju, shielding the Great Elder behind him. Seeing Xianxia strike, the Great Elder finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this young man in front of him was only a late combat soul warrior, he had killed Lord Nether, who was even more difficult to deal with than Demon King Baoju. Also, according to Su Danian, Jiang Chen had killed a second-grade combat king warrior in the eastern continent. Rumble. Jiang Chen suddenly punched out. His fist was covered with dragon scales, and it emitted layers of golden light as it collided with Demon King Baoju's attack. This punch contained the power of the true dragon palm. All 18,000 dragon marks on Jiang Chen's body rippled, and the energy contained in this punch was more than enough to create a hole in the void. Although Demon King Baoju was also incredibly strong, he was no match for the abnormal Jiang Chen. With just a single punch, his majestic body was sent flying away by Jiang Chen. Zhoosh. Demon King Baoju let out a sharp cry and threw up a mouthful of blood. One of his front hooves was twisted by Jiang Chen's punch, and it was bleeding profusely. Even his bones could be seen. As a flaming stallion, Baoju's physique was extremely strong, especially its hooves, which could be regarded as an indestructible weapon. However, it was destroyed by a human's bare fists. This was simply too shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. So strong. The great elder immediately cried out in shock. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what he just saw. He had just experienced how powerful Demon King Baoju was, but now he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, and was severely wounded by just a single punch. How powerful was this young man's body? Even a first-grade Demon King was no match for him. Could this young man really be able to kill a second-grade combat king? The one who was the most shocked was not the great elder but Monster King Baoju. His eyes were burning with anger as he stared at the young man who killed his third brother. His heart was in turmoil. Demon King Baoju, didn't you say you were going to kill me for revenge? Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. With a sway of his body, he leaped toward Demon King Baoju once again. He raised his arm and unleashed the true dragon palm again. The frightening blood-red dragon claw smashed onto Demon King Baoju's body. Demon King Baoju resisted with all his might, but how could he resist Jiang Chen's attack? Half of his body was badly mutilated by Jiang Chen's attack. The two of them weren't on the same level. Demon King Baoju could only be killed. Damn it, don't waste your blood. When De Huang Dog saw that Demon King Baoju was about to be badly mutilated, he immediately turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Demon King Baoju. With incredible speed, he absorbed all the blood that flowed out from Demon King Baoju's body. Ah, this feels great. De Huang Dog burst into laughter as he sucked the blood that flowed out from Demon King Baoju's body. Second brother. On the other side, Demon King Battle Wolf let out a loud roar. Without hesitation, he gave up on Daoist Profound River and charged toward Jiang Chen. Daoist Profound River was prepared for this, so how could he give Demon King Baoju a chance to escape? Without hesitation, he stood in front of Demon King Battle Wolf and said, "Demon King Battle Wolf, your opponent is me." A bright smile emerged on Daoist Profound River's face. He had finally witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities. He was able to kill Demon King Baoju with ease. There was no doubt that the Profound River Palace would win today's battle. With a frightening existence like Jiang Chen joining the battle, the Demon King Palace had suddenly become extremely weak. Get lost. Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged. Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form, a majestic golden battle wolf. His body was glowing with a bright light. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of flame, shooting it toward Daoist Profound River. Seeing that Demon King Battle Wolf was enraged, Daoist Profound River didn't dare to hesitate. A battle spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it toward the flame. On the other side, Demon King Baoju was screaming miserably. He was seriously injured, and under Jiang Chen's attack he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Even De Huang Dog could easily trample on him. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly as he circled around Demon King Baoju. Finally, he raised his head and slammed it toward Demon King Baoju's head. Bam! De Huang Dog's head was extremely hard, comparable to a divine weapon. Anyone who had collided with De Huang Dog before would know this. At this moment, Demon King Baoju was completely defenseless. Even though he had the body of a demon king, how could his head compare to the frightening De Huang Dog? Under the impact, Demon King Baoju's head was directly split open. De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. After splitting open Demon King Baoju's head, he opened his mouth and directly pulled out the demon spirit. The Huang dog became even more ferocious and monstrous than Zhou Xian. He swallowed the flaming stallion's demon spirit in one gulp, and that wasn't all. The Huang dog carried Demon King Baoju's huge body and flew away. "You guys continue fighting, I'm going to eat." The Huang dog left behind these words, then turned into a golden light and disappeared from the battlefield. This dog had obtained a huge benefit today, an unimaginable benefit. He couldn't help but want to properly digest it. The flaming stallion was too useful to the Huang dog. Even Zhou Xian didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the Huang dog refined the flaming stallion's demon spirit and blood essence. Perhaps due to the change in his bloodline, this dog would directly break through to the Demon King realm. Boom. Right at this moment, Daoist Profound River was hit by Demon King Battle Wolf and was knocked back dozens of meters. His face was extremely unsightly. In a fight between a human and a demon at the same level, there wasn't much of an advantage unless the opponent was a monstrous monster like Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's gaze fell upon Demon King Battle Wolf. In an instant, a boundless battle intent burst out from his body. He didn't get Demon King Baoju's demon spirit, but he would never let go of this Demon King Battle Wolf's demon spirit. Zhou Xian used the dimensional shift and appeared in front of Demon King Battle Wolf in a beam of light. When Demon King Battle Wolf saw Zhou Xian, flames of fury immediately shot out from his eyes. "Damn human! You killed my second and third brothers. Hand over your life to me." Demon King Battle Wolf was furious. Both Demon King Nether and Demon King Baoju had died in the hands of this young man in front of him, and this made him unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He had to kill this young man to vent the hatred in his heart. Not only that, after killing this young man, Demon King Battle Wolf would annihilate the entire Profound River Palace, as well as all the people who came here today. A layer of golden armor emerged on Demon King Battle Wolf's body, and numerous golden beams shot out from his body. Every single movement of his was enough to tear the space apart. Demon King Battle Wolf bravely charged toward Zhou Xian. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Zhou Xian suddenly let out a loud shout and unleashed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Previously, he had used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to kill the old Great Emperor. Although the old Great Emperor's true combat strength was not as strong as Demon King Battle Wolf, with the addition of 2,000 dragon marks, Zhou Xian had made up for the gap. Therefore, there wasn't much of a difference between Zhou Qian's fight against Zhonlong and his fight against the retired emperor. Boom. Zhou Qian's speed was incredibly fast. With the first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he landed on Demon King Battle Wolf's body and collided with him head-on. The power of this step was beyond anyone's imagination. A huge hole was created in the air, and Demon King Battle Wolf's attack was forcefully shattered by Zhou Xian. The golden beams were completely destroyed, and cracks had even appeared on Demon King Battle Wolf's golden armor. Demon King Battle Wolf let out a furious roar as his gigantic body was knocked back. So strong. Seeing this, Daoist Profound River was shocked as well. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He hadn't seen Zhou Qian's true strength, so he had no idea how frightening Zhou Qian was. After killing Demon King Baoju with such ease, he was able to knock back a second-grade Demon King Battle Wolf. And he was only a late combat soul warrior. Zhou Qian's actions had attracted the attention of many people. Demon King Baoju was dead and Demon King Battle Wolf was knocked back. All the humans had excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but feel excited. This was a battle that none of them had ever dreamed of. On the other hand, the demon race's morale wasn't high to begin with. Now, another demon king had been killed, and even their strongest palace master was no match for Zhou Qian. Not to mention this young man who came out of nowhere was so frightening. They had no hope of winning and their fighting spirit was quickly disappearing. Ignoring Demon King Battle Wolf's shocked expression, Zhou Qian coldly harumphed. He didn't show any mercy and without any hesitation he immediately unleashed the second step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. This was a truly frightening true dragon combat skill. Every step Zhou Qian took could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crumble. After taking the second step, Zhou Qian disappeared from the spot. In the next moment he reappeared above Demon King Battle Wolf's gigantic body. Boom. The foot landed squarely on Battle Wolf Demon King's body. Battle Wolf Demon King, who was like a small mountain, immediately let out a shrill scream. The sound reverberated through the entire mountain range. Everyone saw that the armor on Battle Wolf Demon King's body was directly shattered. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain. Chapter 480. Roar. Battle Wolf Demon King's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the ears of every human clan and demon clan. Blood sprayed across the sky. At this moment, both the demon clan and the human clan temporarily stopped what they were doing and stared at the tragic scene in the sky with widened eyes. The originally chaotic battlefield also quieted down in an instant. High up in the sky, Demon King Xianlong's blood kept flowing out, and his body was badly mutilated. Jiang Chen's eyes shone like torches as he stood there calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he moved again. Rumble. Jiang Chen took a step forward and took the third step. With his current cultivation, he could only take the third step, but this step was more than enough to take Demon King Xianlong's life. Dong. Just like when he killed the old great emperor, Jiang Chen's foot landed directly on Demon King Xianlong's head, shattering it and turning it into a bloody mist. A golden demon soul popped out from the shattered head. Jiang Chen grabbed the demon soul and unleashed the true lightning flame, destroying the remaining consciousness of Demon King Xianlong. After that, Jiang Chen stored the demon soul into his storage ring. Demon King Xianlong was dead. He was killed by Jiang Chen's foot. His head was shattered and his huge body fell down from the sky like a small mountain, crashing into the mountain range and creating a deep crater. Swoosh, the entire scene became restless. Everyone were shocked and no one could remain calm. Killing a first-grade demon king and killing a second-grade demon king were two completely different concepts. Daoist Profound River was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and even breathing became difficult. As a second-grade combat king warrior, he knew very well how frightening Demon King Xianlong was. However, Jiang Chen's footwork just now could be considered as earth-shaking. Daoist Profound River had no doubt that if Jiang Chen used the same technique on him, he would only be able to last until the second step. The Great Elder and all the people from the Profound River Palace were breathing rapidly. They stared at the white-clothed young man without blinking their eyes, and their eyes were glowing with a blazing light. Too strong, too abnormal. Jiang Chen's existence had overturned all their previous thoughts, including those demons from the Demon King Palace. They had never thought that a combat soul warrior could be this strong. No wonder he was able to attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. Perhaps only a peerless monster like him could have such heaven-defying combat strength. The war had only just begun, but it was already over. There was no longer any meaning in the following battles. If the demon beasts continued to resist, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Daoist Profound River's gaze swept across the crowd. Looking at the tens of thousands of demon beasts, each of them trembling with fear, he said loudly, "From today onwards, no large-scale demon clans are allowed to appear in the southern continent. I'll spare your lives today." Scram. Daoist Profound River spared the lives of these demon beasts. The Saint Origin Realm was a place where all living beings coexisted, and both the human and demon clans had to exist. This was the law of survival. In this calamity, the human race had obtained the final victory, and had established the status of the human race, making the human race the ruler of the southern continent. This was more than enough, and there was no need for them to kill all the demon clans. That way, they would be able to create a pseudo-heavenly Dao reincarnation. None of the demon beasts dared to object, and they immediately fled in all directions. From now on, the Demon King Palace no longer existed. 3 demon kings had been killed, so what could the rest of them do? The men from the Profound River Palace invaded the southern continent and looted all the treasures of the Demon King Palace. After that, they set the entire mountain range on fire, burning it to ashes, making this place history. The war was over and it ended very quickly. In this war, the human race basically didn't suffer any losses. No one would ever forget that young man in white who was as valiant as a god of war. This young man who appeared out of nowhere had killed the 3 demon kings of the Demon King Palace all by himself. Instead of saying that the Demon King Palace was destroyed by the Profound River Palace, it would be more accurate to say that it was destroyed by Jiang Chen alone. Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder brought over 1,000 warriors of the Profound River Palace and approached Zhou Xian. Representing the human race of the southern continent, they bowed at Zhou Xian. Brother Zhou Xian, the human race will never forget the kindness you've done for the southern continent. Daoist Profound River said in a very serious and sincere manner. Gratitude could be seen on the faces of the other warriors as well. They knew very well what Zhou Xian had done in this war. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, who knew how many of them would have survived this bloody war? Killing Demon King Zhanlang and Demon King Baoju would have been impossible. Palace Master, please don't say that. As a human, it's my duty to help. Zhou Xian cupped his fist. He was telling the truth. Since he had encountered such a situation, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, he was the biggest beneficiary of this war. A first-grade Demon King's Demon Soul and a second-grade Demon King's Demon Soul could bring him great benefits. Soon Zhou Xian would have to enter the Divine Continent. If he could break through to the Combat King realm before leaving for the Divine Continent, it would undoubtedly increase his foundation, and he wouldn't be too weak in the Divine Continent. Looking at Zhou Xian, who was regarded as the hero of the human race, the happiest ones were, of course, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu. Needless to say, in her heart her Qin Gige was the best. As for Wu Ningzhu, she had her own reasons to be happy. Zhou Qian's performance had proven her foresight, and at the same time, it made her feel lucky that the person who unveiled her veil was Zhou Qian and not someone else. Now that the war has ended and the human race has won a great victory, Brother Zhou Qian, you must come to the Profound River Palace as a guest, so that I can show you my hospitality. Daoist Profound River was in a good mood, so he invited Zhou Qian. Alright, you guys go back first, I'll be right back. After saying that, Zhou Qian turned into a phantom and flew off in a certain direction. Where did Brother Zhou Qian go? The Great Elder asked curiously. He went to look for his dog. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. Only now did the crowd remember that there was an incomparably courageous De Huang dog that flew away with King Baoju's corpse on its back. If they remembered correctly, that De Huang dog even ate King Baoju's demon soul on the spot. The reason why Zhou Qian left was indeed to look for the De Huang dog. This dog had swallowed King Baoju's demon soul, and had even drunk all of his blood and essence. He would definitely need some time to digest all of that. According to this dog's habits, he might be sleeping somewhere, and that would be too dangerous. Therefore Zhou Qian was worried about him. 2,000 miles away, within a secluded valley, Zhou Qian could see numerous golden lights floating in the sky. Due to the high altitude, the lights were dim, but Zhou Qian could still sense De Huang dog's aura from the golden lights. Without hesitation, Zhou Qian descended into the valley and saw De Huang dog lying on top of a huge rock, sleeping soundly. However, De Huang dog was a smart man. He didn't forget to deploy an invisible formation around his body to protect himself. Right now, De Huang dog's entire body was glowing with a golden light, and a huge golden cocoon had formed around his body. Zhou Qian could clearly feel that De Huang dog's aura was rising rapidly, and it was much stronger than before. His cultivation base had reached the peak mid-combat soul realm, and he was just one step away from the late combat soul realm. This guy has really benefited a lot from this. Zhou Qian smiled. It hadn't been long since De Huang dog obtained King Baoju's demon soul, but he was already breaking through to the late combat soul realm. It wasn't difficult to imagine how much benefit the flaming colt's demon soul and blood essence would bring to De Huang dog. Zhou Qian guessed that if De Huang dog could rely on the flaming colt's bloodline to stimulate the evolution of his bloodline, De Huang dog would have a very high chance of breaking through to the Demon King realm. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. Zhou Qian waved his hand and unleashed a few defensive mechanisms, breaking the invisible formation set up by De Huang dog. After that, he unleashed a gentle beam of light that enveloped De Huang dog. After that, he brought De Huang dog into the sky and flew toward the Nangong family. Zhou Qian didn't go to the Profound River Palace. Instead, he went to the Nangong family, which he was more familiar with. What he did could be considered as doing a good deed for the Nangong family. The Nangong family was one of the biggest families in the southern continent, but compared to the Profound River Palace, there was still a huge gap. Furthermore, there were more than one superpower like the Nangong family in the southern continent. Currently, Zhou Qian's name was very famous, and he was a benefactor to the entire human race in the southern continent. Jiang Qin had already established a high and mighty position in the southern continent. Therefore Jiang Qin didn't go to the profound river palace, but instead went to the Nangong family. This would undoubtedly tell the world that he had a close relationship with the Nangong family. With this, the status of the Nangong family would rise along with the profound river palace, and they would also be valued by the profound river palace. This could be considered as Jiang Qin's compensation to the Nangong family for taking away the broken heavenly saint's sword. Another reason was because of De Huang Dog. According to Jiang Qin's original plan, he would immediately return to the eastern continent after settling the matters here. After accompanying his father for a period of time, he would then leave for the divine continent. However, there were always unexpected things. Jiang Qin didn't expect that De Huang Dog would fall into a deep sleep at this moment. Furthermore, it was the most crucial moment for him to fall into a deep sleep. Jiang Qin knew that De Huang Dog was, in fact, cultivating and breaking through. Under such circumstances he had to find a good environment. The changes in the natural energy couldn't be too drastic or else it would affect De Huang Dog. After all, returning from the southern continent was different from coming here. There was no teleportation formation and they would need to fly back. The journey was long and it would take a long time. If he brought De Huang Dog back like this, the natural energy would constantly change and it would affect De Huang Dog's breakthrough. Therefore, Jiang Qin would rather stay here for a while and wait for De Huang Dog to completely break through before leaving. Chapter 481. Jiang Qin's arrival was a great honor to the Nangong family. Nangong Yunfan and the other upper echelons had just returned to the Nangong family, and they didn't dare to show any neglect. All of them came out to welcome Jiang Qin. The current Jiang Qin was no longer the same Jiang Qin who came to the Nangong family the last time. He was now the hero of the entire southern continent, a peerless warrior who could kill a combat king warrior. With Jiang Qin's current status, his arrival at the Nangong family was a great honor to the entire Nangong family. Brother Jiang, welcome, welcome. A smile blossomed on Nangong Yunfan's face. Jiang Qin didn't go to the profound river palace, but instead came to the Nangong family. This showed how much he valued the Nangong family. Although it was mainly because of the relationship between Nangong Wentian and Jiang Qin didn't go to the profound river palace after the war, but instead came to the Nangong family. For the Nangong family this was a great benefit. Uncle, De Huang needs to cultivate now, please find a place for him. Jiang Qin held De Huang Dog in his hand and wrapped it around De Huang Dog with the softest of strength, making De Huang Dog fall into a deep sleep and unable to feel himself moving. Nangong Yunfan had noticed De Huang Dog long ago. He thought De Huang Dog was injured, but it turned out that De Huang Dog was cultivating. Cultivating while sleeping, what a shame. Alright, brother Jiang Qin, just leave De Huang to me. Nangong Yunfan said. Jiang Qin waved his arm and handed De Huang Dog to Nangong Yunfan. He believed that Nangong Yunfan would definitely give De Huang Dog the best place to cultivate in the Nangong family. In Nangong Wentian's courtyard, Jiang Qin, Nangong Wentian, Han Yen, and Yen Qin were chatting around a stone table. They all had pleasant smiles on their faces as they had never felt so relaxed in such a long time. Whether it was the eastern continent or the southern continent, everything had been settled and all the enemies had been eliminated. Compared to these two continents, Jiang Qin was an invincible existence and no one could be his opponent anymore. Little Qin, you are now invincible under the heavens. This is a cause for celebration. Han Yen smiled. Invincible. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile on his face and said, being invincible here is nothing. My ambition is far beyond this, and I'm sure all of you have the same ambition as me. The eastern continent and the southern continent are too small, and a second-grade combat king is enough to rule the world. But what you don't know is that a second-grade combat king is nothing in the divine continent. Not to mention a second-grade combat king, even a ninth-grade combat king wouldn't dare say that he's a big shot. In some superpowers, combat emperors are nothing, and there are also families and powers that have been passed down since ancient times. They have a lot of saints. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, both of them couldn't help but sigh. They looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. The divine continent, the center of the saint origin realm, the place where countless great warriors dreamed of becoming, had finally attracted their attention. There were powerful combat kings, combat emperors, and saints who ruled the world. But they were only at the combat soul realm, a realm that was too far away from them. At this moment, Han Yen and Nangong Wentian fell into silence. They knew very well that in order to become a true great warrior, they had to go to the divine continent. If not, no matter how talented they were, they could only become combat kings if they stayed in the eastern and southern continent, and it would be impossible for them to break through to the next realm. The difference between different places and the changes of the natural laws had greatly restricted the growth of warriors. Therefore, this place couldn't produce as many great warriors as the divine continent. Looks like we have to work harder. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid we'll only be some small shrimps if we go to the divine continent. Only when we break through to the late combat soul realm or even the combat king realm, will we be able to explore the divine continent. Han Yen said in a serious manner. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction of the divine continent, both Han Yen and Nangong Wentian realized how weak they were. In fact, they were already the most outstanding warriors in this era, and they possessed talents that ordinary people couldn't even hope to reach. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, but when compared to a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen, the gap between them immediately became obvious. Brother Yen, you possess Gu Tianma's bloodline, and just like little you have an innate divine body. With a physique like this, the further you cultivate, the stronger you will become. Your future is limitless, and as Gu Tianma's bloodline continues to transform, it will be extremely easy for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you don't have to worry about breaking through to the late combat soul realm or first-grade combat king realm in a very short period of time. Jiang Chen said to Han Yen. After that, he turned to Nangong Wentin and said, the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill that Brother Nan cultivates is an ancient skill, and it allows him to form desolate ancient elephants. As this skill continues to grow stronger, Brother Nan's future will be limitless. Therefore, with your talent, it will be very easy for you to improve your cultivation. At least, your path of cultivation will be 1,000 times easier than ordinary people. Jiang Chen had been a cultivator for a long time and he had a very sharp vision. He was able to clearly judge someone's talent. For example, Han Yen and Yen Chen, you were both innate divine bodies, and Nangong Wentin also possessed extraordinary skills. The talent of these three men was not inferior to his previous life. However, if these three men were to be compared to Jiang Chen in this life, there was still a huge gap between them. The strength of the dragon transformation skill had far exceeded Jiang Chen's estimation. His body could accommodate any bloodline between the heavens and the earth, and it was many times stronger than any innate divine body. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had a feeling that the dragon transformation skill was not just a simple skill. This was proven by the fact that he could transform parts of his body into a dragon. Not only that, after Jiang Chen had transformed the dragon transformation skill twice, he had obtained two powerful skills and the true dragon flame. Also, back in Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen was able to control the blood talisman with the help of the dragon transformation skill. All of these proved that the dragon transformation skill was not simple. Jiang Chen couldn't forget about the blood talisman in Inferno Hell. Initially, he was planning to return to Inferno Hell, but it only opened once a year and he didn't have enough time. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had a feeling that even if he broke through to the late combat soul realm, he still wouldn't be able to obtain the real blood talisman. Therefore, he decided to head to the divine continent first, and when he reached the peak of his cultivation, he would return to Inferno Hell to look for the blood talisman. He wanted to find out the relationship between the blood talisman and the dragon transformation skill. Qin Gij, when are we going back to the eastern continent? Yen Qin, you changed the topic. Let's wait for Da Huang to wake up. He has absorbed the entire Baoju Demon King and obtained a huge benefit. We need to give him some time to digest it. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Qin Gij, I want to go to the island of ice. Yen Qin, you suddenly said. The island of ice. Little you, what are you going to do there? Jiang Qin was puzzled. For the past few days, Jiang Qin had felt that something was wrong with Yen Qinyu, especially when she was quiet as if she had something on her mind. However, Jiang Qin had been busy with all the battles, so he didn't have the time to ask her about it. But now Yen Qinyu suddenly said that she wanted to go to the island of ice. This made Jiang Chen feel that something was wrong with her. Chen Gij, do you still remember the black ice talisman you gave me? After I absorbed the black ice talisman stayed inside my body and didn't do anything. However, in the past few days, the black ice talisman suddenly became restless, as if it was calling for me. I can sense a mysterious force from the black ice talisman, and this force is urging me to go to the island of ice to take a look. Yan Qinyu said. She would tell Jiang Chen everything she knew and she would never hide anything from him. The black ice talisman is calling for you? Little you listen to me, this might be a good thing for you. I've been to the world of glaciers and the entire space there was created by the black ice talisman. The black ice talisman is extremely mysterious and even I can't tell what it is. The Ice Demon King said that only the inheritor of the Ice God can possess the black ice talisman, and I'm thinking that you are the inheritor of the Ice God. Once De Huang wakes up, we'll immediately return to the eastern continent, and I'll go to the island of ice with you. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Since the black ice talisman had recognized Yan Qinyu as its master, it would never harm her. The island of ice had a mysterious origin, and the black ice talisman's origin was even more mysterious. Yan Qinyu might be able to obtain great benefits from the black ice talisman and the island of ice. Chen Gij, I'll return to the eastern continent by myself. Once De Huang wakes up, you guys can go back together. I want to go back and spend more time with my dad. Yan Qinyu said. Alright, be careful on your way back. Jiang Chen placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's forehead. This little girl must be thinking about going to the divine continent, and she didn't know when she would be able to come back. Therefore she wanted to spend more time with Yan Zhanyun. This made Jiang Chen think about his father Jiang Zhenhai. Once they returned to the eastern continent, before heading to the divine continent, he wanted to spend some time with Jiang Zhenhai as well. All right. Yan Qinyu smiled. After that she leapt into the sky and disappeared. With Yan Qinyu's cultivation, ordinary late combat soul warriors were no match for her, and she wouldn't run into any accidents along the way. Therefore Jiang Chen didn't worry too much. In fact, Jiang Chen could just return to the eastern continent with Yan Qinyu and wait for De Huang Dog to wake up. Then he could go back on his own. However, Jiang Chen knew that De Huang Dog was in a critical moment, and he couldn't afford any accidents. Therefore it was better for him to stay behind. On the second day after De Huang Dog entered secluded cultivation, Daoist Profound River, the Great Elder, and Wu Ningzhu arrived at the Nangong family. This was the first time the palace chief of the Profound River Palace had personally come here. The entire Nangong family was bustling with excitement. Although they knew the palace chief was here for Jiang Chen, it was still a good thing for the Nangong family. Chapter 482. The illusory figure of the dragon horse was faintly discernible, but it was extremely mystical. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and its entire body was covered in golden scales. Its 4 hooves were also golden and it was extremely mystical. This was an extremely valiant steed. On its head, there was a sharp dragon horn that was covered in dragon patterns. It was a true godly creature that had long since disappeared. An earth-shattering roar came out from the dragon horse's shadow. The dragon horse raised its head to the sky and neighed, shaking the 9 heavens. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of everyone from the Nangong family, including Daoist Profound River and the Great Elder, who hadn't left yet. The commotion was simply too huge. Everyone stared at the golden red pillar of light in shock. Heavens! What kind of godly creature is that? Is it the legendary dragon horse? It's too mystical. Is that the transformation of De Huang Dog? Could it be that the original form of that dog is not a dog but a divine being? Its aura is too strong and it's still rising. Seems like it's going to break through to the Demon King realm. I never thought that I would have the chance to witness the birth of a Demon King. It's such an honor. Everyone was astonished. They had never seen such a mystical dragon horse before. They had never even heard of such a thing. This damn dog is finally going to break through to the Demon King realm after a month's time. This is great. Otherwise, I would have wasted a month's time. I'm going to smash his head. Jiang Chen had a bright smile on his face. As expected, De Huang Dog had broken through to the first-grade Demon King realm. This was really exciting. But then again, since De Huang Dog had broken through to the first-grade Demon King realm, Even if Jiang Chen wanted to smash his head, it would be very difficult. After a dragon horse had broken through to the Demon King realm, its combat strength would be so strong that it could easily defeat a second-grade Demon King. Of course, Jiang Chen still had a trump card in his hand. He had yet to refine Demon King Zhanlong's demon soul. Once he returned to the eastern continent, he would refine the demon soul and break through to a higher level. The Huang Dog's aura continued to rise, layer after layer of golden waves. The dazzling golden light made people not dare to look directly at it. Damn it, this dog is indeed a mystical dragon horse. However, what I don't understand is why it has to look like a dog. Han Yen said in a gloomy manner. Not only him, even Jiang Chen couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Even if a majestic dragon horse had to lower its status, it shouldn't behave like a dog. After De Huang absorbed the flaming stallion's demon spirit and blood essence, he obtained incomparably great benefits and directly advanced to the Demon King realm, leaving me and Yen in the dust. It seems that I also need to work hard in my cultivation. Nangong Wentian sighed. De Huang Dog had already become a Demon King. This caused him to suddenly feel an indescribable pressure. Han Yen nodded his head with a solemn expression. Right now, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow had pulled far ahead of them, and if they didn't work harder, the gap between them would only get bigger. Finally, De Huang Dog's aura stopped at the first-grade Demon King realm. Fortunately, it stopped. If De Huang Dog had broken through to the second-grade Demon King realm, even Jiang Chen would feel very depressed. Not long after, a De Huang Dog with its mouth wide open and tongue hanging out, saliva dripping from its mouth, swayed its tail as it arrived in front of Jiang Chen and Han Yen. The first thing De Huang Dog said was, "Kid, if you have the guts, fight this master dog one-on-one. Let's see who's stronger." Damn it. Jiang Chen almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had painstakingly guarded this bastard for a month, and the first thing this damn dog did after breaking through was to challenge him. This was too sad. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that this was a world without love. Come on, kid. This master dog will be very careful. I won't hurt you. De Huang Dog showed off his strength. After becoming a first-grade Demon King, his confidence had skyrocketed. He felt that he was the world's #1, and only Jiang Chen, who was also the world's #1, was qualified to fight against him. Damn it, looks like you're itching for a beating again. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. He rolled up his sleeves and flew up into the sky. Without saying anything, he threw a punch at De Huang Dog. He knew that this dog had thick skin and thick flesh, especially his head, which was extremely hard. Therefore he didn't show any mercy. Seeing this, De Huang Dog laughed out loud. He raised his head and charged towards Jiang Chen's fist. Dong. A muffled explosion was heard and the void was torn apart. Next. Bang bang bang. Damn it, this damn dog's head is still so hard. Damn it, kid, don't hit this master dog's handsome face. Ouch, you bit my butt. Under countless admiring gazes, a battle between a human and a dog took place in the sky above the Nangong family. The battle lasted for half an hour, but there was no clear winner. Of course, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were only fighting with their bodies. Jiang Chen didn't use any combat skills, and De Huang Dog didn't use any of his innate abilities. After all, these two guys were just having a friendly match, and it was impossible for them to fight each other. Moreover, if they really fought each other with their combat strength, the entire Nangong family would be destroyed. On the same day, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He prepared to leave and return to the eastern continent. Outside the Nangong family, Jiang Chen, Han Yen, Nangong Wentian, and De Huang Dog were standing in the sky. Nangong Wentian had already told his family that he was going to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps and go to the divine continent together with Jiang Chen. With their innate abilities, they would definitely have a bright future in the divine continent. Of course, Nangong Yunfan didn't oppose his son's decision. His son wanted to climb higher, and as a father he was happy for him. Besides, he didn't need to worry about his son following Jiang Chen. Dad, let's go back. Nangong Wentian bowed to Nangong Yunfan, then followed Jiang Chen and left. Not long after the three people and the dog flew away, a figure chased after them from another direction. It was a beautiful woman who looked down upon all the other beauties, Wu Ningzhu. Sister Ning, didn't you go back to the Dancing Sun City? Seeing Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen immediately said with a smile. The other two people and the dog immediately moved away from each other, creating some space for the two of them. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but curse at Jiang Chen's luck. "I've already told my dad that I want to go to the Divine Continent with you," Wu Ningzhu said. "All right." Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. He knew that this was Wu Ningzhu's lifelong wish, so he had no reason to stop her. Wu Ningzhu would go to the Divine Continent sooner or later, and not only that, he also wanted to help Wu Ningzhu fulfill her wish. Only Jiang Chen knew how powerful the family Wu Ningzhu was facing was. The strength of those terrifying ancient people was not something someone like Wu Ningzhu could imagine. If Wu Ningzhu wanted to fulfill her wish with her own strength, it would be even harder than reaching the heavens. Wu Ningzhu was startled for a moment, then a joyful expression emerged on her face. She said, "Little Chenzi, are you going to help me?" Wu Ningzhu stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. A strong desire could be seen in her eyes. She needed a reason to follow this man. "That's right, I'll help you." Jiang Chen nodded his head in a solemn manner. That was all he said. He didn't tell Wu Ningzhu anything about the ancient people, as he didn't want to give Wu Ningzhu too much pressure. After all, Wu Ningzhu was only a combat soul warrior. Along the way, Jiang Chen told them many things about the Divine Continent. Of course, he only told them about the general topography of the Divine Continent, and he didn't tell them about any famous people. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to explain. Besides, that was something that happened more than 100 years ago. Perhaps the Divine Continent had changed a lot, and those great saints he knew in the past had all ascended to the realm of immortals. With their current speed, it would take them less than half a month to travel from the southern continent to the eastern continent. That was half of the journey. Along the way, Jiang Chen absorbed Demon King Zhanlong's demon soul. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, breaking through from the Combat Soul realm to the Combat King realm was extremely difficult, and it was also extremely difficult to form dragon marks. Each dragon mark required an enormous amount of energy. Therefore, a second-grade Demon King's demon soul only allowed Jiang Chen to form 2,000 dragon marks. Currently, Jiang Chen had 19,000 dragon marks in his body, and he was very close to breaking through to the Combat King realm. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, he only needed to absorb another second-grade Demon King's demon soul, and he would be able to break through to the Combat King realm. For him, breaking through to the Combat King realm was just a matter of energy and there was no bottleneck. The transformation from the Combat Soul realm to the Combat King realm was all about controlling the spatial force. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the spatial force, so he didn't need to control it. Sensing that Jiang Chen's aura had become even stronger, De Huang Dog couldn't help but mutter, "What an abnormal monster." "What? De Huang, do you want to compete with me again?" Jiang Chen said with a provocative tone. "Get lost, this master dog isn't interested." De Huang Dog wasn't an idiot, he knew he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage if he fought with Jiang Chen. Ever since they met, De Huang Dog hadn't been able to gain any advantage from Jiang Chen, no matter if it was fighting or anything else. Even the treasures he had spent so much effort to find were taken away by Jiang Chen. A few days later, Jiang Chen and the others returned to the Black Sect. The situation in the Eastern Continent had stabilized, and Wu Jiao had become the new emperor of the Martial Dynasty. He was still ruling the entire Eastern Continent and no one dared defy him. The overall strength of the Black Sect wasn't considered strong, but no one in the entire Eastern Continent dared offend them. Wu Jiao had decided to make the Black Sect the #1 sect in the Eastern Continent, and make it the benchmark for all sects in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 483. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu left the Black Sect, and De Huang Dog followed them. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian entered secluded cultivation, and Wu Ningzhu chose to enter secluded cultivation as well. All of them knew very well what kind of place the Divine Continent was. It was a place that the Eastern Continent and Southern Continent couldn't compare with. Here they were geniuses and mighty warriors, but once they arrived at the Divine Continent, it would be a different story. Above the mountain range outside the Black Sect, 2 men and a dog were hovering in the sky. "I'll first use the bronze plate to locate the current location of the island of ice," Jiang Chen said as he took out the bronze plate. To Jiang Chen, this bronze plate was a real treasure. Soon he would have to travel to the Divine Continent and he would have to use this bronze plate. The distance between the Eastern Continent and the Divine Continent was too long, far longer than the distance between the Southern Continent and the Eastern Continent. Even a combat king warrior would need more than a month to travel to the Divine Continent using spatial teleportation. Since Zhou Xian hadn't mastered the spatial force yet, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the Divine Continent. The reason why Zhou Xian was able to kill a combat king warrior was because of his movement skill. If it was a long-distance chase, even if he combined the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial dimension, he still wouldn't be able to compete with a combat king warrior who could use spatial teleportation. However, there was an ancient teleportation formation on the island of ice. Once the teleportation formation was activated, one could directly go to the Divine Continent. Brother Chen, there's no need. Yan Qinyu smiled mischievously at Zhou Xian. After that, in front of Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's astonished eyes, a bright light flashed on Yan Qinyu's fingertip. In the next second, a crystal-like transparent talisman appeared. Yan Qinyu casually waved her hand, and the talisman immediately turned into a portal, appearing in front of the 2 people and the dog. The Black Ice Talisman can lead you directly to the island of ice. There is no distance limit. Yan Qinyu said. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog looked at the aura in front of them and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Especially Zhou Xian, who lowered his head and looked at the bronze plate in his hand. He felt that compared to Yan Qinyu's Black Ice Talisman, this thing was really not on the same level. For God's sake, this thing is much more awesome than that broken bronze plate of yours. De Huang Dog said excitedly. He is indeed awesome. Zhou Xian nodded his head. He didn't doubt De Huang Dog's words at all. His bronze plate could only sense the location of the island of ice, and he had to rush out of the island to open the door. However, Yan Qinyu's Black Ice Talisman was much more powerful. No matter where she was, she could directly enter the island of ice. I only found out about this function of the Black Ice Talisman recently. Let's go in. After saying that, Yan Qinyu was the first one to step into the illusory portal. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog followed closely behind. As the 3 of them disappeared into the portal also disappeared. The Black Ice Talisman once again turned into a beam of light and entered Yan Qinyu's body. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the scenery in front of them changed. 2 people and a dog appeared in a boundless world of glaciers. Yan Qinyu had the 9 Yin meridians, which meant that the colder the place was, the more suitable it was for her to cultivate. As for Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, they couldn't help but shiver when they suddenly entered the world of glaciers. However, both of them had thick skin and strong muscles. Their bodies were filled with yang energy and they weren't afraid of the cold at all. They only needed to shake their bodies to adapt to the cold. What is this place? There are glaciers everywhere. De Huang Dog looked around and was shocked as well. The last time he entered the island of ice, he didn't come here. This is where I obtained the Black Ice Talisman and subdued the Ice Demon King, said Zhou Xian. Back then he entered this world of glaciers because of the Heavenly Saint Sword's reaction. Not only did he obtain the broken Heavenly Saint Sword, he also obtained the Black Ice Talisman and subdued the Ice Demon King, which gave him unimaginable benefits. He never thought that he would be able to come here again today. He used the bronze plate to open the door to the ancient Black Altar, but Yan Qinyu used the Black Ice Talisman to open the door to this world of glaciers. This place is so beautiful. Yan Qinyu's sparkling eyes looked like the most beautiful thing in the world. She looked at the endless glaciers in front of her, which looked like countless heavenly swords, and felt an indescribable sense of comfort in her heart. Roar! Suddenly, muffled roars of beasts could be heard. After that, the roars became louder and louder. Numerous powerful ice demons walked out from different places. When these ice demons noticed the sudden appearance of the uninvited guests, they immediately flew towards them. Damn it, why are there so many ice demons? De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. Each of these ice demons looked ugly, but they all looked exactly the same as the Ice Demon King. Therefore, De Huang Dog was able to recognize them at first glance. These ice demons have immortal bodies. Little you, let the Ice Demon King out. Zhou Xian said to Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. She waved her arm and with a flash of light the gigantic Ice Demon King appeared. When the Ice Demon King saw that it had returned to its original place, it immediately let out an excited roar. Roar, roar. The Ice Demon King's roar made the other ice demons even more excited. It was as if they had seen their king return, and their roars became louder and louder. Ice Demon, tell all the ice demons to retreat. Don't make any noise. If you disturb the ice god's inheritor's cultivation, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhou Xian shouted at the Ice Demon King. Hearing this, the Ice Demon King's gigantic body trembled. It didn't dare to hesitate and let out another roar. Upon receiving the order, the other ice demons didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, all of them had disappeared without a trace. Little you, use the black ice talisman and see what you can find in this place. Zhou Xian reminded. Xianxia nodded her head and closed her eyes. She could feel that the black ice talisman in her body was becoming more and more restless. Furthermore, she could clearly feel a guiding force coming from the black ice talisman, forcing her to move towards a certain direction. Xianxia's clothes were as white as snow, and her clothes were fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world as she slowly flew into the world of glaciers. Zhou Xian, Big Yellow, and the Ice Demon King followed behind her at a leisurely pace. They didn't make any sound as they were afraid of disturbing Xianxia. Soon Xianxia arrived at a freezing pond. This freezing pond was the same place where Zhou Xian found the black ice talisman last time. But it was different from last time. Han Yan was completely frozen, turning into a huge ice cube. This used to be a cold pond filled with water. Since I took the black ice talisman, this place has been completely frozen. Zhou Xian said. Obviously, the reason why the cold pond was frozen was because the black ice talisman had left. Apart from that, there was no other explanation. Xianxia didn't say anything. She took a step forward and sat on top of the cold pond. A talisman emerged from her body and floated above her head. After that, the black ice talisman kept shooting out beams of cold light that looked like a curtain of rain, tightly wrapping around Xianxia. It was an extremely beautiful scene. A fairy bathed in the rain, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was flawless, so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. There was a special kind of beauty on Xianxia's body, a kind of ethereal beauty. This kind of beauty was more attractive than anything else. What is little you doing? The Huang dog asked in a low voice. I don't know either. The black ice talisman is too mystical. I don't know anything about it, and I've only read about the 9 meridians in ancient books. If this black ice talisman is really related to the ice god, then little you is most likely the inheritor of the ice god that the Ice Demon King mentioned. Zhou Xian said. I think little you will get a great benefit. The Huang dog guessed. That's for sure. Let's wait and see. If she needs help, we'll be able to help immediately. Zhou Qian's eyes never left Xianxia. Regardless of whether Xianxia could get a great benefit or not, he had to ensure her safety. For the next 3 days, Xianxia just sat quietly above the cold pond. The curtain of rain around her body was getting thicker and thicker, and on the 4th day the surface of the cold pond finally showed some changes. Beams of cold light rose from the cold sky. These beams first entered the black ice talisman, then rushed into the sky through the talisman. However, these beams of cold light didn't disappear, instead they condensed in the sky. As more and more of these cold beams condensed, they gradually formed into a glacier. After another 3 days, the countless cold beams actually formed into an illusory statue in the sky. It was a statue that was completely made out of dark ice. The statue was at least 100 zhang tall, and it looked like a huge mountain. Buzz. The buzzing sound did not stop. More and more cold lights appeared, completely covering Xianxia's figure. He could no longer see her figure, but the statue was getting clearer and clearer. It looked exactly like Xianxia. It looks like little you. Little you has turned into an ice statue. The Huang dog said in surprise. Plop. The Ice Demon King knelt down with a plop and let out a muffled sound. Although Zhou Xian and the Huang dog couldn't understand what the Ice Demon King was trying to say, they could clearly feel its excitement. Its 30 zhang tall body was trembling violently, and it kept kowtowing toward the ice statue. Another 2 days later, the ice statue was completely formed. It was a goddess sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The 100 zhang tall ice statue was extremely beautiful. The ice statue had covered the entire cold pond. The black ice talisman and Yan Qinyu had disappeared, as if they had completely merged with the ice statue. This situation made Jiang Chen worry. Even as the once greatest saint in the world, he had never encountered such a situation before. How could this be? De Huang Dog was confused. The Ice Demon King knelt down in front of the ice statue and kept kowtowing. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, not knowing what was going on. Swoosh. Chapter 484. Yan Qinyu walked out, but Jiang Chen could clearly feel her aura inside the ice sculpture. It was as if Yan Qinyu had never walked out. It was a very strange feeling. Little you, what's going on? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu called out. She walked in front of Jiang Chen, reached out her jade-like palm and placed it on Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen hurriedly grabbed her hand. He was a bit nervous, as if Yan Qinyu would leave him if he didn't grab her hand tightly. Feeling Jiang Chen's nervousness, Yan Qinyu's heart instantly warmed. She smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, Qin Gij. Little you will be fine." Qin Gij, I'm afraid little you can't go to the divine continent with you. I've found the most suitable place for me to train. Yan Qinyu said. You plan to stay here? Jiang Chen suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the ice sculpture of a fairy. Yes, I've completely merged with the black ice talisman. I want to receive the true inheritance of the ice god. That's why I want to stay here. I want to become stronger so that I won't be a burden to Qin Gij. Yan Qinyu said seriously. Little you knows that Qin Gij is a peerless hero, a great man in this world, and you still have a long way to go. Little you is Qin Gij's woman. I don't want to be a useless burden. I want to be someone who can help Qin Gij. I don't need Qin Gij to protect me all the time. The ice god is just a title, it's a supreme existence. I've received the inheritance of the ice god, and Qin Gij wants to go to the divine continent to find a more suitable place for you to train. This is the best place for little you to train. I will work hard here to improve my cultivation, and one day I will go to the divine continent to find you guys. Yan Qinyu's beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Chen's face without blinking, as if she wanted to imprint this face into her heart. Everything she had today was given to her by this man in front of her. She loved this man and she didn't want to be separated from him, but she had no choice. Just like what she had said, she didn't want to be a burden, she wanted to be a useful person. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. How could he not know about Yan Qinyu's feelings for him? However, accepting the ice god's inheritance was indeed a good thing for Yan Qinyu, and Jiang Chen had no reason to stop her. This was a great opportunity, and if he missed it, he wouldn't be able to get it again in his life. Just as Yan Qinyu said, this was the most suitable place for her to cultivate. The benefits of cultivating here were much better than cultivating in the divine land. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen was reluctant to leave, he had to agree to let Yan Qinyu stay here. Moreover, Yan Qinyu had already made up her mind. Sigh. The days without Xiaoyu are so lonely. De Huang Dog shook his head and sighed. Puppy dog, don't be sad. The separation is only temporary. I will come and find you. Yan Qinyu patted Big Yellow's head. She was the only one who could call Big Yellow a puppy, and she could stroke his head without making him angry. Yan Qinyu was the only one. Xiaoyu, you can do it. When you become the ice god in the future, you'll be amazing. De Huang Dog chuckled. He was not an idiot, he naturally knew how important this opportunity was to Yan Qinyu. If that's the case, Xiaoyu, you can stay here. Now that you've received the ice god's inheritance, you're the master of this place. This place is safe for you and I can leave without worry. Jiang Chen said. Qin Gij, although Xiaoyu isn't by your side, Sister Wu is. With her taking care of you, I can be at ease. Sister Wu is as beautiful as a goddess and she really likes you. Xiaoyu can see this. However, when we arrive at the divine land, you're not allowed to flirt with other girls. Otherwise, Xiaoyu will really get angry. Yan Qinyu pouted her little mouth and waved her fist at Jiang Chen, warning him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately sweated. He really wanted to say that he and Wu Ningzhu were innocent, but when he thought of Wu Ningzhu's oath, he chose to remain silent. It seemed like he was destined to be entangled with two women for the rest of his life. Alright, Qin Gij, Xiaoyu needs to go back and cultivate. When you get back, don't leave in a hurry, stay with your father-in-law for a while. Also, tell my dad about me, don't let him worry. After saying that, Yan Qinyu turned around and walked towards the ice statue. She turned into a trail of light and disappeared into the ice statue. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow raised their heads and stared at the gigantic ice statue, and they couldn't move their gazes away for a long time. They never thought that when they followed Yan Qinyu to the island of ice, they would leave her here alone. After a long time, Jiang Qin looked at Xiao Yu and said calmly, "The path of cultivation is too difficult. Everyone has to make their own choices. This is Xiao Yu's choice, it's her destiny." "That's right, we should be happy for her," De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. He rarely showed a serious expression. "Ice Demon, you stay here and protect your master. Don't neglect her," Jiang Qin said to the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King hurriedly bowed deeply toward Jiang Qin, expressing its determination. After that, Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog and left the island of ice. Both of them had a heavy heart. Jiang Qin had always wanted to return to the divine continent, and now his dream had finally come true. However, he found out that he would have to bid farewell to his family. Yan Qinyu was just the beginning, he still had his family here. Jiang Qin quietly returned to the Black Sect without alerting anyone. Currently there was a very special and honorable place in the Black Sect. Daoist Black had personally built a courtyard for Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun in the best place in the Black Sect. Both men lived together. Aside from cultivating, they would drink wine and play chess. Their days were really pleasant. After Jiang Qin returned, he immediately used the Great Soul Derivation skill to sense Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's auras. He discovered that both of them were at the peak of the early combat soul realm, and they were just one step away from breaking through to the late combat soul realm. According to their current situation, it would take them at most 1 month to break through to the late combat soul realm. At that point of time, it would be time for them to leave the eastern continent and head to the divine continent. During the last month, Jiang Qin didn't plan to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay here and accompany Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun, enjoying their last moments of peace. Within the courtyard, Jiang Qin, Jiang Zhenhai, and Yan Zhanyun were sitting around a stone table. They were drinking wine while facing the moon. This wine was left behind by Guishan, and he was now treating Jiang Zhenhai with it. "In-law, you've given birth to a good daughter. Now that little Yu has obtained the Ice God's inheritance, her future achievements will be limitless. Congratulations." Jiang Zhenhai raised his cup toward Yan Zhanyun and said with a smile, "If it wasn't for little Yu wouldn't be here today, and the Yan family wouldn't be where they are today. Therefore, brother Jiang, you've given birth to a good son." Yan Zhanyun said with a loud laugh. Both he and Jiang Zhenhai were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a small fry from the Red City region would one day be sitting at the peak of the eastern continent, drinking wine and chatting merrily with each other. It was as if they were dreaming. "What good son and daughter. We'll be a family from now on," Jiang Zhenhai said with a loud laugh. "Dad, I've prepared this 9 solar holy water for you and father-in-law. It can completely improve your physique and potential, and it won't be a problem for you to break through to the combat soul realm in a short period of time." Jiang Qin took out a jade bottle filled with 9 solar holy water. This was specially prepared for both of them. Jiang Qin didn't want his father to become a peerless warrior, but he had no choice but to do everything he could to help his father improve his cultivation. The path of cultivation was a long one, and all warriors would experience life, age, sickness and death. Only with a higher cultivation would one be able to live a longer life. Jiang Chen's lifespan would be very long in the future, and he didn't want to see his father die because of the passage of time. For warriors, the only way to increase their lifespan was to constantly improve their cultivation. The 9 solar holy water was able to improve both men's potential, especially Jiang Zhenhai's. With the help of the 9 solar holy water and the mystic yuan skill, their future achievements would be limitless. "Qin, are you leaving now?" Jiang Zhenhai put away the 9 solar holy water and said with a smile on his face. He had heard some rumors recently. "Yes, Dad, I'm ready. I'll depart for the divine continent in a month's time," Jiang Qin said. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. He had to go to the divine continent. There were still many things he needed to do. "Dad will support you, I'm proud of you." Jiang Zhenhai patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. No matter how reluctant he was, he understood that with his son's current strength, there was no point for him to stay in the eastern continent any longer. A genius like Jiang Chen was destined to be someone who wouldn't stay in a small pond. Sooner or later he would soar above the heavens. Chen, we don't know what the outside world is like, but I'm sure it's extremely dangerous. You have to be extra careful when you arrive at the divine continent. Yan Zhanyun reminded. Don't worry, father-in-law, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen nodded his head. The care and concern from the two made him feel very warm inside. This kind of warmth was something that he couldn't experience in his previous life. A month's time passed by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Jiang Chen didn't leave the courtyard at all. He spent every day drinking and playing chess with Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Chen really enjoyed this kind of peaceful time. It would be impossible for him to enjoy this kind of life when he arrived at the divine continent. Chapter 485. Early in the morning, the area outside the Black Sect was crowded with people. Two groups of people were standing opposite each other. One group consisted of 4 men and a dog, while the other group consisted of the largest group in the entire eastern continent. These 4 men and a dog were none other than Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang dog. Today was the day Jiang Chen and the others were leaving the Black Sect. They were going to the center of the Saint Origin realm, the divine continent. No one knew when they would be able to return. On the opposite side, Wu Jiao and Wu Lang were there. They stood side by side with Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun, and behind them were all the upper echelons of the Black Sect. All of them were staring at Jiang Chen with passionate gazes. The strongest group in the eastern continent had gathered here. All the upper echelons of the Martial dynasty and the Black Sect were here. It was their honor to see Jiang Chen off. Brother, be careful when you arrive at the divine continent. Wu Jiao took a step forward and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew Jiang Chen was not someone who would stay in a small pond. The eastern continent wouldn't be able to keep him. A monster like him could only fly higher in the vast sky. Brother Jiao, after I leave, I'll leave everything here to you. I hope you can guarantee the safety of the Jiang family and the Black Sect. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. He dared not neglect the safety of the Jiang family. Although no one in the eastern continent dared touch the Jiang family, Jiang Chen still had to remind Wu Jiao that the Jiang family was his foundation, and he couldn't afford to lose them. Brother, don't worry. Brother Jiao, guarantee with my life that your father will be the most honorable man in the entire eastern continent. Even when he arrives at the Martial dynasty, he will receive the highest level of treatment. Wu Jiao patted his chest and promised. This was the promise of a combat king warrior and emperor. Under the heavens, only Jiang Chen could make such a promise to Wu Jiao. At this moment, Guoshan walked up to them and said with a smile, Brother, today's scene is like a dream to me. I hope that when we meet again your name will have spread across the entire Saint Origin realm. Guoshan's face was filled with a smile. He was smiling happily. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen and it felt like a dream to him. He could never have imagined that this little outer circle disciple of the Black Sect could grow so quickly. And in such a short period of time, he had overturned the entire eastern continent's order. Now that he thought about it, from defeating the northern and southern dynasties, dominating the Qi province, destroying the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect, and finally establishing the Martial Saint dynasty, time really passed by quickly. Ever since Jiang Chen arrived in the Qi province, the entire eastern continent had never had a moment of peace. He was simply a devil incarnate. It was conceivable that when Jiang Chen arrived at the Divine Land he would definitely set off a storm. Such a person would not be unknown no matter where he went. Brother, you'd better brew more wine. When I come back next time, you must let me drink as much as I want. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm not as good as you in terms of cultivation and alchemy, but you can't compare with me when it comes to brewing wine. Of course, I don't have the ability to give you energy spring water as wine. Guoshan said. He recalled how Jiang Chen drank energy spring water as wine and how drunk he was. Chief Jiang, I wonder when we'll be able to meet again after you leave. Yu Zihan said with mixed emotions. Zihan, focus on your cultivation, I'll wait for you in the Divine Land. Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Yu Zihan had broken through to the early combat soul realm, and he was one of the top geniuses amongst the younger generation. However, compared to Jiang Chen and the others, he was still weaker. Don't worry, I'll return to the Divine Land sooner or later. Yu Zihan said with a serious expression. Jiang Chen's existence had made him realize how vast the world was. Yu Zihan had already prepared himself. Once Jiang Chen and the others left, he would start cultivating with all his might, trying to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. The sun had risen high up in the sky, and the last person to bid farewell to Jiang Chen was Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen bowed deeply toward Jiang Zhenhai, then he said, "Dad, take care. Don't worry and don't worry too much." After saying that, Jiang Zhenhai turned around and showed his back to Jiang Chen. All the people behind him could see the tears in Jiang Zhenhai's eyes, and they couldn't help but sigh. In this old man's heart, Jiang Chen was the most important person, and leaving like this was really cruel for this old man. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He lifted up his robe, slowly kneeled down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times toward Jiang Zhenhai's back. After that, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky and left without looking back. There were always sad times in this world, and parting always made people sad. Jiang Chen didn't want to feel too sad, so he left without hesitation. Wu Ningzhu and the others caught up with Jiang Chen. They knew that Jiang Chen's heart was heavy, so they chose not to say anything. Under Jiang Chen's lead, the group flew all the way to the deepest part of the ocean. Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate again. "This thing will be useless when we reach the divine land," Jiang Chen said while looking at the shining bronze plate in his hand. Although this bronze plate was the key to the island of ice, they needed to find the exact location of the island of ice. Therefore, when they reached the divine land, the bronze plate would be useless. Whoosh! Jiang Chen put the bronze plate in his hand into his robe, and an illusionary door appeared in front of them. Without hesitation, they entered the door. With a flash of light, they appeared on the black altar, next to the huge teleportation portal. "It's time to leave. Are you guys ready?" Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Wu Ningzhu and the others. "Always ready," Han Yan nodded. Both he and Nangong Wentian's eyes were filled with excitement. They couldn't help but be excited when they thought about going to the divine land. Wu Ningzhu was even more excited than the two of them. She was going to the divine land with a dream and a promise. She had been waiting for this day for 10 years. The Huang dog was wagging his thick tail. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that this dog was also very excited. He was probably thinking about going to the divine land and couldn't help but feel excited. In fact, the one who was the most excited was Jiang Chen. He was finally going to return to his own world. Thinking about the past, he couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Chen held the bronze plate in his hand and pressed it into the hidden slot on the teleportation portal. Click. The huge teleportation formation immediately began to operate, emitting rays of bright light. They could clearly see several light spots on the teleportation formation. One of the farthest light spots was also the largest light spot. It was their destination this time, the divine land. "Do you see it? That place is the divine land, our destination this time." Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the fist-sized speck of light. Just from the size of the speck, one could tell how vast the divine continent was. It was more than 100 times bigger than the eastern continent. Just thinking about such a huge world made one's scalp go numb. "Divine land, I Wu Ningzhu am here. Mother, how are you? Ning must see you." Wu Ningzhu was looking forward to seeing Ning, trying hard to suppress her excitement. "Let's go." Jiang Chen placed the bronze plate on top of the light dot. In an instant, a spatial tunnel was opened up, and all of them were sucked into the tunnel by a powerful suction force. The variegated spatial turbulence flashed in front of them like shooting stars, dazzling them. So this is what the inside of the spatial tunnel looks like. Nangong Wentian looked around curiously. Han Yan reached out his hand to touch the spatial barrier. Bang! The spatial barrier of the spatial tunnel let out a loud bang and a hole was blasted open. A strong spatial storm came in from the outside and their bodies swayed, almost falling down. The teleportation portal on the altar is too old, and the divine land is too far away, so the spatial tunnel is unstable. We have to restrain our aura and don't move around recklessly. Otherwise, once the spatial tunnel breaks, we will enter the endless spatial turbulence and be killed by the spatial storm. Jiang Chen quickly reminded them. Hearing this, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian broke out in a cold sweat. It was too scary. If they were trapped in the spatial turbulence, even if they didn't die, it would be hard for them to find the exit and they would never be able to walk out of it. "Little Chenzi, with this speed, how long will it take for us to reach the divine land?" Wu Ningzhu asked. About a day, I think. Jiang Chen said. So long. Han Yan was startled. What do you think? If we don't have the teleportation formation with our cultivation, it will take us at least 3 months to fly to the Divine Land, and that's not even mentioning it. Jiang Chen said. A day passed by quickly and they still hadn't reached the end of the spatial tunnel. Suddenly, a light spot appeared in front of them, and the spatial tunnel started to shake violently. Jiang Chen's face darkened, because that light spot wasn't the end of the spatial tunnel, but a crack in the spatial tunnel. What happened? Han Yan was shocked. Everyone be careful. The further we go, the more unstable the spatial tunnel becomes. The crack in front of us is the crack. Jiang Chen quickly reminded them. The few of them didn't move following the spatial tunnel and soon they arrived at the crack. Waves of wind blew out from the crack, causing them to lose their balance. When they passed by the crack, a strong suction force suddenly appeared, acting on Nangong Wentian's body. Ah! Nangong Wentian cried out in shock. Under this suction force he couldn't control his body at all and was about to be sucked in. Not good. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling and he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly grabbed Nangong Wentian's arm, and a Huang dog also used its head to push against Nangong Wentian's waist. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, pulling Nangong Wentian back into the spatial tunnel. Chapter 486. Bang bang. The sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly, 2 sounds of explosions resounded in the void. 2 silhouettes were ejected from the void like cannonballs. One crashed onto the ground while the other crashed onto a big tree, shattering the big tree into pieces. Cough. After a series of loud coughs, Jiang Chen climbed out of the huge pit. The Huang dog cursed as he bounced a broken piece of wood off his body. After looking around, they didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed at their current sorry state. Instead, their faces were filled with incomparable excitement. So that wasn't the rupture point of the passage but the exit of a passage. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Initially he thought that it was a crack in the passage that would lead them into the spatial turbulence. He didn't expect that they would be ejected from the passage. After all, it turned out to be an exit. However, he still felt a little scared when he thought about it. Motherfucker. Master Dog almost shit out from fear. The Huang dog spat on the ground. He was secretly glad that it wasn't the spatial turbulence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. Quick, look at what kind of shitty place this is. The Huang dog looked around and saw that they were surrounded by mountains. Withered vines and weeds could be seen everywhere. There were also towering trees that were dozens of meters tall. Obviously, this was a huge mountain range. Saint Origin World was vast and boundless. Mountain ranges like this could be found everywhere. The mountain range here was no different from the mountain range in the eastern continent. The only difference was the heaven and earth yuan qi. The density of the heaven and earth yuan qi here was 10 times higher than that of the eastern continent. To the cultivators of the eastern continent, this ordinary mountain range was a holy land for cultivation. The heaven and earth yuan qi here is more than 10 times higher than that of the eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, this place belongs to the divine continent. However, there is still a long way to go before we can reach the real divine continent. With our speed, I'm afraid that it will take us 2 to 3 days. Jiang Chen said. Just 2 to 3 days. It's still better than entering the spatial turbulence. The Huang dog grinned. They had been traveling in the spatial passageway for a day and were about to reach the divine continent. Now that he and the Huang dog had ejected from the spatial passageway, their current location wasn't far from the divine continent. Damn it, our camp has been split up. The Huang dog said gloomily. It was not hard to imagine that Han Yan and the other 2 would directly arrive at the divine continent through the spatial tunnel. However, the 2 of them would have to set off again from this mountain range and fly to the divine continent. Don't worry. With their strength, they should be able to protect themselves even when they reach the divine continent. Sister Ning is now a combat king warrior, so we should hurry up and find a way to meet up with them once we reach the divine continent. Jiang Chen said. After that, Jiang Chen locked onto the direction of the divine land and hurried on with the Huang dog. A man and a dog walked into a forest. Suddenly, a cold beam shot toward them from a direction. The beam traveled at an incredible speed and it carried a cold, killing intent. Obviously, it was trying to kill Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. The Huang dog was ejected from the spatial passageway and now he was being attacked again. Xianxia couldn't bear it any longer. The Huang dog swung his head toward the cold beam, shattering it into pieces. Jie, this dog was pretty strong. An insidious laugh sounded out. Two figures appeared in front of Xianxia and the Huang dog like ghosts, blocking their path. These two guys were tall and strong and they had two goat horns on their heads. Two late combat soul demon goats. The Huang dog rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but admit that the divine land was not something the eastern continent could compare with. Two late combat soul demon goats could easily be considered as kings in the eastern continent. Big brother, this guy's yang energy is very strong. If I eat him, I'll definitely obtain great benefits. One of the goats licked his lips and stared at Xianxia. Hee, this dog is not bad either. The other goat smiled at the Huang dog. You two little goats, before this master dog gets angry, kneel down and kowtow to me. If this master dog is happy, I'll spare your lives. The Huang dog said with an arrogant tone. Hearing this, the two goats burst out into laughter. They were very confident in their cultivation, and when they joined forces, it would be very difficult to find anyone below the Combat King realm who could be their match. The Huang dog coldly harumphed. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from his body and swept toward the two goats like a tidal wave. Sensing the powerful aura, the expressions of the two goats instantly changed. They cried out in shock at the same time, "Demon King!" The two goats immediately started sweating profusely, as if they were mice who had just seen a cat. Without any hesitation, they immediately kneeled down on the ground. "Demon King, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." The two goat demons kowtowed again and again. They wished they could slap themselves in the face a few times. How stupid were they to come out and look for a demon king? However, how could they have imagined that a random dog would turn out to be a demon king? Their luck was just too bad. "Let me ask you, how far away are we from the divine continent?" Xianxia asked. The two goats quickly turned to look at Xianxia. Although this young man wasn't a combat king, he was accompanied by a real demon king. Naturally, they dared not show any neglect. Xianxia's question actually made them happy. As long as they answered well and behaved obediently, they might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, if they offended the dignity of a demon king, they would surely lose their lives. "Young master, this is the border of the divine continent. If you want to go to the divine continent, it will only take you 2 or 3 days. However, with the demon king here, you can use spatial teleportation and it will be even faster," one of the goats said. Xianxia nodded. This was more or less what he had expected. "You two break one of your arms and scram." Xianxia waved his hand and said. He wasn't interested in killing two goats. "What?" The two goats cried out in shock at the same time. However, they turned to look at the Huang dog. Obviously, they were only afraid of the Huang dog, who was a demon king and not this young human. "What are you looking at? Do you want me to bite your heads off?" The Huang dog widened his eyes. The two goat demons were terrified. They hastily cut off one of their arms and left with their tails between their legs. These two guys could be said to be extremely unlucky. They came out to pounce on their prey, but not only did they not get a single hair, they even lost an arm. The good thing was that they managed to keep their lives. There are 2 combat soul demon kings in this mountain range, so we might be able to find some good natural ingredients. Let's continue our journey, and if we can find some good stuff, that would be even better," Xianxia said. After that, the man and the dog continued their journey. After Xianxia and the Huang dog left, the 2 goats reappeared at the same spot. They bent down and picked up their arms from the ground. "Big brother, we've suffered a huge loss today. We've offended a demon king," the goats said. "We have to get revenge for this. Let's go ask Master Barbarian Bull for help and kill this man and dog. If we can drink that dog's blood, we might be able to make up for the loss of our arms," the goat said. After walking for an hour, Xianxia and the Huang dog found some natural ingredients. However, none of them were rare and Xianxia didn't care about them at all. Dong dong. Suddenly the ground started shaking and the shaking became more and more violent. Strong gusts of wind started blowing, and a powerful aura could be felt coming from not far away. "It's a demon king." Sensing the aura, not only did Xianxia not feel any fear, he even had an excited expression on his face. His favorite thing right now was to meet a demon king, as absorbing a demon king's demon soul would provide him with a great help in breaking through to the combat king realm. Dong. Suddenly, a light flickered and a guy that looked like a huge tower appeared, standing in front of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. This guy had a bull's head and a human's body. There was only one horn on top of the bull's head, and it was emitting an earthen yellow light, causing people to not dare to look at it directly. Barbarian Earth Bull. Jiang Chen recognized this barbarian Earth Bull, and the excitement on his face became even stronger. He never thought that this barbarian Earth Bull was actually a unique beast, and it possessed an extremely powerful innate ability. After the barbarian Earth Bull appeared, two more figures appeared and stood on its two sides. They were the two great goat demons who had lost their arms earlier. This scene was self-evident. The two great goat demons must have asked for help in order to take revenge. Master Barbarian Bull, it's them. One of the goats furiously pointed his remaining finger at Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Find this king will avenge you too. After saying that, the barbarian Earth Bull immediately punched out at the Huang dog. Although they were both first-grade demon kings, it was more confident in itself. Moreover, in its eyes only this dog could pose any threat to it. As for this human before it, it could just ignore him. Courting death. The Huang dog was enraged. He had just become a demon king and his confidence was at its peak. Moreover, he possessed the high and mighty dragon horse bloodline. How could he possibly place a barbarian Earth Bull in his eyes? He immediately charged forward with his tough dog head. Bang! The Huang dog's head collided with the barbarian Earth Bull's hooves, causing a dull sound to ring out and a large amount of sparks to fly out. The barbarian Earth Bull felt as though its fist had smashed into a tough rock, and its entire arm was numb from the impact. It was only after taking a few steps back that it managed to stabilize its body. On the other hand, the Huang dog was immensely pleased with himself as though nothing had happened to him. What a powerful dog! The barbarian Earth Bull's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that a dog could be so powerful. Be careful. The barbarian Earth Bull has a type of innate ability that can restrain people, causing them to feel immense pressure. Chapter 487. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He had no intention of attacking at all. Although the barbarian Earth Bull was terrifying, it was definitely not a match for the Huang dog who was at the same level as him. Jiang Chen was very confident about this. The Huang dog possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, which was far superior to ordinary exotic beasts and demonic beasts. With the Huang dog's current cultivation base as a first-grade demon king, it was enough to kill a second-grade demon king. The Huang dog raised his head arrogantly, his eyes filled with contempt. He did not take this barbarian Earth Bull seriously at all. To him, this barbarian Earth Bull was merely the first target he would kill after advancing to the Demon King realm. The contempt and ridicule in the Huang dog's eyes had undoubtedly provoked the barbarian Earth Bull. It roared furiously, and its palm abruptly transformed into a huge golden hoof, which was exuding layers of mysterious halos. Just as the Huang dog thought that the barbarian Earth Bull was going to attack him with this hoof, the barbarian Earth Bull ruthlessly smashed its hoof against the ground. Dong! The barbarian Earth Bull's hoof smashed heavily against the ground, creating a huge crater on the spot. The ground trembled violently and cracks began to extend outwards. The Huang dog was taken aback at first. He had prepared his head to receive the barbarian Earth Bull's iron hoof, but who would have thought that the barbarian Earth Bull would attack the ground instead of him? Could it be that it had nowhere else to use its strength? However, in the next moment, the Huang dog realized that he was gravely mistaken. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out from the ground. This force turned into a binding force, instantly enveloping the Huang dog's entire body, forming an invisible cage around the Huang dog. Arg! The Huang dog cried out in surprise. Caught off guard, his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. He felt an extremely powerful binding force forcefully pulling his body down. Not only that, he could also feel a huge pressure from the ground around him. It was as if he had been completely bound by a prison, and even moving had become extremely difficult. Earth Prison was the barbarian Earth Bull's innate ability, also known as the Earth's Bind. Once it was used, it would directly borrow the power of the earth, catching the opponent off guard. De Huang Dog was a very obvious example. Even of his reaction speed, he had not been able to feel the power of the earth in time. It was too sudden and the power was extremely majestic. In an instant, it had pressed De Huang Dog down on his stomach, imprisoning him. Of course, De Huang Dog was not an ordinary person. If it was not for the fact that he had no understanding of this barbarian Earth Bull's innate ability beforehand, the barbarian Earth Bull would definitely not have had such an opportunity. You dare to look down on me? You're simply courting death. The barbarian Earth Bull laughed loudly. Its entire body turned into a beam of light as it charged towards De Huang Dog. Its iron hooves were aimed at De Huang Dog's head, and it seemed like it wanted to crush De Huang Dog into pieces. De Huang Dog was enraged. He was enraged like never before. He had the majestic dragon horse bloodline and he was extremely noble. Yet he was actually beaten up by a dead bull. He had no face at all. A golden bulge gradually appeared on De Huang Dog's forehead. It was actually a horn with dragon patterns on it. This dragon horn was very short and it was only the size of a pinky finger. Clearly it had yet to fully grow out. Bolts of lightning flashed on the dragon horn, and a terrifying aura spread out. Xianxia saw all of this and he was extremely shocked. This should be the innate ability that De Huang Dog had awakened when he advanced to Demon King. However, this ability had yet to fully take form, so its might was limited. A bright light shot out from Big Yellow's dragon horn. The light was like a sharp sword and with a chila sound, it tore open a crack in the earth jail. The earth jail was broken and the restrictive force disappeared. De Huang Dog picked himself up from the ground, and with his dragon horn on his head, he charged towards the barbarian Earth Bull's iron hooves. Poochie. When the two collided, a dull boom rang out, followed by a poochie sound. The barbarian Earth Bull's iron hooves were directly pierced through by the dragon horn, causing blood to spurt out. De Huang Dog's head was already extremely tough. Now that he had the dragon horn, it became even more indestructible. Xianxia reckoned that as De Huang Dog continued to grow, his innate ability would also become more and more mature. Once this ability was fully formed, he would no longer need to use the dragon horn to attack. Instead, the dragon horn would be able to unleash a terrifying attack that could directly kill his opponent. Roared, the barbarian Earth Bull let out a mournful cry, and its majestic body was sent flying backwards. It wasn't flying by itself. It was sent flying by De Huang Dog. Motherfucker, you actually dare to imprison this master dog? This master dog will let you know what brilliance is today. De Huang Dog was furious. Shaking his head, he charged towards the barbarian Earth Bull. At this moment, the barbarian Earth Bull was lying on the ground, and it could only let De Huang Dog ravage it. De Huang Dog's teeth could even eat tough demon spirits like jelly beans, let alone others. The barbarian Earth Bull's horns were bitten off by De Huang Dog with a single bite. Roar this time, the barbarian Earth Bull's wail became even louder, and it almost shook the entire mountain range. Its horns were its foundation. Now that its horns were bitten off, the barbarian Earth Bull felt as if it had been deflated. No, this is impossible. The barbarian Earth Bull roared. It simply couldn't imagine how a dog could be so powerful. Its Earth prison had always been successful. Even against existences that were one level higher than it could still cause them to lose a layer of skin with a sneak attack. But today it was facing a dog, and this dog had actually casually broken its divine ability. The two goat demons at the side were already scared out of their wits. The barbarian Earth Bull was the absolute king of this mountain range, and it had been ruling over this place for a very long time. Initially, they had wanted to beg the barbarian Earth Bull to take action and avenge them. But who would have thought that this dog would be so terrifying? Even the barbarian Earth Bull wasn't a match for it at all. This time they had outsmarted themselves. If the barbarian Earth Bull died, it would be their turn next. This time it wouldn't be as simple as losing an arm. Pa. De Huang Dog's hoof landed on the barbarian Earth Bull's head, pressing it to the ground. It couldn't even budge. Spare me, spare me. The barbarian Earth Bull begged. Spare me, Pa. If this master dog fell into your hands, would you spare me? Aren't your hoof pretty hard? I'll let you see if this master dog's hoof is hard enough. How savage was the De Huang Dog? How could it let off the barbarian earth bull that had embarrassed it? Its hoof ruthlessly pressed down on the barbarian earth bull's head, causing it to explode like a balloon. A demon spirit was also squeezed out. The Huang dog opened its mouth, preparing to devour the demon spirit. However, someone was even faster. A hand grabbed the demon spirit before the Huang dog could. "Kid, that's my spoil of war. Return it to me." The Huang dog bared his teeth at Zhou Xian. Only Zhou Xian would dare to snatch something that belonged to him. "Hee, it'll be a big waste to give this thing to you. Why don't you give it to me?" Zhou Xian chuckled. He had been drooling over the barbarian earth bull's innate ability. The earth prison was truly a powerful weapon for sneak attacks. Zhou Xian possessed the dragon transformation art, which allowed him to refine and absorb any strange bloodline in the world. He could also absorb the innate ability of any demon beast. The earth prison was no exception. The Huang dog was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. However, there was nothing he could do. In any case, this wasn't the first or second time this guy had snatched his treasures. The Huang dog was already used to it. "You two bastards. I spared your lives just now, but not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even dare to have designs on this master dog." The Huang dog widened his eyes as he stared at the two goat demons. From the looks of it, he wanted to vent all his anger towards Zhou Xian for snatching his treasures onto these two unlucky fellows. Plop, plop. The two goat demons knelt down once more and kowtowed repeatedly. "Lord Demon King, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again." This time these two fellows were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. If they were given another chance, even if they were beaten to death, they would never dare to look for trouble with this dog. This was simply a display of not knowing the difference between life and death. It's too late to repent now. The Huang dog pounced forward, biting off the heads of the two goat demons in two mouthfuls. He even devoured their demon spirits. Only then did he vent the anger in his heart. Amazing! Zhou Xian gave the Huang dog a thumbs up. The Huang dog was indeed terrifying. If it was an ordinary grade 1 demon king, it would definitely die to the barbarian earth bull's sneak attack if it was caught off guard. Only a freak like the Huang dog could break out of the earth prison at the critical moment and turn the tables. Of course. Don't you know who this master dog is? Damn it. However, the binding force of this bull is truly terrifying. Even I was forced to the ground by it. Although the Huang dog's face was filled with arrogance, he had to admit how terrifying the barbarian earth bull was. That innate ability that utilized the power of the earth was simply tailor-made for sneak attacks. This is an unexpected harvest. Let's leave this place and find a remote place. I want to refine this barbarian earth bull's demon spirit and absorb the innate ability of the earth prison. Zhou Xian said. "You damned pervert." The Huang dog stared at Zhou Xian speechlessly. Zhou Xian was cultivating an overpowered cultivation technique that allowed him to absorb any kind of mystical bloodline in the world. The Huang dog had long known about this. However, he still couldn't help feeling depressed. One had to know that such an ability could no longer be described as perverted. Due to the intense battle that had taken place here, the aftermath of the battle had spread far away. It wouldn't be long before other demon beasts were attracted here. Zhou Xian wasn't afraid of those demon beasts. However, he needed to find a quiet place to refine the barbarian earth bull's demon spirit. After all, refining this demon spirit was different from refining ordinary demon spirits. Zhou Qian's main objective wasn't to absorb the energy within the demon spirit, but to absorb its innate ability. Chapter 488. Within a quiet valley, Zhou Qian was sitting with his legs crossed on top of a shiny boulder. He had entered the optimal state of cultivation. Not far from him, the Huang dog was pacing back and forth while mumbling to himself. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the fact that he had once again assumed the role of Zhou Qian's guardian. "Damn brat, you stole this master dog's spoils of war, and even asked this master dog to protect you." The Huang dog was drooling at Zhou Qian. Although he said that, he still fulfilled his duty as Zhou Qian's guardian. 20 minutes later, Zhou Qian woke up from his cultivation state. His aura had once again become stronger. Not only did the barbarian earth bull's demon soul allow him to successfully absorb the earth jail's innate ability, It had also allowed him to form another 400 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to a total of 19,400. He was only 600 dragon marks away from breaking through to the Combat King realm. Although it was only 600 dragon marks, it wasn't something that could be achieved easily. The higher the level of dragon marks, the harder it would be to form more dragon marks, especially when one was about to break through to the next realm. However, Xianxia didn't care about that. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a second-grade combat king, and he could even put up a fight against a third-grade combat king. Once he broke through to the combat king realm, Xianxia was confident that he could kill a third-grade combat king and a fourth-grade combat king. This was the frightening power of the dragon transformation skill. How is it? De Huang Dog quickly approached Xianxia and asked. Excellent. Xianxia licked his lips. Without a doubt, the addition of the Earth Jail was like adding another trump card to his arsenal. Can you use the Earth Jail's innate ability now? De Huang Dog continued asking. Of course. As Xianxia spoke, his feet suddenly stomped. A force rushed out from the ground and landed on De Huang Dog's body. De Huang Dog cried out miserably as he staggered and nearly fell to the ground. If it weren't for Xianxia's timely retraction of the force, De Huang Dog would have been doomed to another tragedy. Damn you, can't you be a little more interesting? De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Xianxia, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He could clearly feel that when Xianxia used Earth Prison, it was much stronger than when the barbarian Earth Bull used it. De Huang Dog couldn't help but admit that Xianxia was a super freak. Not only did he absorb the bloodline of other demon beasts, he was also able to use an even stronger innate ability. What was even more depressing was that Xianxia had only used 20 minutes to completely absorb an innate ability, turning it into his own. A situation like this could no longer be described with just the word, terrifying. Using the Earth Jail to launch a sneak attack is indeed very effective. However, this innate ability also has its drawbacks. Xianxia said, this innate ability has to borrow the power of the earth. In other words, it can only be effective when the enemy is on the ground. If the enemy is fighting in the sky, this innate ability is basically useless. Every innate ability had its own drawbacks, and the Earth Jail was no exception. Furthermore, the drawbacks were very obvious, especially after one reached the Combat King realm. Once they started fighting, they would choose to fight in the sky because if they fought on the ground, the destructive power would be too great. This drawback basically indicated that an innate ability like the Earth Jail could only be used for a sneak attack, when the enemy was caught off guard. No matter what, it was still a pretty good trump card. After killing the barbarian Earth Bull, Xianxia had obtained quite a lot of benefits. A man and a dog continued moving forward, flying in the direction of the Divine Continent. Their speed was extremely fast, and after one day they successfully walked out of the mountain range and arrived at the border of the Divine Continent. I'm finally back. Xianxia stood in the sky. He stretched his arms, closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air. It had been more than 100 years, and he had never dreamed that he would be able to return in such a way. What do you mean I'm back? De Huang Dog stared at Xianxia in a daze. Ahem, nothing. Don't you think the natural energy in the Divine Continent is very rich? Xianxia coughed lightly. He knew he had said something inappropriate, so he quickly changed the topic. The natural energy in this place is indeed rich. Just the border is already 15 times richer than the natural energy in the Eastern Continent. De Huang Dog nodded. He could not help but sigh at the richness of the natural energy in the Divine Continent. Moreover, this was only the most remote border. If they were at the center of the Divine Continent, the natural energy there would be at least 100 times richer than in the Eastern Continent. There should be a human city not far ahead. Let's go and gather some information first and see if we can meet Yen and the others. After saying that, Xianxia took the lead and flew forward. Kid, you seem to know a lot about the Divine Continent, don't you? De Huang Dog asked curiously. I once obtained a map of the Divine Continent, so I know a bit about it. That's all. Xianxia shrugged and casually lied. A map of the Divine Continent? Then where are we now? De Huang Dog asked. We're at the border of the Divine Continent, so we should be in the territory of Xuanyu. Xianxia said. In the past 100 years, because he had opened the gate to the realm of immortals, the laws of the realm of immortals had spread down, causing the forces in the divine continent to undergo earth-shaking changes. The people had also changed greatly, but the division of territories should not change. Hurry up and tell Master Dog how the territories of the divine continent are divided. De Huang Dog asked impatiently. Now that they had arrived at the vast and boundless divine continent, De Huang Dog was extremely excited. There are 8 forbidden areas in the divine continent, each occupying a different location. According to the location of these 8 forbidden areas, the divine continent is divided into 8 regions. Xuanyu is the weakest among the 8 regions, but even Xuanyu is 10 times the size of the eastern continent. You can't underestimate it. Within Xuanyu there are a total of 18 provinces, and each province is much larger than the province of the eastern continent. A small place like Qi province can't be compared to them. Within each province there are various forces of various sizes. Zhang Qian said, explaining the rough division of the divine continent to De Huang Dog. Even though De Huang Dog was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard Zhang Qian's words. The divine continent was just too big. No wonder it was the center of the Saint Origin world. Among the 8 big provinces, Xuanyu was the weakest one. Even the weakest one was 10 times the size of the eastern continent. Not to mention the 18 provinces, there were endless water bodies, endless mountain ranges and all kinds of races. It was a world full of great waves. Compared to the divine continent, the eastern continent was simply a tiny place. Right now we should be in one of the prefectures of the Xian region. Which prefecture is it? De Huang Dog asked again. I have no idea. We'll find a place with a lot of people and ask around. Zhang Qian replied with a smile. Compared to the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, Xuanyu was just a small place and he rarely came to places like this. Although he could tell that they were in Xuanyu, he had no idea which province it was in Xuanyu. Soon, a vague shape of a city appeared in front of Zhang Qian and De Huang Dog. Although they were far away from it, they could still feel the magnificence of the city. Just a city in a border region has such a huge scale, it's really magnificent. De Huang Dog said with a sigh. Let's go check out the city. Zhang Qian said. He couldn't help but increase his speed. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Crowds of people were coming and going outside the city. Some were merchants and some were rogue cultivators. Looking into the distance, combat soul warriors could be seen everywhere, and divine core warriors were as many as the hairs on a cow. In the eastern continent, a combat soul warrior was a supreme warrior, and no matter where he went he would be welcomed and respected. But here, combat soul warriors could be seen everywhere, and it wasn't a rare sight at all. There were no doors on either side of the majestic city gate. A huge golden board hung above the gate, and 3 words were engraved on it, Hongyue City. The city was named Hongyue, a rainbow that would last through the ages and spread across the world. Even Zhang Qian couldn't help but sigh. This was a really good name. In front of the city gate, a few guards were standing on both sides, and they were yelling at the people who wanted to enter the city to pay. Hurry up, 1 earth elixir for each person. The leader of the guards shouted loudly. Damn it, the mayor of Hongyue City is too ruthless, he actually increased the entrance fee to 1 earth elixir. Don't say anymore, we have no choice but to trade in the city. It's just 1 earth elixir, it's within the range we can afford. If only we could have a place to stay in the city, then we wouldn't need to pay any entrance fee. Stop dreaming, the place to stay in Hongyue City is too expensive, we can't afford it. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They all felt that the entrance fee was too expensive, but Hongyue City was a trade hub city, and many powers wanted to trade in it. So, there was nothing they could do about it. Hee, the city lord's mansion must be very rich if it's collecting money like this. Why don't we sneak into the city lord's mansion and steal it? Kaka. De Huang Dog had a sinister smile on his face and his eyes were glowing brightly. This guy had already set his eyes on the city lord's mansion before they even entered the city. Zhang Qian shook his head helplessly. Bringing this dog along was no different than bringing a huge trouble. If there was a guy in this world who could stir up trouble, it would definitely be De Huang Dog. However, what De Huang Dog said just now had made Zhang Qian's heart beat faster. Everyone had to pay 1 earth elixir to enter the city, and he would be able to earn a lot of money in just 1 day. If it was accumulated over a long period of time, it would be a huge fortune. Although Jiang Qin had taken a huge amount of elixir and earth elixir from the Martial Saint dynasty when he left, so he wasn't lacking in money, he was still cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and every step he took required a huge amount of earth elixir. No matter how much earth elixir he had, it would be even better if he had heaven elixir. You two earth elixir. The guard shouted at Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. Even a dog needs money. Chapter 489. Jiang Qin wasn't a stingy person, nor was he unable to afford the elixir. However, he couldn't stand the fact that a dog had to pay. The guard was enraged when he saw that a young man dared to question his words. In the entire Hongyue city, no one had ever dared to question the charging standards of the city lord mansion. This young man was courting death. However, before the guard could speak, De Huang dog was the first to object. He barked and glared at Jiang Qin. What's wrong with a dog? Why can't a dog pay? Hurry up and pay. This Lord Dog wants to pay double to show Lord Dog's dignity. As soon as De Huang dog said that, Jiang Qin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people also looked over. Some of them pointed at De Huang dog, secretly thinking that this dog was really an idiot. This dog must be sick in the head. His master wanted to save one elixir for him, but this guy refused and wanted to pay more. What an idiot. As the owner of this dog, this young man is so pitiful to have encountered such a big idiot. However, this young man has a heavy taste. He actually raised a dog as a pet. Stupid dog, is there something wrong with your head? Jiang Qin pressed down on De Huang dog's head. Get lost, you're the one who's sick. Hurry up and give me the elixir. This Lord Dog wants to pay double. If you don't, this Lord Dog won't leave. De Huang dog immediately laid on the ground and acted like a rascal. It seemed that he would only give up after Jiang Qin paid double the elixir. This scene was really intoxicating. The guard, however, revealed a smile on his face. He found this De Huang dog extremely pleasing to the eye. He was more than happy that someone wanted to pay more for entering the city. The extra money could go into his own pocket. He couldn't wait to meet more idiots like De Huang dog. Hurry up, don't waste time. Someone behind urged him impatiently. Kid, hurry up and get the elixir. Don't waste time here. The guard extended his hand to Jiang Qin. I'll give you 5, 3 for me and 2 for that dog. Jiang Qin casually waved his hand and threw 5 earth restoration pills at the guard's face. After that, he placed his hands behind his back and strode into the city. The guard caught the earth restoration pills with one hand and a bright smile emerged on his face. Many people in the back were stunned. It seemed that the dog was not the only one that was stupid. Even the young man was stupid. Could it be that the pet was like the master? 2 pieces of earth elixir could be used to enter the city, but the young man had to fork out 5. Even if he was rich, he shouldn't have done this. The guard took out 3 of the 5 elixir and put them into his interspatial ring with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Qin, who had already walked out, returned and approached the guard. May I ask, which province does Hongyue City belong to in Xuanyu? Jiang Qin asked. Liang Province. The guard answered Jiang Qin's question with a smile. They had always treated a rich man with special respect, not to mention that the young man had just given them money. A man and a dog walked on the streets of Hongyue City. The streets were spacious. The ground was paved with shiny green rocks. The streets were wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side without feeling crowded. On both sides of the streets were all kinds of shops. Some were selling elixirs, some were selling spirit beasts, and some were selling battle weapons. Of course, the things that were sold on the streets were nothing in the eyes of Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. Apart from the items that were traded between cultivators, there were also many shops that sold food. Powerful cultivators could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to purify their bodies, so they no longer needed to eat. However, cultivators knew how to enjoy life as well. In many places, delicious food was extremely popular. For cultivators like De Huang dog, food was the most attractive thing to them. Just by looking at the way this guy was drooling all over the ground, one could easily tell that. In a moment of inattention, De Huang dog disappeared. Jiang Qin raised his head and saw De Huang dog had already rushed to a stall. The stall owner was shouting loudly, roasted whole lamb, demon beast Wuji lamb, exclusive secret recipe. Delicious. The stall owner suddenly saw a Dahuang dog appearing in front of him. The Dahuang dog's crystal eyes were staring at the roasted whole lamb that had just been roasted. His drool was almost dripping onto the stall. Get lost. Where did this dog come from? Do you believe this daddy won't roast you? The stall owner glared at Dahuang dog. Dahuang dog didn't pay any attention to him. With extreme speed he arrived in front of the roasted whole lamb in an instant and bit it with his mouth. When the stall owner finally reacted, both Dahuang dog and the roasted whole lamb had disappeared. Bastard. Damn dog. The stall owner was enraged. A wave of energy rushed out from his body, and a battle weapon appeared in his hand. It seemed like he was going to tear Dahuang dog into 1,000 pieces once he caught up to him. Right at this moment, a young man appeared in front of the stall. He casually threw 2 elixir pills to the stall owner and said, "Excuse me, I'll buy this roasted whole lamb." After saying that, the young man turned into a ray of light and chased after the stall owner. He didn't forget to mutter, "Damn dog, can't you save me some trouble?" When Xianxia caught up to Dahuang dog, the roasted whole lamb had already been completely devoured by Dahuang dog. Xianxia didn't hold back at all. He grabbed Dahuang dog's ear and said, "Can you be any more shameful? Damn it, you've just arrived here, can't you be a little more low-key? Do you want to die?" "Woof. Kid, you lost Master Dog's ear." Dahuang dog bared his teeth. "Damn dog, you have to promise me that you won't steal food from the roadside. This is too shameful." Xianxia grabbed Dahuang dog's ear and refused to let go. If Dahuang dog went to steal some treasures, not only would Xianxia not stop him, he would even lend a helping hand. However, it was too shameful for Dahuang dog to steal ordinary food. If he was chased all over the street because of such a trivial matter, it would be even more shameful. No, the food here is very delicious. It's all the meat of demonic beasts and it's chewy and delicious. I must have a taste of meat. Dahuang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Later, I'll bring you to the best restaurant in Hongyue City to have a feast. How about that? Xianxia said. You said that? Dahuang dog's eyes lit up. Of course. Xianxia guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, the most prosperous place would be the restaurant. There were crooks and honest people mixed in, and it was also the best place to gather information. Now that he had just arrived at Hongyue City, it could be said that he knew nothing about this place. Moreover, Xianxia was a little greedy. Since he was in a good mood to have a feast in a restaurant, it should be quite a good feeling. Good kid, you have a conscience. Dahuang dog nodded his head and praised Xianxia. On the way, Dahuang dog was still not well behaved. Hi, Beauty, how are you? This beauty is not bad. Are you interested in becoming this master dog's human pet? This master dog can take you as a disciple and teach you a supreme secret technique. Rat eyes, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out and stomp on them. Have you never seen such a handsome, smart, and powerful dog before? Beauty, are you interested in sitting down and talking about life? Dahuang dog was arrogant along the way, flirting with everyone he saw, attracting the wrath of countless people. If looks could kill, Dahuang dog would probably only be left with dog skin now. Damn it. Xianxia really wanted to stamp Dahuang dog's face with a big footprint. Before the passers-by could really get angry, Xianxia grabbed Dahuang dog's ear and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the street. Bringing this dog out was equivalent to bringing a living, breathing problem. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he arrived at the center of Hongyue City. In front of him was the most prosperous street. In the middle of the street, there was a 3-story golden building. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with noble colors. The exterior of the building was made of pure gold. Although for the cultivation world gold was nothing much, it was still a bit extravagant to use gold to build a building. The name of the golden building was the same as its appearance. On top of the building there were 3 big words. Just the name alone was enough to show how noble this building was. However, the truly domineering part was the 3 small words, Hongyue's number 1 restaurant. Hongyue's number 1 restaurant? The quality of this place is definitely not low. Come, let's go there. Dahuang dog licked his lips. This fellow's nose was very sensitive. He had probably already smelled the aroma coming from the restaurant. His dog tail wagged back and forth and he couldn't wait to rush in. Let's go. Let's have a big meal today. Xianxia smiled. As someone who was rich and overbearing, not to mention eating in this restaurant, even if he wanted to buy the entire restaurant, it would be a piece of cake. Welcome, please come in. A young man wearing a waiter's uniform walked out from the golden building. Zhou Xian threw his glance at the waiter, and he found out that the waiter was a divine core warrior. A waiter was a divine core warrior. This was the divine continent, a place that the eastern continent couldn't compare with. Before Zhou Xian could say anything, De Huang Dog stretched his neck and tried to walk into the restaurant. But the waiter stopped him. Hey, hey, hey. The golden building is a high-class place. Dogs are not allowed to enter. What did you say? De Huang Dog immediately became angry. What this dog couldn't stand the most was being looked down upon. I said dogs are not allowed to enter. The waiter was a tough man. After that he turned to Zhou Xian and said, Young master, please follow the rules of the golden building, this is a high-class place. You can choose to throw him out, but let me give you a friendly reminder, this dog is not someone you can mess with. Zhou Xian gave the waiter a look that told him to seek his own fortune. Then he strode into the golden building. Right after he entered the golden building he heard a loud bang. The waiter was knocked into the building from the outside, followed by a muscular De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog jumped onto the waiter, gnashed his teeth in anger and said, Repeat what you just said to this master dog one more time. No, please come in, master dog. Chapter 490. Many people were sitting in the Golden Tower and all of them were well dressed. Those who could afford to come to the Golden Tower were usually people with high social status. Right now, all of them were staring at the De Huang Dog who had suddenly barged into the restaurant. De Huang Dog ignored everyone's gazes. He moved his body away from the waiter and followed behind Zhou Xian. The waiter crawled up from the floor, still in a state of shock. What happened? A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s walked toward them. This man had a formidable cultivation base, a late combat soul warrior. He was indeed quite strong. Zhou Xian didn't pay any attention to this middle-aged man. He glanced around, then casually walked to a table near the window and sat down. De Huang Dog quickly ran over to Zhou Xian and sat down opposite him. Once again he started drooling. Innkeeper, bring out all the best dishes of your restaurant. Zhou Xian said. What? Someone cried out in shock. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. Once again they became the center of attention. Are you kidding me? These two guys can really eat a lot. This is the Golden Tower, the most expensive place in Hongyue City. How much would it cost to order all the best dishes here? This is such a waste. This guy must be a young master from some rich family, he's so rich. Many people were shaking their heads discussing how Zhou Xian was a spendthrift. As a cultivator, energy pills were the most important thing to them. Spending a lot of pills here was just for fun, and it was not worth it to spend a huge amount of pills on food and drinks. After all, human elixir and earth elixir were essential for cultivation. The waiter stood behind the manager, not daring to say a word. The manager kept glancing at Zhou Xian, and realized that even with his strength, he couldn't see through this young man's cultivation. When he looked at Zhou Qian's extraordinary bearing, he didn't dare show any neglect. Young master, please wait a moment, the manager said with a smile on his face. A businessman's job was to do business. Furthermore, the Golden Tower had a powerful backer, and no one had ever dared to dine and dash in the Golden Tower. Have you heard? The 13th tycoon of the Shura Temple died in the chaotic ocean. I think he was killed by the chaotic 7 bandits. That's right, what a pity. The 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple are all geniuses amongst geniuses. The 13th tycoon Liang Qing has already broken through to the first grade combat king realm at such a young age, and the other tycoons are even more powerful. This time, Liang Qing was killed by a famous pirate in the chaotic ocean. I'm sure the Shura Temple will be furious. That's for sure. The Shura Temple is one of the biggest powers in the Liang province, and the 13 gangsters are even more famous. There has never been an exception like this before. The pirates in the chaotic ocean are getting more and more rampant these days. They even dare to kill the 13 gangsters. I heard that many young geniuses of the Shura Temple are fighting for the position of the 13th tycoon. The upper echelon of the Shura Temple has issued a mission. Whoever goes to the Shura temple and takes down the head of the pirate who killed Liang Qing will be the new 13th tycoon. For those geniuses, this is a great opportunity. You should know that the position of the Shura temple's tycoon is extremely honorable. Aside from having a high status, the tycoon will also have access to the best resources from the Shura temple. It's really enviable. However, the chaotic ocean is famous for its chaos, so it won't be easy for them to kill those pirates and avenge Liang Qing. Sounds of discussions could be heard in the restaurant. Every single word was heard by Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Obviously, the Shura temple was one of the biggest powers in the Liang province, just like how the Black Sect was in the Qi province. Of course, if the Black Sect was compared to the Shura temple, there was no way the Black Sect could be compared to the Shura temple. Even if the Martial Saint dynasty was compared to the Shura temple would still be much weaker. Judging from the discussions in the restaurant, the 13 gangsters of the Shura temple had a very important position. They were all geniuses among geniuses, and now the 13th tycoon was killed in the chaotic ocean. This was a big event. Buddy, do you know about the Shura temple? What kind of place is the chaotic ocean? De Huang Dog asked curiously. He had really taken Jiang Qin as an omniscient existence. I don't know about the Shura temple, but I think the chaotic ocean is just an ocean that is filled with islands and rich resources. That's why people from the Liang province would travel to the chaotic ocean, and their goal is to obtain some benefits. That's also the reason why the chaotic ocean is so chaotic. Pirates are everywhere, and that's how the chaotic ocean got its name. Jiang Qin said. For him, the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, the Shura temple was just a small power. Perhaps, it was a power that had only appeared in the last 100 years. Therefore, Jiang Qin had never heard of it before. As for the chaotic ocean, Jiang Qin had heard about it, but he had never been there. Why don't we take a stroll in the chaotic ocean as well? De Huang Dog's interest was immediately piqued. This guy who wished for the world to be in chaos loved to join in the fun. No rush, let's eat first. Jiang Qin smiled. In fact, he was quite interested in the chaotic ocean. He was only 600 dragon marks away from breaking through to the Combat King realm, and if he could make a trip there, it would be more than enough for him to break through to the Combat King realm. Waiter, is Master Dog's food here yet? Hurry up, I'm starving. De Huang Dog shouted with a loud voice. Eat your ass. All of you get the hell out of here. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, an extremely arrogant voice sounded out from outside the Golden Tower. After that, dozens of men walked into the tower. The ones who walked in the front were all wearing the same uniform as De Huang Dog, and one of them was wearing the same arrogant uniform as the other. After that, the guards separated themselves into two groups, and 2 men and a woman walked out from the tower. All 3 of them were wearing luxurious clothes, and they all had extraordinary appearances. Although they didn't look very old, they were all emitting powerful auras. All 3 of them were late combat soul warriors. The woman had a beautiful face and her chest was tall and straight, but she gave off a vulgar vibe. The appearance of these 3 men immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the young man who stood in the center, a fearful expression immediately emerged on their faces. That's young Master Chongqing, the son of the Hongyue city's city lord, an inner circle disciple of the Shura temple. He has reached the late combat soul realm at such a young age he can be considered as a famous man. Those 2 men are also inner circle disciples of the Shura temple. Their statuses are very respectable. I'm afraid we won't be able to enjoy our meal here. Someone recognized the newcomers and began whispering to each other. The manager and the waiter quickly came out and bowed deeply toward Chongqing. Young Master Chongqing, your presence brings light to our humble golden tower. Cut the crap. This place has been booked by our young master today. Everyone get the hell out of here. The leader of the guards shouted at the people who were eating and drinking, and immediately cleared the place. Chongqing, I don't think this is a good idea. A troubled expression emerged on the manager's face. After all, the Golden Tower was a place of business, and if they kicked out their customers, it would greatly affect their reputation. Furthermore, as a distinguished guest of the Golden Tower, Chongqing was given his own private room upstairs, and that was the best treatment he could receive. But now he was asked to kick out all their customers, causing the manager's expression to turn ugly. Manager, Senior disciple Tan Lang is going to the chaotic ocean to kill the pirates and fight for the position of the Shura Temple's tycoon. Since senior disciple Tan Lang is coming here today, I'm going to welcome senior disciple Tan Lang in your golden tower. I'm sure it's a great honor for the golden tower. Chongqing held a folding fan in his hand and waved it in front of him. What? The Shura Temple's Tan Lang? When the manager heard Tan Lang's name, his expression immediately changed. Tan Lang was a genius who had recently risen to fame in the Shura Temple. Tan Lang had left the Shura Temple and disappeared for a period of time. He had only recently returned, and when he returned he immediately became a young combat king warrior. He was deeply respected by the Shura Temple, and he was also a popular candidate for the position of tycoon. Not to mention the Golden Tower, even the Hongyue City's city lord wouldn't dare offend such a genius. Obviously, Tan Lang's reputation wasn't weak. When those who were still sitting at the table heard that Tan Lang was coming, they immediately left their money, cupped their fists toward Chongqing and left. These people understood very well that even if Tan Lang didn't come here to eat, they wouldn't be able to stay here in peace. As the young master of Hongyue City, Chongqing was a famous spoiled brat, and no one dared to offend him. Furthermore, he was accompanied by 2 disciples from the Shura Temple. In the Liang province, the Shura Temple was the king. If they offended the Shura Temple, they could turn the entire Hongyue City into ashes with a flick of their fingers. Chongqing was very satisfied with the situation, especially in front of his fellow disciples. He felt that he had gained a lot of face. However, when Chongqing saw the 2 unmoving fellows by the window, his expression instantly turned cold. The 2 unmoving fellows were none other than Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was so angry that he was scratching the table with his hooves. His saliva was almost dripping out of his mouth, but he hadn't even eaten a single strand of hair yet. Asking him to stand up and scram now? What a joke. Both of you, scram now. The guard was furious. He pointed at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. What are you shouting for? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to your master dog like that? How could De Huang Dog care about such a small fry? Upon hearing that, the guard was enraged. As a guard of the city governor's mansion, he had to look down on others no matter where he went. Everyone had to bow and scrape in front of him. Today a dog actually dared to talk to him like that. He must be courting death. Shopkeeper, when will our dishes be served? Jiang Qin didn't even look at Chongqing and the others as he spoke. The shopkeeper couldn't help but sweat. He didn't know where this young master came from. He really didn't know how to read people. Didn't he see that they had already stood up and left? The shopkeeper didn't want his store to be smashed. Before the guard flew into a rage, he hurriedly went to Jiang Chen's table and said with a smile, "Young master, this is the young master of the city governor's mansion. Today, the young master of the city governor's mansion would like to book the entire restaurant. Young master, please do us a favor." Is that so? This young master is also the young master of the city governor. Chapter 491. Jiang Chen's words and the disdainful expression on his face had completely infuriated Chongqing and the other 2 disciples of the Shura Temple. The guards were the first to lose their temper. "Damn you, why don't you open your eyes and look at us? How dare you disrespect our young master? You're courting death." The leading guard immediately stretched out his palm and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Boom. Followed by a miserable shriek. The guard was knocked flying away, and he didn't fly in a straight line. He was sent flying through the Golden Tower's main entrance. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Although the leading guard didn't have a strong combat strength, as someone who followed the young master of the city lord's mansion, he wasn't weak either. He was a mid-combat soul warrior. A mid-combat soul warrior was knocked flying away just like that. What was even more shocking was that the young man in white just sat there without moving an inch. The manager, Chongqing, and the other 2 disciples of the Shura Temple were all late combat soul warriors, and they were standing very close to Jiang Chen. However, even they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it, and they had no idea where the force that knocked the guard away came from. Damn it! Chongqing gnashed his teeth. He put away the folding fan in his hand, then he walked toward Jiang Chen. Tan Lang was coming today and he was going to entertain Tan Lang in this golden tower. But now someone dared not give him face and did it in front of his two senior brothers and sisters. Facing such a situation, even though he knew his opponent was very strong, he couldn't back down. Chongqing was acting impulsively, but the two disciples of the Shura temple were very calm. They pulled Chongqing's arms from both sides, telling him not to act impulsively. You better not disturb this master's mood. Jiangchen didn't even raise his head and he just said with an indifferent tone, "Let's go." The male disciple of the Shura temple pulled Chongqing and walked out. A group of people came to the restaurant in an imposing manner, but left with their tails between their legs. It was really damaging to the face of the Shura temple, and even more damaging to the face of the city lord mansion. However, the people from the Shura temple were no fools. They knew that the other party was very powerful and that the other party was acting recklessly. If they were to make a move against the other party, they would be fools. At that time, not only would they lose face, they might even lose their lives. "Manager, can we serve the dishes now?" Jiangchen smiled and glanced at the shopkeeper beside him. The shopkeeper quivered and recovered from the shock just now. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Outside the Golden Tower, Chongqing and the other two arrived at the guard who was sprawled out in the middle of the road. They used their divine perception to check on the guard's injuries. What a powerful attack. A late combat soul warrior was knocked away by it, and he didn't suffer any injuries but fainted. The woman said in surprise, "Looks like this guy is just here to eat and he doesn't mean any harm. He didn't hurt anyone." Another male disciple said. At the same time, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's attack. It's not difficult to injure a mid-combat soul guard, but it's really difficult to knock him out without suffering any injuries. Looks like we've all underestimated this guy. He might be a combat king warrior. Impossible. Since when did such a young combat king warrior appear in the Liang province? This guy doesn't look like he's even 20 years old. Furthermore, if there really is a combat king warrior in the Liang province, he wouldn't be a nobody. And he doesn't look like a devil cultivator. The woman said with a frown on her face. I don't think he's a devil cultivator. We all know about the geniuses from the Heavenly Devil Palace. The man shook his head. No matter who he is, he's courting death by offending the Shura temple. Senior disciple Tan Lang will be here soon. Let senior disciple Tan Lang deal with him. Chongqing coldly harumphed. Today he had lost a lot of face in front of his fellow disciples, causing him to be extremely furious. That's right, senior disciple Tan Lang is a real combat king warrior. This guy didn't give face to the Shura temple, so no matter what his identity is, he has to be punished. The woman said with a sneer on her face. After that, the group left the Golden Tower. Chongqing left two guards behind to keep an eye on the Golden Tower, trying to keep an eye on Jiangchen and a Huang dog. In fact, Chongqing's actions were completely unnecessary. It was impossible for those two guards to keep an eye on Jiangchen. If Jiangchen really wanted to leave, those two guards wouldn't be able to stop him even if they kept their eyes wide open. Of course, Jiangchen didn't care about what was happening outside. When the table was filled with delicious dishes, he and a Huang dog started eating. Buddy, do you think that young palace master will come back? The Huang dog said. Of course he will. Also that Tan Lang will come as well. Let's just wait here. Jiangchen said with a smile. Buddy, didn't you say you don't want to cause any trouble? Kaka, but I like it. The Huang dog let out a loud laugh. He knew what Jiangchen was thinking. This guy must be interested in the chaotic ocean, and this was a good opportunity for him to see how capable the geniuses of the Shura temple were. Outside the city lord's mansion, there was an exquisite pavilion. Chongqing and two other disciples of the Shura temple were sitting inside. Suddenly, a black figure walked out from the void and arrived at the pavilion. This man was dressed in black and he had a handsome face. He looked to be in his mid-20s and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His entire body was emitting a spatial energy that could strike fear into anyone. He was actually a combat king warrior. When Chongqing and the other two disciples saw the man, they immediately stood up from their seats and bowed toward the black-clothed young man. Senior disciple Tan. And I'm passing by Hongyue City today and I've been preparing for a day. Tomorrow I'll be heading to the chaotic ocean. The three of you can come with me and you can train yourselves. Tan Lang said. Hearing this, Chongqing and the other two disciples immediately revealed a joyful expression. For inner circle disciples like them, being able to find a combat king warrior as a backer was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Furthermore, it was someone at the same level as Tan Lang. They knew very well how strong Tan Lang was. He was nearly invincible among those in the same realm, and he was the best candidate for the 13th tycoon. If they followed Tan Lang, their future would be limitless. Senior disciple Tan, we were heading to the Golden Tower just now to hold a welcoming dinner for you. However, we didn't expect to run into an unreasonable young man. Not only did he not give any face to the Shura temple, he even injured one of my disciples. Chongqing explained to Tan Lang what had happened in the Golden Tower by Jiang Chen. Oh. Tan Lang was surprised. He was surprised that someone dared to challenge the authority of the Shura temple. This man looks to be around 17 or 18 years old, but he has a powerful cultivation base. We don't think we're a match for him, so we waited for senior disciple Tan to arrive before teaching him a lesson. We'll let him know the consequences of desecrating the Shura temple. The girl said in a cold tone. Tan Lang furrowed his brows, but he still said, "Let's go, I'll go with you. I'd like to see who has the guts to do this." After saying that, Tan Lang soared into the sky and flew toward the Golden Tower. Obviously, this wasn't his first time here. Chongqing and the other two exchanged glances, and they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. After that, they followed closely behind Tan Lang and flew toward the Golden Tower. Inside the empty Golden Tower, only Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were gorging themselves. The manager and the waiter were watching from the side, so much so that their facial muscles were twitching. This man and dog could really eat a lot. From the beginning until now, this was already the 8th table. It seemed like they didn't know when this would end. At this moment, several gusts of wind blew from outside the Golden Tower. Soon, 4 figures appeared inside the Golden Tower. When the newcomers saw Jiang Chen and a Huang dog still eating and drinking, a cold smile immediately appeared on their faces. Senior disciple Tan, it's this man. Chongqing's anger soared to the skies as he pointed a finger at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tan Lang also saw Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen's face, especially when he saw the Huang dog standing next to Jiang Chen, he was petrified on the spot. His face was filled with astonishment, but it quickly turned into ecstasy. Jiang Chen, who was busy eating, had long sensed that a combat king warrior was standing next to him. He was waiting for this man to attack, but he didn't expect that this man would just stand there in a daze, without showing any signs of attacking. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but raise his head and look over. When his gaze fell upon the black-clothed young man, he couldn't help but be startled because he had seen this man before. Senior disciple Tan, this is the bastard. Senior disciple Tan, please teach him a lesson and let the crown prince know how powerful the Shura temple is. Chongqing was high-spirited and extremely arrogant. As the saying goes, a fox flaunts the tiger's might, and a dog relies on its master's power. Chongqing's words caused Tan Lang to recover from his shock. He didn't do as Chongqing said and teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Instead, he gave Chongqing a backhand slap. Slap. It was an exceptionally loud slap. Half of Chongqing's face immediately swelled up. This slap had stunned Chongqing. Not only him, the man and woman next to him were also struck dumb. They had no idea why Tan Lang didn't attack the young man and the dog, but instead he attacked his own people. But soon they found out the reason. Tan Lang strode toward Jiang Chen, bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen and said, "Benefactor." When the word benefactor came out, Chongqing and the other two were stunned on the spot. They had no idea what kind of situation this was. However, they knew that with Tan Lang's arrogance, someone who could make Tan Lang bow to him must have an extraordinary identity. At the very least, they could not afford to offend him. "I didn't expect it to be you." Jiang Chen smiled. This Tan Lang was none other than the black-clothed young man who appeared when he attacked the Nether Mountain in the southern continent. After the battle ended, the black-clothed young man immediately left. It was obvious that he didn't want to be involved in the disputes of the southern continent. At that time, Jiang Chen guessed that this person wasn't from the southern continent, and might have come from the divine continent. He didn't expect to meet him as soon as he arrived in the divine continent. Chapter 492. My name is Tan Lang. I didn't have the time to thank you for saving my life that day, and I never thought we would meet again. This is great. Tan Lang was extremely happy. He was dragged into the conflict of the southern continent for no reason, and it could be said that he was extremely unlucky. No matter how much of a genius he was still no match for Lord Nether. If not for Jiang Chen's help, he would have died in the southern continent by now. Kid, since you're from the divine continent, why were you captured by the Demon King Palace when you arrived in the southern continent? The Huang dog asked Tan Lang while gnawing on the leg of an unknown demon beast. That day I went out for training, but I didn't expect to be dragged to the exit by luck. That day when I went out to train, I didn't expect to enter a spatial wormhole and get sucked into the spatial turbulence. I thought I was done for, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to drift to the exit. After I came out, I arrived at the southern continent. Coincidentally, I ran into the Demon King Palace, who was trying to capture the human geniuses of the southern continent, so I was captured. If it weren't for Benefactor's help that day, Tan Lang would have been buried in the southern continent. After that battle, with the help of an expert like Benefactor, the Demon King Palace would definitely be destroyed. I didn't want to participate in the disputes of the southern continent, so I left immediately. Tan Lang told Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog what had happened that day. Who would have thought that the genius he saved that day was actually from the divine continent, and they had bumped into each other as soon as he arrived in the divine continent. Initially, Jiang Chen thought that there would be some conflict between him and Tan Lang, but now, it seemed like there wouldn't be any conflict even if he wanted to. Your luck is really too good, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What he said wasn't false at all. Only 1 in 1,000 people could come out alive after entering the dimensional turbulence, and people like Tan Lang who managed to find the exit after drifting for a short period of time were even rarer. Furthermore, after Tan Lang was captured by the Demon King Palace, he was saved by Jiang Chen. Now he had successfully broken through to the Combat King realm, and it could be said that he was lucky. From this, it could be seen that Tan Lang was a man who possessed a certain amount of luck. Ah, I'm so happy today. Manager, I'll book this place today. Bring out the best dishes and wine. Tan Lang burst into laughter as he sat down in front of Jiang Chen. After carefully examining Jiang Chen, he discovered that Jiang Chen's aura was much stronger than when he killed King Nether. This really surprised him. A combat soul warrior with such incredible combat strength really shocked him. Even the Shura temple didn't have such a monstrous genius. I left in a hurry that day, so I didn't know your name. Tan Lang asked. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled as he clinked glasses with Tan Lang. His first impression of Tan Lang was pretty good as he didn't put on any airs. As a genius from the Shura temple, Jiang Chen was able to bow and greet him in front of so many people. This was not something an ordinary man could do, even though Jiang Chen had saved Tan Lang's life before. Geniuses needed face the most. Great. It's great to be able to meet Brother Jiang here today. I'll have to do my best as a host. Tan Lang laughed out loud. Being able to meet Jiang Chen here today could be considered as one of the things that had been weighing on his mind. That day when Jiang Chen saved his life after he left, he still couldn't forget that white-clothed young man. What are you three still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Jiang. Tan Lang turned around and shouted at Chongqing and the others. The 3 of them were stunned, especially Chongqing. Half of his face was swollen, but he didn't dare to show any anger. Although he was the son of the city governor of Hongyue City, he didn't dare to offend Tan Lang. In the vast Liang province, a small Hongyue city was not worth mentioning at all. The 3 of them had been standing at the side and listening to the conversation between Jiang Chen and Tan Lang. Naturally, they knew Jiang Chen's identity very well. They never thought that this young man who came out of nowhere would have saved Tan Lang's life. They were secretly glad that they didn't make a move against the white-clothed young man. Otherwise, even if Jiang Chen didn't hurt them, Tan Lang would still teach them a lesson. The girl hurriedly took a step forward. She gave Jiang Chen a sweet smile and gave him a seductive look. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, this kind of look had no lethality at all. Compared to Wu Ningzhu, the gap between this girl and Wu Ningzhu was like heaven and earth. I'm Su Qing. I didn't know about the relationship between young Master Jiang and senior brother Tan. There were many conflicts between us. I hope young Master Jiang won't take it to heart, Su Qing said in a gentle voice and bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. Wei. I've offended young Master Jiang. I hope young Master Jiang won't take it to heart. The male disciple quickly bowed and apologized. With Tan Lang sitting there, they naturally had to perform well. Chongqing's face was swollen, but he still walked towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was completely different. When he thought about how he was the one who screamed the loudest just now, he really wanted to slap himself. This young man in front of him had the ability to save Tan Lang's life. It was enough to prove that his cultivation was very strong. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong. Chongqing lowered his head and apologized. All right. Those who don't know are innocent. Sit down and eat with us. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, De Huang Dog had already swung his demonic beast's leg and begged for forgiveness. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. All his face had been ruined by this dog. However, it wasn't easy for these three to apologize to him in a low voice, especially that young master of the city Lord Manor. He had a noble status and had been pampered since young. When had he ever been humble to anyone? Today he apologized to Jiang Chen. Could be seen that Tan Lang still had a lot of weight in the eyes of these three. The three felt as if they had been pardoned, but they didn't dare to sit together with Jiang Chen and Tan Lang. Instead they sat at the table next to them. Brother Jiang, I wonder what happened to the Demon King Palace? Tan Lang asked curiously. What else? Of course they were killed by little Chenzi and me. The first palace master of the Demon King Palace, Demon King Zhanlong, a second-grade Demon King, was killed by little Chenzi with just 3 steps. De Huang Dog said proudly as if he was the one who killed Demon King Zhanlong instead of Jiang Chen. Of course, De Huang Dog wasn't bragging. Jiang Chen did use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to kill Demon King Zhanlong. However, in the ears of Tan Lang, Chongqing and the other two, it was a completely different story. Killing a second-grade Demon King with just 3 steps, how freakish was that? The 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. Thinking back to how they were pointing their fingers at an expert who could kill a second-grade Demon King and yelling at him, it was a typical example of courting death. The fact that they could still stand here and speak was simply a blessing to them. In the world of cultivation, the dignity of an expert was the most inviolable thing. There weren't many rules in this world, and it was the law of the jungle. If someone was blind enough to insult a combat king warrior, even if that combat king warrior killed that person with just a wave of his hand, he would still die in vain. Tan Lang was shocked as well. He only knew that Jiang Chen was able to kill a first-grade Demon King, but he never expected that Jiang Chen actually had the strength to kill a second-grade Demon King. This couldn't be described with just the word, terrifying. He was simply a monster among monsters. Brother Zhang's combat strength is amazing, it's really terrifying. Tan Lang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Killing a second-grade Demon King might not be a big deal, as there were plenty of people in the Shura Temple who could kill a second-grade Demon King. However, killing a second-grade Demon King before reaching the Combat King realm was a completely different story. Brother Tan, I've just arrived in the Divine Continent, and I heard that you're going to the Chaotic Ocean to fight for the position of one of the 13 tycoons in the Shura Temple, right? Jiang Chen asked with a curious tone. That's right. The Shura Temple is one of the 4 major powers in the Liang province, and the 13 tycoons are existences that surpass the status of core disciples. They are the representatives of the Shura Temple, and there are a total of 13 of them. Not long ago, the 13th tycoon went to the Chaotic Ocean, but he was killed by pirates. Because of this, the higher-ups of the Shura Temple were furious, and they issued a mission for the core disciples to go to the Chaotic Ocean to kill the pirates. Whoever can bring down the pirate's head will be promoted to the 13th tycoon, and from then on his or her status will skyrocket. This is a great opportunity for me, so I'm going to the Chaotic Ocean to train myself. While speaking, Tan Lang was paying attention to Jiang Chen's expression. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was interested in the Chaotic Ocean. If he could get Jiang Chen's help, he would have a 90% chance of winning the position of tycoon. Are the pirates in the Chaotic Ocean very powerful? Jiang Chen asked. The Chaotic Ocean is an extremely chaotic place, where good and bad people mingle together. There are many islands with abundant resources, and the sea demons and pirates are extremely rampant there. However, the pirates don't get along well with each other, which leads to the Chaotic Ocean becoming even more chaotic. There are 7 famous pirates in the Chaotic Ocean, and the one who killed the Shura Temple's tycoon was one of them. Their methods are extremely cruel and they're not easy to deal with. Tianlang spoke. When he mentioned the chaotic ocean, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Since the chaotic ocean is so chaotic, why didn't the Shura Temple send their experts to exterminate them? Wouldn't it be peaceful if they killed all the pirates? Zhou Xian asked. How could it be so easy? The chaotic ocean is extremely vast, and it's not the territory of the Shura Temple. Moreover, even if the Shura Temple killed all the pirates, the chaotic ocean would still exist. Not long after, new pirates would appear and there's no way to kill them all. Since a long time ago, the chaos in the chaotic ocean has formed its own system, and the Shura Temple doesn't want to destroy such a place. To their disciples, the chaotic ocean is an extremely good training ground. Tianlang explained. Zhou Xian silently nodded his head. Tianlang's words were correct. A place like the chaotic ocean was impossible to calm down. Moreover, such a chaotic place was an extremely good training ground for the disciples. It would be a pity if it was destroyed. The chaotic ocean is truly a good place. Chapter 493. When he heard that Zhou Xian was interested in the chaotic ocean, Tianlang's heart was instantly filled with joy. He had no idea how to ask Zhou Xian for help, but now that Zhou Xian was interested, it was great. I'll be heading to the chaotic ocean tomorrow. I wonder if I can get Brother Zhang's help? If Zhou Xian is willing to accompany me, I'll definitely be successful in my mission to exterminate the pirates. Tianlang spoke. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request, asking for Zhou Xian's help. Tianlang's honesty made Zhou Xian very happy. Kid, don't worry about it. With this Lord Dog around, I guarantee you'll be able to take the position of tycoon. Before Zhou Xian could say anything, De Huang Dog had already made his promise. It was as if as long as he took action, everything would be a piece of cake. Pirates and sea demons were just a piece of cake for him. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog's agreement to tag along was undoubtedly a great help to Tianlang. On the same day, young mansion Lord Chongqing welcomed Zhou Xian and Tianlang warmly at the city lord's mansion. The next morning, the group departed for the chaotic ocean. The chaotic ocean was located within the Liang province, and it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the four major powers. It was truly a chaotic zone. With Zhou Xian and Tianlang's strength, it only took them a dozen minutes to travel from Hongyue City to the chaotic ocean. The chaotic ocean was located within the Liang province, and it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the four major powers. It was truly a chaotic zone. With Zhou Xian and Tianlang's strength, it only took them a dozen minutes to travel from Hongyue City to the chaotic ocean. The chaotic ocean wasn't as vast as the eastern continent, but there were quite a number of islands in the ocean. These islands were rich in resources and had become the territory of pirates. Above the chaotic ocean, there were figures drifting by from time to time, emitting powerful auras. Brother Zhang, this is the chaotic ocean. Tianlang said. I heard that there are 7 famous pirates in the chaotic ocean. Zhou Xian smiled. That's right, the chaotic ocean's 7 bandits are infamous, and all of them are combat king warriors. Their methods are ruthless and they're not easy to deal with. Chongqing explained. Are these pirates humans? Zhou Xian continued to ask. Not necessarily. There are humans and there are also demonic beasts. Those who can make a name for themselves in the chaotic ocean are all vicious and merciless existences. They are all fugitives and they also have a group of powerful fugitives under their command. They can even control the sea demons for their own use. Every single pirate has their own forces and they are extremely difficult to deal with. Tianlang said. The number 1 pirate must be very powerful. I wonder what his cultivation is. Zhou Xian asked. He was very interested in the pirates of the chaotic ocean. I don't know about that myself. I have never met the number 1 pirate in the chaotic ocean before. This number 1 pirate is very strange. I don't think I have ever heard of him snatching treasures from cultivators. Many of the cultivators who come to the chaotic ocean have never met this number 1 pirate. Tianlang shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing about the number 1 pirate in the chaotic ocean as well. This caused Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog to feel puzzled. Someone who Tan Lang didn't even know about, someone who rarely appeared in front of others, was actually able to become the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean? Wasn't this too strange? As if he could see through Jiang Chen's doubts, Tan Lang continued. The title of #1 pirate was bestowed upon him by the other 6 pirates and some other pirates in the chaotic ocean. It is said that the #1 pirate once came to the chaotic ocean and declared that he would become the #1 pirate. At that time many people were unconvinced and they went to challenge him. However, none of those who challenged him came back alive, and that was how he became the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. There's actually such a thing. Zhang Chen was taken aback. His interest towards the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean was piqued. There was no need to guess to know that this person was an amazing character. However, there was one thing that Zhang Chen could not understand. This mysterious fellow had become the #1 pirate, yet he did not snatch treasures from others. So, what was the point of being the #1 pirate? Brother Zhang, there is no need to worry. This time we are in the chaotic ocean. There is no need to worry about encountering the #1 pirate. This person is an independent character and has almost no contact with the other pirates. All this while, no matter how chaotic the chaotic ocean is, this #1 pirate has never appeared. Tan Lang said, indicating to Jiang Chen that there was no need to worry about this #1 pirate. Tell me about your objective for coming here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tan Lang had come here to kill these pirates in order to avenge the 13th tycoon. At the same time, he was also here to raise the prestige of the Shura Temple. Heaven Hawk Island. I have already investigated it thoroughly. The 13th tycoon died on Heaven Hawk Island. Tan Lang said. The island master of Heaven Hawk Island is one of the chaotic ocean's 7 pirate lords. Heaven Hawk Island got its name because it looks like an eagle. What's more famous is that the island master of Heaven Hawk Island is also a war eagle. He is a peak first-grade demon king and his methods are extremely ruthless. Huo Wei, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, explained the information about Heaven Hawk Island to Jiang Chen. A peak first-grade demon king? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A peak first-grade demon king? Although it wasn't a second-grade demon king, it would still bring him great benefits. If this war eagle also possessed a mysterious bloodline, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the Combat King realm with the help of its demon spirit. Heaven Hawk Island isn't far from here. Let's hurry there and kill the island master before they arrive. Tan Lang said. In fact, before he met Jiang Chen, he didn't have much confidence in this mission. He didn't have the slightest confidence in killing a peak first-grade demon king, and he might even need to team up with his fellow disciples. However, now that he had Jiang Chen with him, he was filled with confidence. After all, Jiang Chen was in existence who had killed a second-grade demon king, let alone the island master. Under Tan Lang's lead, the group quickly flew toward Heaven Hawk Island. Right at this moment, 4 young men came from another direction. These 4 young men were wearing the same clothes as Tan Lang and Chongqing. Judging from this, these 4 young men were disciples of the Shura Temple. The 4 of them were emanating powerful auras, and their faces were filled with arrogance. With just a glance, one could tell that they were the kind of people who considered everyone beneath them. Of course, being able to reach the Combat King realm at such a young age, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. When Tan Lang saw these 4 young men, they also saw Tan Lang and the others. I was wondering who it was. So it's Junior Disciple Tan. What's wrong? Is Junior Disciple Tan also trying to kill the island master and fight for the position of the 13 tycoons? One of them said in a sarcastic tone. This man was also a first-grade combat king, but when it came to talent, there was still a gap between him and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen could tell this with just a single glance. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Obviously, these people were the core disciples of the Shura Temple who were fighting for the position of the 13 tycoons. No wonder they were showing hostility toward Tan Lang. Of course, the position of the 13 tycoons is something that needs to be fought over. Tan Lang said with a serious expression. Tan Lang, don't overestimate yourself. With just the few of you, you are no match for the Heaven Hawk Island master. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before and he's not from our Shura Temple. He doesn't even look like a combat king. Are you kidding me by finding a helper like this? Another man coldly harumphed. His gaze fell upon Xianxia and he immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. Who the hell do you think you are? What does it have to do with you when others are fighting for the position of tycoon? Xianxia glanced at the disciple from the corner of his eyes and said in an extremely rude manner. You would never feel pity for someone like this. That's right. Bastard, what did you just say? That man was instantly enraged. He unleashed his Combat King aura, and it looked like he was about to attack Xianxia. Li Dong, that's enough. Let's fight for the position with our own abilities. There's no need for you to taunt and ridicule each other here, it's meaningless. Don't tell me we're going to have internal strife before we attack Heaven Hawk Island? Tan Lang shouted out loudly. He was a man with guts, and this could be easily seen from the massacre in the southern continent. Furthermore, if he didn't have some ruthless methods, how could he rise in a superpower like the Shura Temple in such a short period of time? Tan Lang, I'll give you a friendly reminder. You've just broken through to the Combat King realm, yet you're still trying to fight for the position of tycoon. You're overestimating yourself. Furthermore, you're no match for the Heaven Hawk Island Master. As your senior disciple, I'll give you a clear path. Follow us and we'll kill the Heaven Hawk Island Master together. After that, we'll elect senior disciple Li Hao to be the tycoon. If you follow senior disciple Li Hao in the future, I'll guarantee you that you'll receive great benefits. The young man named Li Dong said with a loud voice. The Li Hao he mentioned was the muscular young man who stood in the middle of the group. He hadn't said a single word since the beginning, but the arrogance on his face was obvious. In my opinion, you guys better be polite to Tan Lang now. Otherwise, when he becomes the tycoon, you guys won't have a good time. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Where did this idiot come from? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Die. Li Dong was immediately enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light toward Xianxia. Before Xianxia could block it, Tan Lang was the first to dash forward. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the beam of light, then he shouted out, Li Hao, let's go our separate ways and we'll fight for the position with our own abilities. After saying that, Tan Lang pulled Xianxia and flew into the distance. The reason why he blocked Li Dong's attack was actually to save him. He had witnessed Xianxia's abilities, and if Xianxia were to attack, Li Dong would definitely not have a good ending. He had come to the chaotic ocean for the sake of the Heaven Hawk Island Master, and he didn't want Xianxia to start a conflict with the Shura Temple. Do you want this master dog to go bite them to death? The Huang dog, who had been silent all this while, said while gnashing his teeth. Don't bother with them, our target is the Heaven Hawk Island. Tan Lang quickly said, this Li Dong and Li Hao are blood brothers, and Li Hao is a peak first-grade combat king. He is a formidable opponent. Since they have gathered all the others, it seems like they are determined to fight for the position of tycoon. Behind them, the four men stared at Tan Lang and the others as they left. Li Hao Leng, who had been silent all this while, said, what an ungrateful fool. Once I become the tycoon, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Chapter 494. Because of the arrival of the geniuses from the Shura Temple, the chaotic ocean had become even more chaotic. The entire ocean was filled with a tense atmosphere. Brother Tan, how many combat kings are here to compete for the position of the tycoon? Xianxia asked. As one of the major powers in the Liang province, the Shura Temple's resources were not something any ordinary minor powers could compare with. Aside from the 13 tycoons, there must be quite a number of other powerful warriors. Currently, there are around a dozen combat kings among the core disciples, and all of them are at the first-grade combat king realm. In the Shura Temple, once a person's cultivation base reaches the second-grade combat king realm, their status will be higher. Even if they can't become a tycoon, they can still be someone close to the tycoon. In this competition, there are around 4 people who have the strength to compete for the position of the 13 tycoons, and Li Hao is only one of them. I don't think the rest have shown up yet. Tan Lang said. It's just a small position of tycoon, yet it has attracted such an intense competition. You guys are really boring. The Huang dog said indifferently. Hearing this, Chongqing and the other 2 rolled their eyes. In the Shura Temple, the position of the 13 tycoons was extremely noble, but in De Huang dog's words, it had become a small position of tycoon. In the entire Qi province, perhaps only De Huang Dog could say something like this. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard coming from the front. In the next second, a huge wave rose over 100 meters high. On top of the wave, a white-clothed young man materialized a huge illusory hand, grabbing the head of a sea creature. The sea creature struggled violently and roared furiously, but to no avail. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the young man's grip. You're just a tiny sea demon, how dare you block my path? You're courting death. The young man roared and an extremely sharp force gushed out from his palm. The sea demon's head exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Its huge body fell from the sky and died on the spot. The sea water was dyed red. The young man grabbed the demon's spirit that popped out from the sea demon's head and put it away. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin and the others arrived. The young man turned around and looked at Tan Lang, then he said with a smile, "So, it's Tan Lang from the Shura Temple. However, with your strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to kill the pirates of Heavenhawk Island and seize the position of the 13 tycoons." After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and flew forward. He casually killed a sea demon that was blocking his path, as if he was crushing an ant. In the chaotic sea, battles like this could be seen everywhere. All sorts of conflicts were happening all the time. There was no order in this place, only strength was law. "Who is this kid? You have a face that deserves a beating," De Huang Dog said. "This man is Yi Hui from the Invincibility School, and he is also a combat king warrior, a genius of the younger generation. I've already seen a few people from the Invincibility School, as well as people from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace. Many people from the 4 major powers of the Liang province have come, and it looks like they're here to watch the show." Tan Lang said. "What's the relationship between the 4 major powers of the Liang province?" Jiang Qin asked. "As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, let alone 4 tigers. Naturally, the relationship between the 4 major powers is not good, and they are always competing with each other. The Shura Temple, the Invincibility School, and the Peerless Sword faction are not that bad, as they are considered to be righteous sections. However, the Heavenly Devil Palace is a sect that cultivates evil cultivators, and they belong to the Devil sect. Their relationship with the other 3 major powers is the worst." Tan Lang explained, "Since the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple have been killed, the other 3 major powers are naturally happy to see it. Since the geniuses of the Shura Temple have come to the chaotic ocean to kill the pirates, it's normal for them to come and watch the show. Interesting, it's getting more and more lively." Jiang Qin chuckled. He had just arrived in the Divine Continent, and he was already encountering such a big event. This was something that made Jiang Qin very happy. Being able to witness the glory of the Liang province's geniuses was what Jiang Qin wanted. De Huang Dog was even more excited. This was the first time he had come to the Divine Continent, and he was extremely curious about everything here. In the Eastern and Southern continents, he had only seen a few combat king warriors, and each of them was an ancestor. However, in this place, combat king warriors could be found everywhere, and all of them were youngsters. Just thinking about it gave him a great thrill. The Heavenhawk Island was located at the center of the chaotic ocean. It was a beautiful island with green mountains and clear waters, as well as waterfalls and flowing rivers. It was truly a beautiful scene. Having such a beautiful scenery on an island in the outer seas could indeed make one feel relaxed and happy. When Jiang Qin and Tan Lang arrived at the Heavenhawk Island, there were already many people gathered outside the island. There were at least several hundred people hovering in the sky, and there were many combat king warriors among them. They were the geniuses from the other 3 major powers, and they were here to watch the show. Today, the geniuses of the Shura Temple had come to kill the island master of the Heavenhawk Island. This was no longer a secret, and many people had come here to watch the show. At this moment, Li Hao, Tan Lang, 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 and Tan Lang stood outside the island. Li Hao and the others furrowed their brows, but they didn't attack the Heavenhawk Island right away. That was because everyone could see that a layer of crystal-like barrier had appeared outside the island. It was a complete formation that protected the entire Heavenhawk Island. Damn it, looks like the Heavenhawk Island master is already prepared. He has set up an island protection formation. Chongqing couldn't help but curse. This formation utilizes the energy of the chaotic ocean. Although it's only a small part of it, it's still not something to be underestimated. There's no way a first-grade combat king warrior can break it, unless many first-grade combat king warriors work together. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he spoke. He was an expert in the heavenly book of source formations, and none of the formations in this world could escape his eyes. Does the Heaven Hawk Island master really think he can get away with just this? Tan Lang sneered. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the island in front of him. He instantly sensed a different aura from the island, and it made him feel that this Heaven Hawk Island was not as simple as the barrier around it. As a cultivator of the great soul derivation skill, Jiang Chen's senses were sharper than any ordinary man's. Let me see how strong this formation's defense is. Li Dong snorted coldly. He took a step forward and suddenly threw a punch. An incomparably dazzling beam of light shot out from his fist. This beam of light was like an indestructible sharp weapon, and it heavily collided with the layer of crystal-like light shield. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard and the air was instantly torn apart. However, the barrier only trembled a little, and it remained perfectly undamaged. It didn't suffer any damage from the attack of a first-grade combat king. What? Li Dong's eyes widened. Haha, so this is all the geniuses of the Shura Temple can do? If you want to take my life, you'll have to break my formation first. A voice sounded out from within the Heaven Hawk Island. It was an extremely arrogant sound wave. It's the Heaven Hawk Island master's voice. Tan Lang said with a gloomy expression. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't break this formation. Li Hao said. He was the first one to attack, followed by Li Dong and the other two combat kings. 4 first-grade combat kings attacked at the same time, unleashing a dazzling beam of light onto the barrier. However, the result was still not satisfactory. The barrier was as tough as diamond and it was impossible to break. Although the 4 of them had managed to shake the barrier, it still showed no signs of breaking. It's useless. This formation isn't easy to break. In my opinion, you should wait for all the warriors of the Shura Temple to arrive. Only then will you have a chance. Of course, you can invite us to help you. Yi Hui, who was watching the show, burst into laughter. There's no need for you to worry about our Shura Temple. Li Hao coldly harumphed. Elder brother, what should we do now? That hawk is hiding in the island and we can't break this formation. What should we do? Li Dong asked. Li Hao, although Yi Hui's words aren't pleasant to the ears, we can only wait for all the warriors of the Shura Temple to arrive, then we'll attack together. Someone from another group of 3 men said. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had a skinny body but he was well proportioned. His name was Xiu Rui and he was one of the strongest competitors in the 13 tycoons mentioned by Tan Lang. Xiu Rui, when all the warriors are here, who will get the credit for killing the Heaven Hawk Island master? Li Hao asked. Of course, it'll be based on our own abilities. Whoever kills him will get the credit. Xiu Rui said with a smile. All right, we'll wait for all the warriors to arrive, then we'll work together and break this formation. After that, we'll kill the Heaven Hawk Island master with our own abilities. Li Hao agreed. Regardless of whether it was Li Hao or Xiu Rui, when they were discussing their strategy, they had completely ignored Tan Lang, who was standing next to them. It seemed like they didn't take Tan Lang seriously at all, and they even felt that Tan Lang wasn't qualified to compete with them. After all, although Tan Lang had extraordinary talent, he had only broken through to the Combat King realm recently, so it was normal for him to be looked down upon by others. Jiang Chen saw all of this with his own eyes, and a faint smile emerged on his face. This was how the disciples of the big sects behaved. They were always fighting each other. This was the same no matter where they went, and it would never change. This was the law of the world of cultivators. After that, Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the layer of crystal-like light barrier. He circulated the great soul derivation skill and carefully sensed it. Immediately after, his expression changed. This formation is definitely not created by a single person. I can sense a few auras coming from it. Looks like there's something fishy going on in this Heaven Hawk Island. It's highly possible that the Heaven Hawk Island master isn't the only combat king warrior in this place. There are other powerful warriors here, and there might even be a second-grade combat king warrior. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This was no small matter, and the question in his mind grew even stronger. If there are more powerful warriors in this Heaven Hawk Island, they wouldn't have to be afraid of these geniuses from the Shura Temple. Why would they need to create such a superfluous formation? Furthermore, this formation isn't perfect, as if it was intentionally left behind a flaw. If a dozen Combat King warriors were to attack it at the same time, they would be able to break it. Therefore, there is no need for the Heaven Hawk Island Master to create such a useless formation. Chapter 495. More and more people gathered outside Heaven Hawk Island. Most of them were here to watch the show. From time to time, the geniuses of Shura Temple would join Li Hao and Xiu Rui. Soon they reached a consensus. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was thinking about the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's scheme. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He recalled the conversation between Li Hao and Xiu Rui. There were too few people in this formation. It was impossible to break it. Both Li Hao and Xiu Rui were waiting for the other geniuses of Shura Temple to arrive so they could attack Heaven Hawk Island together. Capture them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Perhaps this was the Heaven Hawk Island Master's real scheme. What Li Hao and the others were trying to do was exactly what the Heaven Hawk Island Master wanted. This was the only explanation. If not, the Heaven Hawk Island Master wouldn't have set up this formation. He just wanted to use this formation to temporarily stop them, and wait for all the geniuses of the Azura Palace to arrive before striking. If Jiang Chen's guess was correct, when all the men of the Azura Palace arrived, they wouldn't even need to attack this formation as it would be broken by itself. At that point of time, all the mighty warriors of the Heaven Hawk Island would strike together and kill all the geniuses of the Azura Palace. What a vicious method. Jiang Chen had to admit that the Island Lord's method was indeed vicious. However, what Jiang Chen couldn't understand was how deep the hatred between the Island Lord and Shura Temple was, for him to want to kill all the geniuses of Shura Temple. Although the pirates of the Chaotic Ocean were all fugitives, they wouldn't risk their lives for no reason. Normally, they wouldn't provoke a superpower like the Azura Palace. If the Heaven Hawk Island Master had a conflict with the 13 Tycoons and he killed the 13 Tycoons, it would make sense. However, with the Azura Palace's invasion, not only did the Heaven Hawk Island Master not choose to flee, he even schemed to kill these geniuses. If the Heaven Hawk Island Master really killed all these geniuses, wouldn't he be able to foresee the fury of the Azura Palace? The answer was obvious unless the Island Lord was a fool or there was something else. Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at Heaven Hawk Island, waiting for any changes. Once everyone's here, we'll break this defensive formation and teach that damn eagle a lesson. A newly arrived genius from the Shura Temple snorted coldly. He was extremely arrogant. As more and more people arrived at the Shura Temple. An hour later, 13 combat kings had arrived at the Shura Temple. If Tan Lang was included, that would be 14. We're almost all here. Everyone get ready to attack. We'll do as we've discussed earlier and we'll break this formation together. As for who gets the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's head, we'll have to see who's capable enough, said Li Hao. Li Dong's gaze fell on Tan Lang. Lung Lung said, Tan Lang, what do you think? Of course we'll attack together. Tan Lang took a step forward. At this moment he had to step forward. If he did not contribute to breaking this formation, it would be equivalent to giving up the chance to fight for the position of the 13 gangsters. Moreover, these senior brothers would definitely target and make things difficult for him. Little Chinzi, let's do it as well. De Huang Dog was getting impatient. Why are you panicking? Let's just watch first. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. Young Master Jiang, are we going to attack? Hu Wei asked. He, Tong Qing, and the other two suddenly felt that following Tan Lang to the Chaotic Ocean was completely unnecessary. I suggest that the three of you run into the crowd of onlookers and become spectators. Otherwise your lives will be in danger. Jiang Chen kindly reminded them. He was sure that there would be something fishy going on with the Heaven Hawk Island today. With Chong Qing and the other two's cultivation bases, joining the battle would be no different than throwing their lives away. In a battlefield where a group of combat kings were fighting, anyone below the combat king realm would be in danger of losing their lives. Chongqing and the other two exchanged glances before nodding their heads. They felt that Jiang Chen's words were reliable, and they had a better understanding of their own cultivation bases. Therefore they left the battlefield without any hesitation. Everyone, let's begin. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Let's tear this damn formation apart with one strike. Xiao Rui shouted at the crowd. However, a shocking scene occurred. Before anyone could even make a move, that layer of crystal-like light shield had disappeared. The grand formation that was originally protecting Heaven Hawk Island had vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed in the first place. What? The crowd cried out in shock. Not only them, even the spectators were shocked. They had no idea what the Heaven Hawk Island was trying to do. At the most critical moment, the Heaven Hawk Island had actually removed the defensive formation? What was going on? Could it be that the Heaven Hawk Island master knew that he was going to die, and had given up on resisting? No one had any idea what was going on. Only one person had a calm expression on his face, and that was Jiang Chen. This situation had confirmed his guess. Now the real show was about to begin. Heaven Hawk Island master, I didn't expect you to have some self-awareness. Knowing that you're going to die today, you've given up on resisting. Since that's the case, quickly come out and face your death. Li Hao laughed out loud and shouted at the Heaven Hawk Island master. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing huge waves to ripple above the Heaven Hawk Island, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Is that so? Who's going to die? Geniuses of the Shura Temple, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. An incomparably sharp voice sounded out. In the next moment, a black figure dashed out from the Heaven Hawk Island like a bolt of lightning. It was a skinny middle-aged man with a long hooked nose and a pair of black wings on his back, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. He was none other than the Heaven Hawk Island master. Why do I sense a human's aura from this eagle? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like torches and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Heaven Hawk Island master was a rare combat eagle, but Jiang Chen was able to sense a trace of a human's aura from it. This was very unusual. Not only that, Jiang Chen could also see through the combat eagle's true cultivation. It was a second-grade demon king. Although it could conceal its cultivation base, suppressing it to the peak of the first-grade demon king realm, it couldn't hide from Jiang Chen's eyes. No wonder he was able to kill the tycoon of the Shura Temple. Before they could think further, another 5 powerful auras soared out from the Heaven Hawk Island. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the Heaven Hawk Island, standing in different directions. Each of these 5 men had a powerful aura, and one of them was a second-grade combat king. His overall strength was far stronger than the rest of them. What? The 6 pirate lords of the Chaotic Ocean. Tan Lang was the first to cry out in surprise. He had already recognized the 6 people in front of him. They were actually the famous Chaotic Ocean's 6 bandits. Among the Chaotic Ocean's 7 bandits, other than the incomparably mysterious number 1 bandit, the other 6 were all present. It was said that the relationship between the Chaotic Ocean's pirate lords wasn't harmonious, and conflicts often occurred between them. However, they had all gathered together today and it seemed like they were going to deal with the geniuses of the Shura Temple together. No one had expected this. Chapter 496. Although the Shura Temple had a lot of people, all of them were first-grade combat king warriors. If they were dealing with the Heaven Hawk Island master alone, even if he was a second-grade demon king, they would still have the strength to fight him, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill him if they worked together. But now all 6 pirate lords had come together, and there was a second-grade combat king warrior among them. Furthermore, the pirates of the Chaotic Ocean had always been cruel and vicious. How could they be dealt with so easily? With the 6 of them working together, even if the Shura Temple's disciples had the advantage in numbers, it would still be difficult for them to stand against them. For a moment, the expressions of the Shura Temple's disciples turned ugly. After all, the reputation of the Chaotic Ocean's 6 pirate lords was not for show. Brats from the Shura Temple, you didn't expect this, did you? The grand formation was just a plot. What I wanted was to capture all of you in one fell swoop and vent my anger. The Heaven Hawk Island master laughed out loud and said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with an eerie hatred. Jiang Chen saw the expression on the Heaven Hawk Island master's face. Although he did not know how to read minds, he could tell that the hatred the Heaven Hawk Island master had for the Shura temple was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. In fact, it could be said that the person he hated was not these people but the Shura temple. However, since the Heaven Hawk Island master wanted to deal with the Shura temple, the other 5 great bandits were not idiots. Why would they willingly get involved? Jiang Chen felt that things were getting more and more interesting. There was definitely a grudge between them. I never thought that the Chaotic Ocean's 6 pirate lords would join hands to deal with the Shura temple's geniuses. This is too inconceivable. That's right. The Chaotic Ocean's great bandits have always been at odds with each other. I didn't expect them to ally with each other this time. I'm guessing that there must be some kind of mutual benefit involved. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to attack the Shura temple. Looks like there's going to be a big show today. The 6 pirate lords of the Chaotic Ocean are famous, and one of them is a second-grade combat king warrior. If a fight breaks out, I wonder how many geniuses of the Shura temple will lose. Many people were shocked. No one had expected such a scene, but those who were watching the show didn't mind it getting bigger. The bigger the commotion, the happier they were. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's attack together. Don't let a single one of these people who came today go. Kill them all. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord looked at the other great bandits and said, "No problem, but don't forget the conditions you promised us. You should know that killing these people is not a joke." The second-grade combat king said, "Don't worry, as long as you help me kill them, I don't want any of the benefits. Warhawk will definitely win all the treasures as well as the secret manuals you want." The Heaven Hawk Island Lord said. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. They finally understood why the 6 pirate lords had gathered together. It turned out that the Heaven Hawk Island Lord had promised them generous rewards and conditions. You guys, don't make a mistake. This is a grudge between our Shura temple and the Heaven Hawk Island master. I advise you not to get involved in this. It won't do you any good. Xiao Rui realized that the situation was developing in a bad direction and hurriedly said, "Cut the crap. Kill them all." The Heaven Hawk Island Lord let out a loud shout. Abruptly, a sharp machete appeared in his hand. At the same time, his aura underwent a tremendous change. From the previous first-grade Demon King realm, it instantly rose to the second-grade Demon King realm. With incredible speed, he dashed toward one of the Shura temple's disciples. What? All the Shura temple's disciples cried out in shock. They never expected the Heaven Hawk Island Lord to have concealed his cultivation base. It turned out that he had already reached the second-grade Demon King realm. No wonder he was able to kill the 13 tycoons. The 13 tycoons were all geniuses of the Shura temple, and it was very difficult for them to find a worthy opponent in the same realm. However, if the Heaven Hawk Island Lord was a second-grade Demon King, it would be a different story. This bastard actually concealed his cultivation base? Li Hao couldn't help but curse. The faces of all the Shura temple's disciples turned unsightly. A second-grade combat king was already very difficult to deal with, and now there was another second-grade demon king. If this battle continued, the Shura temple would suffer a great loss. "Stop him quickly!" Xiao Rui shouted out. He was the first one to strike. Together with the other 2 disciples, they launched an attack toward the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Facing a formidable second-grade demon king, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Rumble. The void was instantly torn apart. A battle between combat kings could easily shake the heavens and the earth. Even the waves below were shaken, and the onlookers quickly retreated, not daring to get too close to the battle. Even though the 3 great geniuses of the Shura temple had joined forces, they still failed to block the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's ferocious attack. All 3 of them were knocked back by the impact and their faces turned extremely unsightly. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord flapped his wings, and with incredible speed he caught up to one of the injured disciples in the blink of an eye. Then he swung the machete in his hand. Arg! The speed of the machete was too fast. Coupled with the fact that there was a gap of 1 grade between them, even though the disciple had quick reflexes, one of his arms was still chopped off by the Heaven Hawk Island Lord, causing blood to splatter across the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Rui was greatly alarmed. The other disciples of the Shura temple quickly rushed over to help. Facing a formidable second-grade demon king, none of them dared to be careless. All of them were well aware that their only advantage right now was their numbers. If they lost any of their numbers, the only thing waiting for them would be death. Furthermore, the 6 pirate lords had made ample preparations today. Judging from where they were standing, they wouldn't give the disciples of the Shura temple any chance to escape. Kiki, boys, come and face your death. Your grandfather loves killing geniuses the most. Another pirate let out an eerie laugh as he charged toward the disciples of the Shura temple. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos, and the battle was extremely intense. Among the disciples of the Shura temple there were already casualties. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord was too ferocious, as if he had a monstrous hatred toward the Shura temple. He would not show any mercy when he attacked. Even though there were so many geniuses trying to stop him, he still killed the disciple whose arm was chopped off by him in the sharpest way possible. It's over. It looks like the Shura temple is going to suffer a great loss today. The abilities of the 6 pirate lords aren't comparable to those ordinary geniuses of the same grade. The fact that they were able to rule over a region in the chaotic ocean proves that they are the best amongst those of the same grade. Although every disciple of the Shura temple is a genius, I don't think they are a match for them. Furthermore, there are 2 second-grade combat kings among them. I'm afraid the Shura temple is going to cry this time. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses from the other 3 major powers of the Liang province were happy to see such a scene. They didn't have a good relationship with the Shura temple to begin with. Under such circumstances, it was already good enough that they didn't hit the Shura temple while they were down. Arg! Another miserable shriek sounded out from the Shura temple's camp. Another genius had fallen. Originally there were 14 of them, but now only 12 were left. Brother Jiang, please help us. Tan Lang, who was fighting a first-grade combat king pirate, turned to Jiang Qin and impatiently said. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. His eyes had already locked onto one of the pirates. He had clearly seen that among these pirates, aside from the Heaven Hawk Island Master, there were 2 other first-grade demon kings. Jiang Qin's target was them. Once he killed them, he would obtain their demon souls and he would be able to break through to the first-grade combat king realm. As the Heaven Hawk Island Master and the second-grade combat king were too powerful, most of the disciples of the Shura temple had surrounded and attacked them. Because of this, there were still some pirates left. When Jiang Qin was looking at the demon king also happened to see Jiang Qin. This kid has a strong yang energy. If I can eat him, I'll definitely gain a lot of benefits. The demon king revealed a sinister smile, then leaped toward Jiang Qin. At the same time, the other first-grade combat king had his eyes on De Huang Dog. Damn it, what a majestic dog. Looks like I can make a pot of stew with him today. The first-grade combat king and demon king attacked at the same time, attacking De Huang Dog. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and both of them laughed happily. Right when the 2 pirates were about to reach Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog moved as well. The speed of this man and dog was too fast, so fast that their opponents didn't even have the chance to react. De Huang Dog let out a loud laughter, then unleashed a powerful demon king aura perfectly. Under the pressure of this aura, the pirate's expression changed dramatically. However, before he could react, De Huang Dog's head slammed into his body. Boom! The pirate felt as if a huge mountain had slammed into his body. His yuan energy was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, coughing out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Before the pirate had the time to feel shocked, De Huang Dog had arrived in front of him once again. With his bloody mouth, the pirate's head was bitten off and he died on the spot. Arg! At the same time, a miserable cry was heard from the other side. Jiang Qin had unleashed a dragon claw, and it had pierced through the demon king's abdomen. Although the demon king wasn't dead yet, Jiang Qin had already taken control of his qi. Jiang Qin did this for the sake of treasures. These guys in front of him were all pirates, overlords of a region, so they must have a lot of wealth. When a cultivator reached the combat king realm, his entire body would undergo a transformation. Due to being able to control the power of space, the cultivator's qi would open up a new space. At this stage, a cultivator would no longer need a storage ring to store items, as they could directly store items in their qi. However, it was also because of this that robbing became extremely difficult. One must know that when a combat king was killed, he would die a miserable death, and his qi would be destroyed in an instant. All the treasures inside would be destroyed as well, vanishing without a trace. Killing people and robbing their treasures, and if their treasures were buried along with them, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Zhou Xian cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and he needed a huge amount of treasures and pills to support him. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to rob others. Besides, these people were pirates, so Zhou Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt robbing them. Chapter 497. No. The Demon King stared at the white-clothed youngster in front of him with an incomparably terrified gaze. He could sense that his qi was being controlled, and he could sense that his life force was being drained away. Aside from shock, there was also a deep sense of fear in his heart. It was the fear of death. Before he attacked, he never expected that this youngster he had never seen before would be so powerful. With just a single strike, he, a first-grade Demon King, had placed his life in the hands of this youngster. Pucci. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Qian's face. With a pucci, he took out all the treasures in the Demon King's qi. Without even checking through them, he quickly stored them into his own storage ring. Although he had the strength to kill combat kings and demon kings, he was still not a combat king, and he had yet to condense his own qi. Therefore, he still had to rely on his storage ring to store items. Zhou Qian didn't check how many treasures he had, but he knew that a demon king should have quite a lot of treasures. There was a large amount of earth elixir and a small amount of heaven elixir. It was very difficult for ordinary combat kings and demon kings to possess heaven elixir, but it was a different story for these bandits of the chaotic ocean. They were doing this kind of shady business, and in return they could obtain a huge amount of wealth. Don't blame me. You were the one who tried to kill me, so it's reasonable for you to die in my hands. Zhou Qian said with a regretful tone. Why did he have to comfort his opponent before killing him? Wasn't this infuriating? After hearing Zhou Qian's words, the Demon King immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. Without wasting any time, Zhou Qian smashed the Demon King's head with a punch, then took out a dazzling demon spirit. From the beginning to the end, the Demon King didn't even have the chance to transform into his true form, and he died in Zhou Qian's hands. Of course, the gap between him and Zhou Qian was too huge. Even if he transformed into his true form and unleashed his most powerful attack, the outcome would still be the same. Whoa, the situation immediately caused a huge uproar. All the people who were in the middle of a fierce battle stopped what they were doing, including the Heavenhawk Island Lord. They stared at the man and dog in shock. Li Hao and the others who had a verbal conflict with Tan Lang just now had their mouths wide open in shock. Amazing. This youngster is the helper that Tan Lang invited. Unexpectedly, he is so terrifying. That dog is also a Yao King. A famous bandit of the chaotic ocean couldn't even take a single strike from him? He was killed in an instant, and it looks like this young man isn't even a combat king? How is this possible? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of it before? All the geniuses of the Shura Temple were shocked, and there was no way they wouldn't be shocked. From the beginning, they didn't take Tan Lang seriously, and they didn't take the combat soul helper Tan Lang seriously either. Who would have thought that this young man would be so frightening? Motherfucker, why did such a powerful character suddenly appear? He killed 2 bandits as soon as he arrived. I've never seen this youngster before. Did you guys see that? Before this youngster killed the bandit, he even took control of his qi and stole all the treasures stored within it. Even a second-grade combat king warrior wouldn't be able to do that. What an amazing youngster. That dog is actually a frightening demon king as well. He killed a first-grade combat king with just a single strike. I never expected the Shura Temple to have such a powerful helper. Looks like the outcome of today's battle is really hard to predict. Not necessarily. Although that youngster is able to kill a first-grade demon king, he is only a late combat soul warrior, and he hasn't broken through to the combat king realm. I'm sure he's no match for a second-grade combat king warrior. Everyone were shocked, and the onlookers were shocked as well, especially the geniuses from the Invincibility School, Peerless Sword Faction and Heavenly Devil Palace. All of them immediately threw their gazes onto Zhou Xian. A young man who could kill a demon king with just a combat soul cultivation base, and who was followed by a powerful demon king. How could such a young man remain unknown? The expressions of Chongqing and the other two became even more unnatural. They recalled the huge conflict they had with Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog in the Golden Tower. Now that they thought about it, if not for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog showing them mercy, they wouldn't be standing here in one piece right now. Tan Lang was the only one who had a better reaction. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Qin killing Lord Nether with his own eyes. But even so, the mighty strength Jiang Qin showed him still shocked him. "Kill that young man," the Heaven Hawk Island master shouted out while gnashing his teeth in anger. They had already lost 2 great bandits, and this was completely different from what he had expected. This young man who came out of nowhere had seriously affected his plan. A young man who hasn't even broken through to the Combat King realm, let me kill him. The second-grade Combat King coldly harumphed. Without hesitation, he shook off the few geniuses from the Shura Temple who were fighting him and dashed toward Jiang Qin. Seeing this, the few geniuses from the Shura Temple couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. They threw their glances toward Jiang Qin, but none of them wanted to help him. The situation really annoyed Jiang Qin. These geniuses from the Shura Temple didn't consider him as one of their own. They just treated him as someone who could help them. Boom. The second-grade Combat King attacked in a very powerful manner. He punched out with his fist, creating a huge hole in the air as he charged toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. His energy fluctuated as he punched out with his fist. It was a simple punch that collided with the second-grade Combat King's fist. Bang! The collision tore a few layers of space apart. The ferocious second-grade Combat King couldn't withstand Jiang Qin's attack, and was forced back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. What? The second-grade Combat King couldn't help but be shocked. "Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life," Jiang Qin said to the second-grade Combat King. The second-grade Combat King was startled and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a famous great bandit of the Chaotic Ocean, and he had always been the one robbing others. But today he was the one being robbed instead. A young man robbing a pirate leader in the middle of a battle had caused many of them to feel dizzy. This young man was too good at messing around, and no one could tell who was the real robber in this situation. "You're courting death." The second-grade Combat King was infuriated. He didn't believe that with his cultivation base he couldn't defeat a young man who wasn't even a Combat King. As for the fact that he was forced back just now, it was because he had underestimated his opponent, and assumed that his opponent had a strong body. This time the second-grade Combat King directly took out his king weapon. It was an incomparably dazzling longsword and it cut a huge hole in the air. A chilling wind blew out from the hole and it slashed down toward Jiang Qin's head. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Qin raised his head and a cold gleam flickered within his eyes. When dealing with a fugitive like a pirate, he needed to use a cruel and ruthless method. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't waste any more time. With a swing of his arm, the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared with a whistling sound, and he slashed at the king weapon. Clang! When the two swords collided, sparks flew in all directions and cracks were torn in the air. The second-grade Demon King was still no match for Jiang Qin, and he was once again knocked away. A bloody cut appeared on the web between his thumb and index finger, causing blood to flow out from it, and he nearly lost his grip on the king weapon. The second-grade Demon King was truly terrified. He couldn't understand how a young man who hadn't even reached the Combat King realm could possess such frightening combat strength. The situation of the battle was simply too frightening. Many people had turned their heads to look at Jiang Qin, and even those who were still fighting had forgotten about their own battles. Everyone knew that if this young man in white could even kill a second-grade Combat King warrior, today's battles would be meaningless. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. 9 identical copies of Jiang Qin appeared at the same time, surrounding the second-grade Combat King. What? The second-grade Combat King was instantly dazzled, and he had no idea how to defend himself. However, Jiang Qin wasn't slow at all. His current cultivation base had reached the peak combat soul realm, And compared to the time when he killed the old great emperor and the Demon King Palace's palace master, he had become much stronger. Killing a second-grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. Puchi. Puchi. Two crisp sounds rang out, and both of the second-grade combat king's arms were chopped off by Zhou Xian at the same time. Swoosh. Before the second-grade combat king could even react, the 9 copies of Zhou Xian had merged into one, and Zhou Qian's heavenly saint sword was already pressed against the second-grade combat king's neck. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your life. Otherwise I'll kill you right now. Zhou Qian said with an extremely cold tone. Compared to the second-grade combat king's life, Zhou Qian cared more about the treasures stored in his opponent's qi. Although Zhou Qian could kill a second-grade combat king, he wasn't confident that he could do it like he did with a first-grade demon king, controlling his opponent's qi and robbing his treasures. Don't kill me, I'll give you my treasures. Although the second-grade combat king had lost both of his arms, he still didn't want to lose his life. He had witnessed how frightening and ruthless Zhou Qian was. Zhou Qian's cold eyes and ruthless methods were even more ruthless than his own. He didn't doubt Zhou Qian's words. If he dared to say no, Zhou Qian would kill him without hesitation. Although treasures were important, compared to them his life was more important. Dai Dao. Right when the second-grade combat king was about to give Zhou Qian his treasures, the Heaven Hawk Island master struck. With both of his eyes turned red, he carried the machete in his hand and charged toward Zhou Qian. His meticulous plan had been ruined by this young man, and he was extremely furious. Furthermore, this young man possessed a formidable strength, and if he didn't strike now, once this young man killed that second-grade combat king, he would be next. At that point of time, all these geniuses from the Shura temple might even lose his life. Humph. Chapter 498. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this young man who came out of nowhere would be so frightening. Even a second-grade combat king was no match for him. The people from the Shura temple were the most shocked. They turned to look at Tan Lang and they discovered that Tan Lang was shocked as well. It seemed like even Tan Lang didn't expect that the helper he had invited would be so powerful. 2 of the 6 pirate lords had been killed, and it seemed like this second-grade combat king wouldn't be able to live either, unless he handed over all his treasures. However, that would depend on whether Zhou Qian would keep his promise and spare his life. In just a blink of an eye, the Heaven Hawk Island master had lost the battle. Howling furiously, he once again swung the machete in his hand toward Zhou Qian. "De Huang, stop him." Zhou Qian didn't even look at the Heaven Hawk Island master and said. Hearing that, De Huang Dog's eyes immediately shone with a strange light. With a sway of his huge body, his head glowed with a bright light as he dashed toward the Heaven Hawk Island master. Although he was only a first-grade demon king, his bloodline was powerful enough to fight a second-grade demon king. Rumble. When De Huang Dog's head collided with the Heaven Hawk Island master's king weapon, a loud clanging sound was produced, and a large amount of sparks were produced. Shockingly, De Huang Dog's head didn't even have a single crack. What? The Heaven Hawk Island master cried out in shock. He was no longer able to remain calm. He was a second-grade demon king, and his king weapon couldn't even crack a dog's head. This was the biggest joke in the world. Damn it, this dog is so powerful. He's only a first-grade demon king, but he can actually fight a second-grade demon king. Most importantly, isn't this dog's head a little too tough? It's able to fight a king weapon head-on. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Amazing. That dog's head is his weapon. I never thought that the 2 helpers that Tan Lang invited would be so powerful. The Chaotic Ocean's 6 pirate lords are doomed. There was no one who wasn't shocked. It was fine that the youth was tyrannical, but a dog was also tyrannical to this extent. This kind of scene was truly unacceptable. Die. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord had yet to give up, and continued to attack De Huang Dog. He had prepared for a very long time just for this day. But now, all his efforts were going to go to waste. How could he be willing to accept this? Kaka, looking at your flustered and exasperated appearance, this grandpa dog is truly delighted. However, if you want to kill this grandpa dog, that's absolutely impossible. De Huang Dog let out a loud cackle. His majestic body moved with incredible agility, and powerful energy waves surged out from his body. He was evenly matched with the Heaven Hawk Island Master. On the other side, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword had reached the second-grade combat king's neck. Blood began to flow out from the wound. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you all my treasures, but you have to promise to spare my life." The second-grade combat king was scared out of his wits. Now not even the Heaven Hawk Island Master could save him. The only way to save his life was to hand over all the treasures in his possession. With a thought in his mind, all the treasures stored in his body rushed out from his storage ring. A huge amount of pills, natural essences, a few combat skills, and a few king weapons. Could be said that he had plenty of treasures. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Without any hesitation, he kept all the treasures into his storage ring. The scene was clearly witnessed by all the onlookers, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. Robbing the treasures of a great pirate of the chaotic ocean was an extremely satisfying thought. More importantly, it wasn't just satisfying. All the treasures were simply too tempting. The second-grade combat king was trembling, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Ignoring the pain coming from his broken arm, he just waited for Jiang Chen's pardon. "Very good, you can leave now. I won't kill you." Jiang Chen put away the Heavenly Saint sword. He really let the man go. The second-grade combat king was startled for a moment, but a wild joy soon emerged on his face. Without hesitation, he turned around and left, disappearing from the scene in the blink of an eye. He was afraid that if he was any slower, Jiang Chen would regret his decision. For a second-grade combat king, even if he lost both his arms, he would still be able to live a good life. At least he would be able to live a better life than a combat soul warrior. Wealth and treasures could always be found, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. The originally chaotic and restless battlefield had unexpectedly become strangely quiet. Everyone's gazes landed on the white-clothed youth as well as the remaining 3 pirates. It was easy to imagine that the 3 of them would definitely not have a good ending. Aside from the Heaven Hawk Island Master, the remaining 2 pirates had pale faces, and the regret in their hearts had reached its peak. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have come to this place. Not only did they not get any benefits, they were going to lose their lives here. This young man in front of them was extremely ferocious. Even a second-grade combat king was no match for him, let alone them. Perhaps they would end up like the 2 pirates who were killed just now. Among these 2 pirates, one was a human and the other was a demon beast. One was a first-grade combat king while the other was a first-grade demon king. The first-grade combat king took a deep breath. Then he walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "I'm willing to give you all my treasures. Can you spare my life?" In fact, this was a very wise decision. The situation was very clear. Their plan had failed and none of them were a match for this young man. "And you're very smart. I promise I won't kill you." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. All he wanted now was wealth. As for the life of this pirate, there was no need for him to kill him. After all, this pirate wasn't a threat to him. As for eradicating evil and promoting good deeds, Jiang Chen didn't have such a heroic heart. The chaotic ocean was a chaotic place, and if he killed one pirate, another would soon appear. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the pirate was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out all his treasures. Jiang Chen accepted the offer with a clear conscience, then let the pirate go. "Tanlang, your friend has let this pirate go. Don't you think it's inappropriate?" Li Hao finally spoke. He didn't say it directly to Jiang Chen but to Tanlang. In his opinion, all these pirates were their targets, and since they had gained the upper hand in the battle, they should have killed all the pirates in one fell swoop. But now they had to let these pirates go. How could this make sense? "What? Are you questioning my friend's decision?" Tanlang Lunglung looked at Li Hao. Although he hadn't spent much time with Jiang Chen, he could tell that Jiang Chen was a man who did whatever he wanted, and always did things according to his own preferences. If Li Hao and the others wanted to use their status as disciples of the Shura Temple to criticize Jiang Chen, they would be making a grave mistake. Li Hao was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. After witnessing how frightening Jiang Chen was, he didn't have the courage to question Jiang Chen's decision. Seeing that Jiang Chen had really let that first-grade combat king go, the remaining first-grade demon king hurriedly stepped forward. Say no more, I'm going to kill you. Before the first-grade demon king could say anything, Zhou Xian spoke first. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and instantly pierced through the first-grade demon king's chi, snatching away all his treasures. The first-grade demon king was stunned. He stared at Zhou Xian with a terrified expression and murmured, "Why?" He had too many questions in his mind. Just now he had clearly let one of them go, so why did he suddenly want to kill him? It wasn't just him, everyone else had no idea what this young man was thinking. This guy's temper's really weird. He kills people according to his own preferences. Someone was shocked, thinking that this first-grade demon king was really unlucky. Zhou Xian ignored the first-grade demon king's surprised expression. With a single punch, he shattered the first-grade demon king's head and took out his demon soul. The reason why he wanted to kill this first-grade demon king was because he wanted its demon soul. Previously, he had already obtained a first-grade demon king's demon soul, but it wasn't enough for Zhou Xian to break through to the combat king realm. Now that he had 2 demon souls, it was a different story. Brother Zhang, we must kill this Heaven Hawk Island master. His head is very precious. Tan Lang said to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian nodded his head and looked at the Heaven Hawk Island master. At this moment, the Heaven Hawk Island master and the Huang dog had stopped fighting. But I won't give up. The Heaven Hawk Island master burst into laughter. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes, and killing intent surged from his body. Even at this critical moment, he still hadn't given up. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he was standing. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of a Shura temple disciple. At this critical moment, the Heaven Hawk Island master wasn't thinking about running away. Instead, he was thinking about killing one more Shura temple disciple. What kind of hatred did he have? Arg. One of the Shura temple geniuses was caught off guard, and was instantly sliced in half by the Heaven Hawk Island master. After that, he crazily charged toward another genius. However, these geniuses reacted very quickly, and they didn't give the Heaven Hawk Island master a second chance. They immediately joined forces and blocked his path. Right at this moment, Zhou Xian moved. With incredible speed, he arrived in front of the Heaven Hawk Island master in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Saint's sword rippled and knocked the machete in the Heaven Hawk Island master's hand away. The Heaven Hawk Island master threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His eyes were actually glistening with tears, and his laughter was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that everything was over. This young man in front of him was too powerful and he was no match for him at all. My wife, my son, I'm useless. I can't avenge you. The Heaven Hawk Island master cried bitterly as he roared toward the sky. Zhou Xian's heart trembled. For a man to cry like this, he must have been truly heartbroken. Zhou Xian could sense the regret, unwillingness and helplessness coming from the Heaven Hawk Island master at this moment. Come kill me and end all troubles once and for all. The Heaven Hawk Island master shouted at Zhou Xian. In the face of death, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, it was a look of relief. The look in his eyes told Zhou Xian that this man's life was a form of torture. Tell me, what kind of hatred do you have with the Shura temple? Zhou Xian asked. If you want to kill me, just do it. The winner takes all. I have no complaints about dying in your hands today. The Heaven Hawk Island master said loudly. Kill him. If you don't, I'll do it. Li Hao's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill the Heaven Hawk Island master right now. As long as he could take the Heaven Hawk Island master's head, he would become the new 13 tycoons. Zhou Xian's eyes turned cold. He turned his head to look at Li Hao and said in an indifferent tone, "Scram." Chapter 499. Zhou Xian's words and the indifferent look in his eyes nearly caused Li Hao to cough out a mouthful of blood. What kind of status did he have? He was a genius of the Shura temple. No one had ever dared to tell him to scram in front of so many people. This was simply a form of humiliation. If you're not going to scram, then just stand here and don't point your fingers. You don't have the right to do so, Zhou Xian said indifferently, completely disregarding Li Hao. Whether he killed the Heaven Hawk Island lord or not was his own business. It was not Li Hao's place to point his fingers at him. Compared to Li Hao, Jiang Chen preferred the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Putting aside the deep hatred between the Heaven Hawk Island Lord and the Shura Temple, Jiang Chen admired the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's heroic attitude in the face of death. Li Hao's expression turned incomparably ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Jiang Chen was too powerful and his methods were ruthless. If he angered Jiang Chen, he might end up inviting disaster upon himself. Isn't this young man a helper from the Shura Temple? Why does it look like he's not giving any face to the Shura Temple's genius? Can't you tell? This young man was only invited by Tan Lang. Experts like him are naturally proud and arrogant, and he's not even from the Shura Temple. If Li Hao wants to point fingers at him, he won't stand for it. A young genius like him shouldn't be a nobody. Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators were all discussing among themselves. Today's battle had attracted everyone's attention to the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. In other words, after today's battle, this white-robed young man's name would surely spread throughout the chaotic ocean. When the Heaven Hawk Island Lord saw Jiang Chen berating Li Hao, he couldn't help but be startled. He originally thought that this young man was also a genius disciple from the Shura Temple, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. This caused the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's hatred for Jiang Chen to lessen slightly. Speak. Speak the words in your heart and you can die in peace, Jiang Chen said. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh and raised his head to look at the boundless sky. Traces of tears could be seen at the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with sorrow as if he had fallen into endless memories. My name is Zhuang Fan. I was originally not a demonic beast but a human. The Heaven Hawk Island Lord spoke in a very calm tone. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. In the eyes of outsiders, this Heaven Hawk Island Master was a battle hawk, a genuine demonic beast. But now he had actually admitted that he was a human. This was simply unimaginable. After all, there were differences between humans and beasts. Beasts could transform into humans when they reached a certain level of cultivation, but their bloodline was still that of beasts. However, Zhuang Fan had even changed his bloodline, turning from a human into a beast. This was not just strange, it was shocking. Many people wanted to know how he had done it. I, Zhuang Fan, was originally from Qing City. I had a wife and a son and lived an ordinary and happy life. But all of this was completely destroyed on that day 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that dog Xiaonan Feng appeared in Qing City. When he saw my wife's beauty, he had evil intentions. That day, that dog broke into my house and forcibly took my wife. I saw that dog rape my wife with my own eyes. Speaking up to this point, the Heaven Hawk Island Lord suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Both of his hands were tearing at his hair. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a brutal aura. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this Heaven Hawk Island Lord would have such a miserable past. Just imagine watching his wife being raped with his own eyes, yet being unable to do anything about it. Such a scene would be a devastating blow to any man. That dog Xiaonan Feng was extremely powerful. I was no match for him at all. After that, for the sake of his own reputation, that dog raped my wife and my son. That bastard. My son was only 3 years old. 3 years old. Speaking of his 3-year-old son, Zhuang Fan roared once again. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had gone through in his heart. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be moved. The Huang dog had already started cursing at the side. Of course he was cursing that animal Xiaonan Feng. Impossible. Heaven Hawk Island Lord, don't talk nonsense and ruin the great tycoon's reputation. Xiao Rui from the Shura Temple immediately shouted out. That's right, you're talking nonsense. The great tycoon is the #1 genius of the Shura Temple. With his identity, status and cultivation, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he rape your wife? Li Hao added. Jiang Chen finally understood. So, that Xiaonan Feng was the great tycoon of the Shura Temple, the leader of the 13 tycoons. No wonder the Heaven Hawk Island Lord hated the Shura Temple so much. Shut up. Jiang Chen coldly shouted at the crowd from the Shura Temple. His eyes were filled with a hint of anger. He firmly believed that what Zhuang Fan had said was the truth. A person's words could lie, but their expressions could never. If there wasn't any deep hatred, who would endure endless pain to turn themselves into a demonic beast. There was indeed such a secret technique in this world that could allow one to gain a powerful cultivation in a short period of time after turning into a demonic beast. However, the price one had to pay was unimaginable. Continue. Jiang Chen said to Zhuang Fan. The heavens didn't kill me. The heavens didn't kill me. That bastard thought I was dead, but I didn't. 3 days later I woke up. When I saw the corpses of my wife and son, I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. I buried my wife and son on a steep cliff, leaving them alone. I was disheartened. I wanted revenge, but with the hands of the 13 tycoons, what was the point of living? So I jumped off the cliff. Zhuang Fan reminisced. I jumped into an ice pool, but not only did I survive, I also obtained a secret technique. This secret technique contained a drop of Warhawk's blood essence, which could turn me into a demonic beast, greatly increasing my cultivation. However, the price I had to pay was also extremely heavy. I was only left with 4 years of lifespan. Even so, I was willing to pay the price. As long as I could take revenge, I was willing to pay any price. After that, I became like this and came to the chaotic ocean. Unfortunately, even after I became like this, my cultivation was still far from Xiaonanfeng's. 3 years have passed, but I've only reached the 2nd grade Demon King realm. So, you shifted your hatred to the Shura Temple, thinking that even if you couldn't kill Xiaonanfeng, you would at least kill some of the geniuses from the Shura Temple to avenge your wife and son. Jiang Chen explained. The sequence of events was already very clear. That's right. That's why I killed the 13th tycoon. I knew that the Shura Temple wouldn't let it go so easily, so I invited the other great bandits of the chaotic ocean and promised them that I would give them all my wealth as well as that secret technique. As long as I killed those geniuses from the Shura Temple, they would flee to a faraway place, taking all the benefits I've obtained during these years with them. Zhuang Fan explained. This was the condition he had promised the other 6 great bandits. Among the 6 great bandits, 3 of them were humans. Naturally, they were very interested in Zhuang Fan's secret technique, which allowed him to transform from a human into a demonic beast. As for the other 2 demonic beasts, they naturally wanted to see what this secret technique looked like. Therefore, they agreed to Zhuang Fan's request and fled to a faraway place after the matter was settled. Unfortunately, just as they were about to fulfill their wish, it was ruined by the sudden appearance of a white-robed youngster. This man is too pitiful. It turns out that the first tycoon of the Shura Temple is actually a man worse than a beast. How disappointing. That's right. His wife and son were killed, but he couldn't avenge them with the cultivation he obtained with his lifespan. How pitiful. What a beast with a human's face. From today onwards, the first tycoon's heroic reputation will be ruined. Many people were filled with righteous indignation. All of them felt incomparably sad for Zhuang Fan's misfortune. Come kill me. Let me reunite with my wife and son in the underworld. Zhuang Fan raised his head high. Facing death, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. You can leave now. Jiang Chen sheathed the heavenly saint sword and said to Zhuang Fan. What? Zhuang Fan was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. Jiang Chen actually wanted to let him go? How could this be possible? You can leave now. There's still 1 year left. Continue your revenge. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. No, we can't let this man go. He killed a few disciples of our Shura Temple, and he even ruined the first tycoon's reputation. Xiao Rui shouted loudly. Seeing that Jiang Chen was going to let the Heaven Hawk Island Master go, the expressions of the others changed. The Heaven Hawk Island Master was the reason they came here today. If they let him go, wouldn't they be returning empty-handed? Woof, the Huang dog barked and his huge body approached Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was startled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After personally witnessing how terrifying this dog was, he didn't dare to underestimate it. All of you shut the fuck up for this master dog. None of you Shura Temple tycoons are good people and none of you are good birds. The Huang dog was so angry that he almost wanted to uphold justice for Zhuang Fan. When had the people of Shura Temple ever been scolded like this before, let alone by a dog? They were incomparably angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. You're really going to let me go? Zhuang Fan looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Let's go. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. Zhuang Fan cupped his fists toward Jiang Chen, then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. There was only 1 year left, and even until the very last moment he wouldn't give up on his revenge. Looking at Zhuang Fan's disappearing figure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This was what a man was. Some grudges must be avenged. Jiang Chen knew that revenge was the only thing keeping Zhuang Fan alive. Tan Lang, let's see how you're going to explain this matter when we return. Li Hao looked at Tan Lang. From his point of view, Jiang Chen was invited here by Tan Lang, and it was Tan Lang's fault for letting Zhuang Fan go. Explain my ass. Li Hao, don't be so ungrateful. Heaven Hawk Island Lord is a second-grade demon king. Which one of you is a match for him? If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, how many of you would still be alive today? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Tan Lang was furious. From his point of view, these guys were the typical type of people who didn't know what was good for them. As for Jiang Chen letting Zhuang Fan go, it was in line with Jiang Chen's style of doing things. Besides, after hearing about Zhuang Fan's situation, Tan Lang was also filled with anger. Chapter 500. Tan Lang was a hot-blooded man. Although the competition in the Shura Temple was fierce, and there was no lack of sinister and cunning people, Tan Lang still had his own integrity and character. Who would have thought that the Grand Tycoon, who always had a smile on his face and was known as the #1 genius of the Shura Temple, turned out to be a sanctimonious man who secretly committed such an atrocious deed? If Zhuang Fan hadn't survived by a fluke, no one would have known that Xiao Nanfeng had done such a thing. That sanctimonious Grand Tycoon was still the same hypocrite. It wasn't hard to imagine that Xiao Nanfeng must have done something similar to what Zhuang Fan had done. It was just that he didn't leave any survivors. The world of cultivation had always been a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength was the standard to measure everything. However, killing people was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Xiao Nanfeng's actions were undoubtedly despicable. Even the cruel devil cultivators of the Heavenly Devil Palace didn't care about it. Perhaps only a true devil would do such a thing. However, devils were different from humans. They belonged to two completely different races, and the killing between different races was different from the killing between the same race. Demonic cultivators and demons were two completely different concepts. Demonic cultivators were still humans. Humans cultivated demonic techniques in order to pursue that kind of temporary and powerful combat power, thus becoming demonic cultivators. Demons, on the other hand, were true demons. They belonged to two opposing races and could not be mentioned in the same breath as humans. That's right, Jiang Chen did save our lives. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's help today, who knows how many more of us would have lost. This is the truth. Xiao Rui of the Shura Temple said. Then he changed the topic and said to Jiang Chen, "However, Brother Jiang, in today's battle our Shura Temple has lost 3 genius disciples, and a few others have suffered varying degrees of injuries. Furthermore, you've let the Heaven Hawk Island master go. Not only have we not gained any benefits, but we've also lost a lot of people. Since you're someone invited by Junior Brother Tan, I think you should return to the Shura Temple with us and give us an explanation." Xiao Rui's words were very obvious. Since Jiang Chen had let the Heaven Hawk Island master go, he should return to the Shura Temple and give them an explanation. But, unfortunately, with Xiao Rui's usual arrogance, he had found the wrong opponent today. Just as he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face and sent him flying 10 meters away. In front of Xiao Rui's original position, a white-clothed youth stood solemnly. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Who do you think you are to teach me how to do things? Jiang Chen Lung said. He didn't have a good impression of this group of geniuses. Now that he heard what the big guardian had done, Jiang Chen was even more disgusted with this group of geniuses. He even regretted his actions just now. Li Hao and the others were all incomparably shocked. They had been very close, yet they had not clearly seen how Jiang Chen had attacked. With Xiao Rui's strength, he had actually been sent flying with a single slap. Jiang Chen's strength had already caused their hearts to turn cold. You dare hit me? Xiao Rui flew into a rage out of humiliation. What kind of status did he have? He was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. This was a naked humiliation. He was simply unable to accept it. "Say one more word and I'll kill you," Jiang Chen said in an incomparably cold tone. The ice-cold look in his eyes caused Xiao Rui's body to shiver, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. He didn't dare to say another word. He felt that the look in Jiang Chen's eyes wasn't a joke. He could see endless killing intent in those eyes. In front of this young man, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Rumble. Right at this moment, a violent rumbling sound rang out from the Heaven Hawk Island. After that, the rumbling sound didn't stop, and the entire Heaven Hawk Island began to shake as if a great earthquake was about to happen. What's going on? Why is the Heaven Hawk Island suddenly becoming restless? What a huge commotion. Could it be that the island is going to be destroyed? Many people were shocked. They began to focus their attention on the Heaven Hawk Island. Right now, the island was shaking more and more violently as if it was going to explode at any time. Rumble. Suddenly, another rumbling sound rang out. In the next moment, everyone saw a golden beam of light shooting out from the Heaven Hawk Island. It was over 100 meters tall and as thick as a water bucket. Faint runes could be seen flickering on the surface of the golden beam. A treasure has been unearthed. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. This dog's treasure hunting ability was top-notch. However, he hadn't sensed anything at all before this. From this, one could imagine how deeply hidden this treasure was. No wonder Zhuang Fan hadn't discovered it even after occupying the Heaven Hawk Island for so long. What a pure aura. It must be a great treasure. I never thought that the Heaven Hawk Island would have such a great treasure hidden within it. Now that the Heaven Hawk Island Lord has just left, it's already unearthed. Today's trip was not in vain. Not only did I witness a great battle, I even found a treasure. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. It must be something good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. The Heaven Hawk Island had instantly become the center of attention. Judging from the aura emitted from the golden beam of light, one could easily tell that the treasure that was unearthed this time was no ordinary treasure. Sanskrit. This is a Buddhist treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The others might not be able to see it, but he could tell with a single glance that the faint symbols on the golden beam of light were actually Sanskrit. This meant that the treasure that was about to be unearthed might be a Buddhist treasure. Among the 8 major regions of the Divine Continent, the smallest one was called the Western region. It was located at the westernmost part of the Divine Continent, and it was a very remote place. The entire region was about the same size as the Liang province. Compared to the other regions, it was very small. However, no one dared to look down on the Western region, because it was the place where the Buddhist sects gathered. Even though the Buddhist sects had declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. The Buddhist sects were vast and profound, and they rarely ventured out of the Western region. Even Jiang Chen hadn't expected that a Buddhist treasure would appear on this Heaven Hawk Island. Judging from its aura, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Haha, what a lucky day. This treasure belongs to my invincibility school. No one is allowed to interfere. Yihui burst into laughter. 8 Battle King geniuses from the invincibility school walked out and stood at the place closest to the Heaven Hawk Island. It seemed like they were determined to get their hands on this treasure. Does your invincibility school really think that you're the boss of the Liang province? This treasure is an authentic treasure. Our peerless sword sect's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. We are upright and outspoken. This treasure should belong to our peerless sword sect. A cold snort was heard. 8 geniuses in white robes with long swords on their backs walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the peerless sword sect. Kiki, everyone who sees this treasure has a share. This treasure doesn't have the name of your invincibility school or the peerless sword sect on it. Our heavenly devil palace also wants to snatch it. In my opinion, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. A sinister laugh was heard. A few black-robed geniuses from the heavenly devil palace also walked out. None of them were willing to give up such a treasure. You people from the heavenly devil palace belong to the devil cult. You practice the devil arts and you're all sinister and ruthless. This treasure is incomparably upright. It's not something that you devil cultivators can touch. Our Shura temple has defeated the Heaven Hawk Island Lord, so this Heaven Hawk Island is now our territory. Naturally, this treasure belongs to the Shura temple as well. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Hao let out a cold snort. The geniuses from the Shura temple also walked forward. Today they had failed to kill the Heaven Hawk Island Lord, and they had even lost 3 of their disciples. If they returned like this, they would lose all their face. If they could obtain this treasure, regardless of whether it was to offer it to the Shura temple or keep it for themselves, it would bring them endless benefits. All of a sudden, the situation became restless. The geniuses from the 4 major powers began to fight against each other. None of them were willing to let go of this unknown treasure, and all of them wanted it for themselves. Furthermore, the 4 major powers were the giants of the Liang province, so they were constantly fighting against each other. None of them were willing to submit to the other, especially these geniuses. Damn it, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers have moved out. We're definitely done for. Since we're done for, let's just watch the show. There will definitely be a big fight soon, and I'm sure the treasure this time is extraordinary. None of the 4 major powers want to let it go, especially the Shura temple. They have already suffered some losses today, so they don't want to miss this great opportunity to make up for it. But I'm thinking, if they really fight for it with their strength, will they be able to compete with that white-clothed youngster? The onlookers started discussing among themselves. A fight between combat king warriors was something they could only watch from the sidelines, and they couldn't stand too close to it. Today's situation was very clear. An unknown treasure was about to be discovered, and the geniuses from the 4 major powers would definitely fight for it. However, most of the onlookers still had their eyes on that white-clothed youngster. Obviously, he was the strongest warrior here, and if he were to fight for the treasure as well, none of the other geniuses would stand a chance. Everyone was waiting for the treasure to be revealed, and once it was revealed, the fight would immediately begin. Amit Ba. Right at this moment, a long and drawn-out voice sounded out from the distance. Following that, everyone saw a golden beam flying over from the distance and landing in the sky above the Heaven Hawk Island. Surprisingly, it was a monk wearing a golden kasaya. This monk looked to be in his mid-20s, and he was extremely young. He had a muscular body and his face was fair. Surprisingly, he was also a pretty boy. The monk placed one of his hands in front of his chest, and he had a dignified expression on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but twitch. This monk must be here for the treasure that was about to be revealed. Where did this monk come from? Yi Hui couldn't help but shout out. Dear benefactors, the treasure here belongs to this poor monk, so I suggest you all get lost. The monk spoke. His tone was gentle, but his words were extremely overbearing. He immediately told everyone to get lost. Furthermore, when he spoke, he still had a dignified expression on his face, just like an eminent monk. The fuck, where did this stinky monk come from? Does he even know how to speak? Someone couldn't help but curse. That's right, it's him. He's the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, and I've seen him fight with others before. Someone cried out in surprise as he recognized the monk. Chapter 501. While the moment these words were spoken, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's gaze landed on the monk in the kasaya. This monk had a dignified appearance and was cultured and refined. Based on his appearance alone, it was impossible to associate him with the #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Very few people knew about the #1 bandit. Who would have thought that the #1 bandit was actually an extremely young monk? It was rumored that the #1 bandit had been in the chaotic ocean for quite some time, but apart from his resounding reputation, he had never appeared in front of anyone. He also didn't rob others like the other 6 bandits. He only came out today when a treasure was discovered. Could it be that this guy came for the treasure? Hearing the name of the #1 bandit, the geniuses of the 4 powers were all moved. However, in the face of a treasure, they were unwilling to cower. If they really ran away with their tails between their legs after being told to scram by a monk, they wouldn't just be losing face, they would also be losing the face of the 4 powers. Monk, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. You can't afford to offend any one of the 4 powers. Yui said. The monk raised his head and looked at Yi Hui with an indifferent expression. Then he put his palms together like an eminent monk and said, Amit Ba, is this benefactor talking nonsense? Moreover, it's stinky and loud. I don't know what kind of birds the four powers are, but this treasure really belongs to me. Listen to this monk's advice and scram back to where you came from. Tyrant's words were spoken in a calm tone, carrying the feeling of an eminent monk giving his teachings. However, the words that came out of his mouth were enough to make people vomit blood. Many of them had the urge to rush forward and beat him up. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but want to leave a big shoe print on this monk's face. Motherfucker, where did this monk come from? His mouth is too sharp. Most importantly, he looks like an eminent monk. However, this monk is really too despicable. His words are truly infuriating. What a despicable monk. He really has the potential to become a great bandit of the chaotic ocean. This is what it means to be sanctimonious. Everyone felt like fainting. The words of this monk that suddenly appeared were truly unbearable. Baka, this monk is not bad. This Lord Dog likes him. De Huang Dog cackled. If he were to be together with this monk, they would definitely hit it off very well. Damned monk, who do you think you are? You dare to ask so many geniuses from the four major powers to scram? You're simply courting death. Someone shouted. Anger emerged on the faces of the geniuses from the four major powers. This was the first time they had been humiliated by a monk, and with their status, how could they bear it? Furthermore, in their opinion, although this monk was the #1 thief, he was at most a second-grade combat king. Currently, there were 30 geniuses from the four major powers, and each of them possessed formidable abilities. If they were to join forces, they could easily defeat a second-grade combat king. Therefore, none of them took this monk seriously. Firstly, this penniless monk doesn't stink. Secondly, this penniless monk isn't courting death. The heavens are benevolent. This penniless monk's teachings to all of you hope that you can repent as soon as possible. You should be grateful to this penniless monk from the bottom of your heart. Tyrant said in a serious tone. This monk is too fucking funny. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Obviously, this monk is here for the Buddhist treasure. I'm guessing he came to the chaotic ocean for this treasure, but he couldn't sense its exact location. That's why he hid himself, waiting for the treasure to reveal itself. However, why does this guy want to be the #1 thief? Don't tell me he just wants to act tough? Zhou Xian guessed. This monk has a sharp tongue, but I don't think he's weak. De Huang Dog said in a low voice. Not weak. As a third-grade combat king, he can kill these geniuses like stupid dogs. No, I'm not talking about you, he can kill them as easily as killing chickens. Zhou Xian said. The Buddhist sect emphasizes on mercy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Although this monk has a sharp tongue, I don't think he will kill them easily. De Huang Dog said. The treasure is about to appear. Why don't you guys get lost? Do you really want to wait for your deaths here? Seeing that the golden pillar of light was shaking violently, the monk said to the crowd. Damn monk, shut up. Get lost. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. A genius from the invincibility school shouted at the monk. Looks like I've been too polite. Benefactor, since you're scolding a monk, it means you're a scumbag. A scumbag is a scourge, and a scourge like you will bring harm to many people. The Buddha said that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Killing you means saving a lot of people. Bastard. Stinky monk, how dare you kill me? That genius gnashed his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he wanted to rush out and tear the monk's mouth apart. Benefactor, you look very angry. The anger comes from the bottom of your heart. Looks like you're suffering right now. If that's the case, I'll release you from purgatory and send you to the pure land of bliss, where you will no longer feel pain. After saying that, Tyrant disappeared from where he was standing. In just a blink of an eye, Tyrant had appeared in front of that genius. One of Tyrant's fingers was glowing with a golden light, and it accurately pointed at the forehead of that genius from the invincibility school. With a poochie sound, the genius head was penetrated and blood gushed out. He was dead. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Tyrant returned to his original spot. He put his palms together and said, Amit Ba, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I've sinned. Damn it. Many people were on the verge of cursing. Could this monk be any more shameless? After killing someone, he still had a compassionate look on his face. This was just too shameless. At the same time, many people were shocked by Tyrant's strength. Just now, Tyrant's attack was extremely fast. Not only the victim didn't have the time to react, even the people standing next to him didn't have the time to react. All they felt was a gust of wind and their companion was dead. From the beginning to the end, the victim didn't even have the chance to scream. A first-grade combat king genius was killed just like that. It couldn't be said that the genius from the invincibility school was incompetent, but this monk was just too terrifying. At this point, no one dared to underestimate this monk anymore. When they saw the monk's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. This monk was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 thief. He killed without batting an eye. What kind of Buddhist sect had the virtue of caring for living beings? It was all bullshit. It wasn't the case at all. What the fuck? Is this guy really a monk? De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just a moment ago he said that this monk wouldn't kill anyone, but in just a blink of an eye, a genius had been killed by this monk. You must have made a mistake, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. This monk is a third-grade combat king with a frightening cultivation base. Are we still going to fight for that treasure? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Of course, we're going to fish in troubled waters. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It wasn't his style to let go of such a good treasure when it was discovered. Rumble. Right at this moment, another loud explosion rang out from the Heaven Hawk Island. The golden pillar of light suddenly shattered, and a golden pearl the size of a fist suddenly appeared in midair. The pearl was filled with the purest and purest Buddhist aura, and its surface was covered with lines of Sanskrit characters. It looked extremely mystical, and just the energy ripples that were spilling out from it were enough to make one's heart palpitate. Although the crowd didn't know much about Buddhism and couldn't recognize this item, they knew that it was an extremely rare treasure. What is that? I don't even know what it is. De Huang Dog was a little surprised. It's a Saraira left behind by a Buddha after he passed away. Judging from its chi, it should be left behind by a third-grade minor Saint Buddha. It is indeed a good treasure. No wonder the monk has been waiting here for such a long time. Jiang Chen was shocked. After a senior monk passed away, there was a possibility that he would leave behind a Saraira. The Saraira was similar to the demon soul of a demon beast or the combat soul of a human. It contained the purest Buddhist energy, and it could also record the ultimate knowledge of the Buddha when he was still alive. Snatch it! Someone shouted. All the geniuses of the 4 major powers made their move at the same time, pouncing towards the Saraira. Upon seeing this, the monk's expression didn't change, but his eyes revealed 2 rays of light. Since all of you are so stubborn, I'll let you go to the afterlife. Tyrant made his move. He took a step forward and waved his hand to strike out a golden light. The golden light instantly transformed into a huge Buddha. It was an incomparably ferocious huge Buddha that rushed towards the crowd in front of him. Rumble, arg. The gigantic Buddha seal was as powerful as a huge mountain. 4 geniuses were killed on the spot, their bodies exploded. The scene was extremely bloody. This monk didn't look like a Buddha, he was simply a murderous devil. Once he attacked, he was 100 times more ferocious than an evil cultivator. Akalanatha seal. Upon seeing the Buddha seal, Jiang Chen, who was about to snatch the Saraira, suddenly revealed a shocked expression. He stopped moving and shouted at De Huang Dog and Tan Lang, "De Huang brother Tan, don't do it." What the fuck? We're not going to snatch it? Big Yellow had prepared himself, but now he wasn't allowed to snatch the Saraira. This made him feel somewhat depressed. With his abilities, even if his combat strength couldn't match that tyrant, who was a third-grade combat king, with his frightening speed and Jiang Chen's cooperation, it wasn't impossible for him to snatch the Saraira. Let's stop. Let the Saraira go to the monk. When Jiang Chen saw the Akalanatha seal, he immediately changed his mind. He pulled De Huang Dog and Tan Lang aside, no longer fighting for the Saraira. Rumble. On the Heaven Hawk Island, the monk looked majestic and terrifying. Once again he unleashed the gigantic Buddha seal, killing 4 geniuses. After that he continued attacking, killing a few more geniuses in just a blink of an eye, causing the geniuses of the 4 major powers to suffer a great loss. Amitba, I've sinned. The monk put his palms together. but his face didn't show any sinful expression. However, after the massacre, the remaining geniuses looked at the monk as if they were looking at a ghost. None of them dared to move forward. Chapter 502. The entire scene turned silent. The monk who was wearing a golden kasaya stood in the sky above Heavenhawk Island. He still had the look of an eminent monk, but after witnessing his brutal methods and the massacre he had just committed, anyone who still regarded him as an eminent monk would be a real idiot. The monk waved his hand, and the golden saraira immediately fell into his palm as if it was summoned by something. Normally, the monk would put it away immediately after obtaining the treasure, but he just let the saraira stay in his hand and glanced at the geniuses from the 4 major powers. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was provoking them. It was as if he was saying, "Do you still want to fight for it? Come and fight for it." Many people had the urge to vomit blood. Even Zhou Xian and Da Huang Dog couldn't stand it. Damn it, this monk was too despicable. Not only was he a despicable person, he was also a monk. Of course, monks could also be despicable, but he still had the look of an eminent monk. "Dear benefactors, if you don't fight for it, this poor monk will keep it." The monk said. "Damn monk, you've killed so many geniuses from the 4 major powers. Just wait for the wrath of our invincibility school. You will definitely die a miserable death." Someone from the invincibility school said while gnashing his teeth. "That's right, anyone who dares to kill the geniuses of our Shura temple will definitely be torn into pieces." Li Hao from the Shura temple had one of his arms almost chopped off. At this moment, blood was dripping from his body, and a painful expression could be seen on his face. "I don't know if this poor monk will be torn into pieces, but right now this poor monk can tear all of you into pieces." The monk's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Seeing this, the geniuses from the 4 major powers immediately fled in all directions. None of them dared to stay any longer. This monk was too brutal, he was simply a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. "Amitabha, this poor monk has already said that this belongs to me," said the monk. Tyrant added. He waved his hand and kept the saraira. Then he stepped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the messy Heavenhawk Island and the corpses of the geniuses from the 4 major powers, everyone could not help but sigh. This monk was truly worthy of being the #1 pirate lord of the chaotic ocean. Not only was he not inferior to the other 6 pirate lords, he was even more ferocious. He was simply a demonic monk who killed without batting an eyelid. Humph. This monk won't be able to leave the chaotic sea. Let's go back and call for reinforcements. We'll definitely tear this monk into pieces. Yi Hui from the Invincibility School snorted coldly and led the remaining people from the Invincibility School away. Soon after, the geniuses from the Peerless Sword Sect and the Heavenly Devil Palace also left. Their faces were covered in dust, and they no longer had the arrogance and despotism they had when they first arrived. "Come, let's go back. We have to give an explanation for what happened today. And that monk, we must kill him." Xiu Rei Lingling said. "Zhang Chen, I'm going back to the Shura temple as well. Do you want to come with me?" Tan Lang looked at Zhang Chen. Now that such a huge incident had happened in the chaotic ocean, as one of the participants, Tan Lang definitely had to give an explanation when he returned. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be following you to the Shura temple. Be careful, your senior and junior brothers are not easy to deal with." Zhang Chen patted Tan Lang's shoulder and kindly reminded him. He had no interest in the Shura temple at all. After interacting with the people from the Shura temple today, he did not have a good impression of this power. The only person he had a good impression of was probably Tan Lang himself. Zhang Chen had never been interested in these arrogant geniuses from the major powers. Otherwise he would not have been alone in his previous life. "Alright, I'll be heading back first. Zhang Chen, be careful in the chaotic ocean as well. That monk is too terrifying, so don't provoke him if you can," Tan Lang reminded. In his opinion, the reason why Zhang Chen stayed behind was to snatch the treasure. However, that monk was too terrifying. Even with Zhang Chen's strength, he would still be hard to deal with. Soon, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers had left, leaving only the smoke of battle in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. "That monk is too cruel. In today's battle he killed at least 10 people from the 4 major powers. That's right. The 4 major powers have suffered great losses, especially the Shura Temple. They will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm guessing that a true expert will appear soon. At that time the chaotic ocean will be plunged into chaos once again. The chaotic ocean will face unprecedented chaos. I don't think that monk will be able to keep his life. Those tycoons from the Shura Temple are all very powerful. They won't be easy to deal with. Many people were discussing among themselves. The 4 major powers had suffered great losses in today's battle. The 4 major powers were the giants of the Liang province, existences that no one dared to provoke. The genius disciples under them were even more arrogant and despotic. They were not something ordinary powers could compare to. Today the monk had slapped the faces of the 4 major powers. Naturally, the 4 major powers would not let this matter rest, especially the Shura Temple. They had failed to kill the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Soon the onlookers dispersed. Due to the departure of the Heaven Hawk Island Lord, the Heaven Hawk Island had become a masterless island. Some of the Heaven Hawk Island Lord's subordinates were panicking. Kid, the scenery of the Heaven Hawk Island is pretty good. Since the island is now without a master, why don't you go and be one? De Huang Dog chuckled. I'm not interested in that. Follow me. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flew towards a direction. It was the direction where the monk had disappeared. For God's sake, where are you going? De Huang Dog said gloomily as he caught up to Jiang Qin. I'm going to look for the monk. Jiang Qin said. That brutal guy, why are you looking for him? De Huang Dog said. I need to help him. Jiang Qin said. Help him? De Huang Dog was startled. No matter how he thought about it, Jiang Qin and the monk shouldn't have met before, and it was the first time they met. Therefore it was impossible for them to be friends. With Jiang Qin's character, he wouldn't take the initiative to help a stranger unless he had nothing better to do. Furthermore, the monk was a 3rd-grade combat king and he was very powerful. It didn't seem like he needed Jiang Qin's help. The cultivation of Buddhism is different from ours. After some powerful Buddhas pass away, they will leave behind their life essence, which is called a saraira. The treasure that monk obtained just now is a saraira, and it is at least a 3rd-grade minor Saint Buddha. That monk has been in the chaotic ocean for a very long time, and he doesn't usually show himself. However, he did show himself today. Clearly he is here for this saraira. However, the saraira is hidden very well and even you couldn't find it. That's why the monk couldn't find the exact location of the saraira, and that's why he hid himself and waited for the saraira to show itself. If you were the monk, what would you do after waiting for such a long time? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. Of course I'll refine it. De Huang Dog said. He wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the importance of a saraira to the people of Buddhism. If he was the one who obtained the saraira, the first thing he would do would be to refine it to increase his strength. That's right. The monk must be impatient to refine the saraira now. If I'm not mistaken, he should be looking for a hidden place to refine it. However, this guy has killed so many geniuses of the 4 major powers. I don't think the 4 major powers will let this matter go so easily. If the monk is attacked by the experts of the 4 major powers while he is refining the saraira, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiang Qin said. Don't tell me that you are thinking of helping the monk to stop the experts of the 4 major powers? De Huang Dog finally understood Jiang Qin's intention. However, his heart was filled with disbelief. Since when did this guy become so warm-hearted? He actually wanted to go against the 4 major powers for the sake of a monk he didn't know. This wasn't Jiang Qin's style of doing things. That's right. I want to help him. Consider it as returning a favor. Jiang Qin said in a serious tone. Returning a favor? You want to owe a monk a favor? Are you kidding me? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Qin wanted to help the monk because he wanted to return a favor. However, De Huang Dog also recalled that when the saraira was born, Jiang Qin originally wanted to snatch it. However, when he saw the monk making a move, he immediately changed his mind. I don't owe the monk a favor, but I owe his ancestor a favor. Do you still remember the Buddha seal that the monk performed? There are 3 major seals in the inheritance of Buddhism: Akalanatha seal, and Akalanatha seal. The one that the monk performed was none other than the Akalanatha seal. Jiang Qin said. And then? De The Huang dog was very interested in what Zhou Xian said. Ever since the decline of Buddhism, the three major seals have been lost. In the entire Buddhism, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to perform them. Moreover, he only knows the Akalanatha seal. Therefore, I am sure that this monk is a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus saved my life in the past. I have to return this favor. Zhou Xian said. He had once met Ancestor Green Lotus of Buddhism. At that time he was fighting against a powerful expert of the devil race and was severely injured. Fortunately, he received the help of Ancestor Green Lotus and survived. However, Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared after that. Even if Zhou Xian became the greatest sage in the world, he didn't have the chance to repay Ancestor Green Lotus for saving his life. Now that he thought about it, with the strength of Ancestor Green Lotus, he might have already ascended to the immortal world. Today when he met this little monk, Zhou Xian concluded that he was a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Even if he wasn't, he must be related to him. Therefore, when Zhou Xian saw the Akalanatha seal, he stopped trying to snatch it. Now he was even more determined to help this monk refine the Saraira at all costs, just to repay the kindness of Ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, compared to those arrogant geniuses of the four major powers, Zhou Xian found this monk much more pleasing to the eye. Motherfucker, who is Ancestor Green Lotus? You are obviously only 18 years old, but why do you look like an old thing that has lived for hundreds of years? The Huang dog was really depressed. He really couldn't figure out how Zhou Xian got involved with the ancestor of Buddhism and was even saved by him. You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I will definitely help this monk. Let's go. Chapter 503. The Huang dog followed behind Zhou Xian with a gloomy expression. The Huang dog was speechless when he found out that Ancestor Green Lotus was related to this despicable monk. However, this wasn't the first time he had met Zhou Xian, and he knew that this guy was extremely mysterious and knew a lot of things. Therefore, the Huang dog had gotten used to it. The chaotic ocean was extremely vast and it stretched as far as the eye could see. After the monk left, he disappeared without a trace, making it extremely difficult to find him. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian wanted to find someone, there was nothing he couldn't find. With the great soul derivation skill, there was no one he couldn't find. 20,000 miles away from Heaven Hawk Island was an archipelago. However, this archipelago was far away from the center of the chaotic ocean, and the natural yuan energy here had become rather thin. The archipelago had long been ruined and it was completely deserted. Normally, no one would come to this place. Right at this moment, the space shook and a man and a dog appeared outside the archipelago. Although the monk had hidden himself well, Zhou Xian was still able to clearly sense him. This monk sure knows how to pick a good place. No one would come to such a desolate place. The Huang dog said. This is a pretty good place. However, if the warriors from the four major powers want to find him, they will most likely turn the entire chaotic ocean upside down. It won't be too difficult to find him. Zhou Xian said. How are you going to help him? Don't tell me you're going to find him right now and tell him that we're here to help him? Believe it or not, that damned monk can slap us to death with a single slap. The Huang dog rolled his eyes. That monk cared so much about the Saraira that he had hidden himself here for such a long time. If Zhou Xian rushed to the monk and told him that he was here to help him, the monk wouldn't believe him unless he was a fool. Furthermore, how could a young man who wasn't even a combat king and a first-grade demon king the Huang dog be of any help? Of course not. Let's hide ourselves and not let the monk find us. Let him refine the Saraira in peace. If the warriors from the four major powers don't show up during the refining process, there's no need for us to do anything. Furthermore, the warriors from the four major powers are definitely not ordinary warriors. With our current cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. I can use this time to break through to the Combat King realm. Zhou Xian said. After that, Zhou Xian and the Huang dog concealed their auras. They randomly picked a deserted island and hid themselves. If it was an ordinary man with the monk's vigilance, it would be extremely difficult for him to hide himself here without being discovered. However, Zhou Xian and the Huang dog's concealment skills were brilliant, allowing them to stay absolutely silent. Even the monk wouldn't be able to find them. Right after Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog hid themselves, a golden figure appeared in the sky above a deserted island in the center of the archipelago. This figure was none other than the monk. Right at this moment, the monk had a vigilant look on his face. He looked around and spread out his divine sense to check the entire archipelago. After discovering that there was nothing unusual, he hid himself once again. On the deserted island in the center of the archipelago, Tyrant was sitting cross-legged in a tranquil valley. There was a Saraira above his head that was emitting layers of golden halos. The surface of the Saraira was filled with Sanskrit. Tyrant suddenly shouted. A golden Buddha light rushed out from the top of his head, wrapping the Saraira in an instant. After that, the Saraira entered Tyrant's body as if it was summoned. One wing Tyrant's body produced a buzzing sound and trembled violently. The power of the Saraira was too strong. Even though he had concealed his aura, his body was still surrounded by the golden Buddha light. The faint golden radiance and the pure Buddha chi could even be felt by Jiang Qin, who was far away. This guy has created such a huge commotion. It's impossible that no one can find him. De Huang Dog said. He has underestimated the power of the Saraira. With his current cultivation, refining the Saraira left behind by a third-grade minor saint will definitely cause some commotion. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Tyrant couldn't wait to refine the Saraira, so he would definitely be ambushed by the experts of the four major powers. Perhaps the monk thought that he could finish refining the Saraira before the experts of the four major powers arrived, but in fact he had underestimated the Saraira. With his third-grade Combat King cultivation, he could only refine 1/10 of the Saraira's energy at one go. The rest would have to be refined in the future. Even though it was only 1/10, it wasn't easy to refine, and the time needed was longer than what the monk had expected. I can't waste any more time. I'm going to break through to the Combat King realm now. After saying that, Jiang Qin flipped his palm. 2 first-grade Demon King demon souls appeared in front of him. Currently, Jiang Qin needed another 600 dragon marks to break through to the first-grade Combat King realm. However, the more critical the situation was, the more difficult it would be for him to improve his dragon marks. If it was a second-grade Demon King demon soul, he would definitely be able to break through to the Combat King realm. However, if it was 2 first-grade Demon King demon souls, it would be a different story. However, Jiang Qin would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Jiang Qin had robbed a few pirates in the chaotic ocean, and many of them were natural essences that could be used by Jiang Qin. Not only that, the second-grade Combat King actually had 2 first-grade Demon King demon souls. Including the 2 first-grade Demon King demon souls, Jiang Qin now had a total of 4 first-grade Demon King demon souls, and with so many natural essences, breaking through to the Combat King realm wouldn't be a problem. After that, Jiang Qin sat down with his legs crossed. In a very short period of time, he adjusted his condition to a state of cultivation. After that, he swallowed the 4 demon souls and circulated the dragon transformation skill, then started absorbing them. De Huang Dog, who was standing next to Jiang Qin, started murmuring, "Every time this master dog is the one protecting him. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for this guy to break through to the Combat King realm than that damn monk absorbing the Saraira. At that time, doesn't this master dog have to fight all those mighty warriors alone?" De Huang Dog felt depressed. In his mind, breaking through to the Combat King realm wasn't an easy task. At least it was even more difficult than absorbing the Saraira. However, he had no idea how frightening Jiang Qin was. Right now, Jiang Qin was just walking the same path he had walked in his previous life, and he didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as the number of dragon marks and the energy in his body reached a certain level, he would be able to break through to the Combat King realm without any obstacles. This was the most frightening thing about Jiang Qin. 1 hour later, Jiang Qin, who was in secluded cultivation and absorbing the demon souls and natural essences, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely powerful aura was unleashed from his body, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. It was the spatial force. Luckily, De Huang Dog had set up a concealment formation in this area, which allowed him to conceal Jiang Qin's aura. If not, the aura of Jiang Qin breaking through to the Combat King realm would have definitely alerted the monk who was absorbing the Saraira. "Damn it, are you still a human?" You broke through to the Combat King realm in just 1 hour. De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. He felt like the world was in a bad place. The reason why a monster like Xianxia was born in this world was to give people a hard time. Breaking through to the Combat King realm from the Combat Soul realm was a huge bottleneck. Not only that, one had to comprehend the spatial force as well. Even a genius among geniuses would need at least a few days to break through to the Combat King realm. However, this guy had done it in just 1 hour. Xianxia didn't say anything. He was carefully sensing the energy in his body. Right now, his Qi had transformed into a Qi dimensional space. It was a huge space that could store countless items. Within his Qi, the little golden dragon was swimming around happily. It was Xianxia's combat soul. Surrounding the combat soul were countless blood-red dragon marks, like a spiderweb. There were 20,100 of them. That's right, not only had Xianxia successfully broken through to the Combat King realm, he had also condensed an extra 100 dragon marks. After breaking through to the Combat King realm, Xianxia had a much clearer understanding of the dragon transformation skill's evolution. Every time he broke through to the next level he would need 2,000 dragon marks. In other words, a first-grade Combat King would need 20,000 dragon marks. From the first grade to the second grade he would need 22,000 dragon marks. And from the second grade to the third grade he would need 24,000 dragon marks. As for the final 9th grade Combat King, Combat Emperor, Minor Saint and Great Saint, it was very clear to Xianxia. The path to condensing 100,000 dragon marks had been opened up for him, allowing him to see his future path clearly. To Xianxia, a clear system of evolution was undoubtedly very important. With a clear understanding of the number of dragon marks he would need to break through to the next level, it would allow Xianxia to prepare for his future breakthroughs. Not only that, Xianxia could also sense that after he broke through to the Combat King realm, he would attract the Heavenly Tribulation just like the previous Combat Soul realm. However, the Heavenly Tribulation this time would be much more violent than the previous Combat Soul realm. If Xianxia's estimation wasn't wrong, it would be an intermediate 6 Heavenly Tribulation. However, what made Xianxia happy was that the Heavenly Tribulation this time was different from the previous one. He could control the timing of the Heavenly Tribulation, and the Heavenly Tribulation would come at any time according to Xianxia's will. As long as Xianxia hadn't broken through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, he would be able to attract the Heavenly Tribulation at any time. For Xianxia, the Heavenly Tribulation was undoubtedly a great weapon, a life-saving trump card. He hadn't forgotten how frightening the last Heavenly Tribulation was. With the help of the Heavenly Tribulation, he had killed the guardian of the Demon King Palace. This time the Heavenly Tribulation would be even more frightening, and it would be more than enough to kill a Combat King warrior whose cultivation base was much higher than his. I should keep this great weapon, it will be of great help at a critical moment. A smile emerged on Xianxia's face. There was no way he could face the Heavenly Tribulation right now as it would be a waste. He would wait until he encountered a powerful enemy and attract the Heavenly Tribulation. Buddy, how's your combat strength after breaking through to the 1st grade Combat King realm? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Xianxia was able to kill 2nd grade Combat King warriors before he broke through to the Combat King realm. Now that he had broken through to the Combat King realm, wouldn't that mean he would be able to kill 3rd grade Combat King warriors? With my current combat strength, 3rd grade Combat King warriors are no match for me and I can easily kill them. 4th grade Combat King warriors are more than enough to fight me, but only 5th grade Combat King warriors can truly suppress me. Chapter 504. De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes. As someone with the dragon horse bloodline, his strength was already terrifying enough, but when compared to Xianxia, the gap between them was instantly revealed. De Huang Dog was a 1st grade Demon King, but if he used his full strength he could kill a 2nd grade Demon King or a Combat King. However, it would be difficult for him to fight a 3rd grade Demon King or a Combat King. However, Xianxia, who had just broken through to the 1st grade Combat King realm, was already strong enough to kill a 3rd grade Combat King and a 4th grade Combat King. Fortunately, De Huang Dog was already used to Xianxia's monstrous strength, so he didn't feel depressed for a while. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely be so shocked that their mouth would be wide open. I've finally broken through to the Combat King realm. Jiang Chen sighed. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Breaking through to the Combat King realm meant that he had stepped onto a higher level in his cultivation. For him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, once he reached the Combat King realm, he wouldn't be far away from the Combat Emperor realm. At that point of time he would become a saint and return to his peak. More importantly, after breaking through to the Combat King realm, Jiang Chen was able to utilize the spatial force very well. He was able to use the spatial shift skill. The spatial shift skill was a supreme movement skill. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Chen were to use the spatial shift now, even a 6th grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that more and more golden Buddhist lights were rushing out from the island. Obviously, the monk was unable to control the energy released by the 3rd grade minor saint Sarira. It's impossible for this damn monk to not attract attention when he made such a huge commotion. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy tone. Initially he thought that if the monk hid himself well, the experts of the 4 major powers wouldn't be able to find him. But now it seemed like not only the 4 major powers, even the other people in the chaotic ocean would be able to find him easily. From afar 2 human cultivators were flying towards them. They were just passing by this island. According to the usual situation, those who passed by this island would go straight to it and wouldn't stay here for long. But now the 2 cultivators' attention was immediately attracted when they saw the light. Look, what is that? There seems to be a treasure. Let's go and take a look. After the 2 of them discussed, they headed towards the source of the light. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. He said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, your chance to shine is here. Kaka, these 2 little shrimps, Lord Dog, can scare the shit out of them." De Huang Dog shook his head, then with his gigantic body he dashed forward and arrived in front of the 2 men in the blink of an eye. The 2 men were startled when they saw De Huang Dog suddenly appear. Both of them were peak combat soul warriors and they weren't even combat king warriors. However, they could still sense the intense aura of a demon king from De Huang Dog, causing their expressions to instantly change. Scram or die. The De Huang Dog spoke arrogantly with his head held high. He acted as if he was the #1 expert in the world. Hearing this, the 2 men didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately turned around and fled as if they were too slow. What was this place? It was the chaotic ocean, the most chaotic place in the entire chaotic ocean, and it was also the most remote place in the chaotic ocean. Bumping into a demon king in this place was definitely not a good thing. Therefore this demon king had asked them to scram, which made them feel extremely happy. After that, the commotion caused by Tyrant absorbing the Sarira became bigger and bigger. Bright lights flickered and faint buzzing sounds could even be heard. All the human cultivators who passed by this place were attracted by it, as they wanted to see what was going on. However, they were all chased away by De Huang Dog. During this time they bumped into a 1st grade combat king warrior, and De Huang Dog even fought with him. Of course, the result was that De Huang Dog won the fight, and only after the guy called him Master Dog 3 times did De Huang Dog let him go. However, as there were too many people passing by this place, it didn't take long for it to attract the attention of many people. 3 hours later, numerous figures started flying over from different directions of the chaotic ocean. Staring at the golden lights in the center of the desolate island, if not for De Huang Dog's bravery, perhaps some of the cultivators would have already rushed out. It's that dog. Be careful, this dog is not someone you can mess with. He can even bite a combat king warrior to death. Since this dog is here, I'm afraid that white-clothed young man is here as well. That golden light looks familiar. I remember it now. When the treasure was born on the Heavenhawk Island, it had the same aura. The treasure was obtained by that monk and it looks like the monk is here. Judging from the situation, the monk must have joined forces with that white-clothed young man. If I'm not mistaken, that monk is currently absorbing the treasure, and that young man and this dog are guarding this place. Many people were able to recognize De Huang Dog and some were able to sense the aura of the treasure. Haha, there's going to be a good show soon. It's been a long time and I'm afraid the experts of the 4 major powers of the Liang province have already arrived at the Azure Sea. That monk didn't leave immediately after obtaining the treasure, but instead chose to absorb it here. He even caused such a huge commotion. The experts of the four major powers will definitely come looking for him, and at that time, a huge battle will be inevitable. That's right. That monk has killed many geniuses from the four major powers. With the way the four major powers handle things, they will definitely not let that monk go. That monk is dead for sure. What puzzles me is why that young man is together with that monk. Could it be that they're working together? That can't be right. If I remember correctly, that young man should be the helper that Tan Lang invited, and he should be working together with the Shura Temple. However, that young man just let the Heaven Hawk Island master go. He's really a weirdo. This deserted island that no one would normally pay attention to had now become the center of attention. Both the monk and the white-robed young man had become famous figures in the chaotic ocean. The number one great pirate of the chaotic ocean had killed geniuses from the four major powers, and now he was openly refining a treasure in the chaotic ocean. If he wasn't courting death, then he was completely looking down on the four major powers. On the deserted island, Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. The scene before him could be said to be the worst-case scenario. It seemed like another huge battle was bound to happen today. Although Jiang Chen didn't like the four major powers' way of doing things, he didn't want to clash with the Liang province's four major powers the moment he arrived in the Divine Continent. If he offended the four major powers as soon as he arrived, how was he going to survive in the future? However, Jiang Chen was a man with principles. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. In order to return the favor to Ancestor Green Lotus, he didn't mind becoming the enemy of the four major powers. In his previous life, wherever Jiang Chen went, he would be surrounded by enemies. He had long since gotten used to fighting against the world by himself, and he even had the lofty sentiments of fighting against the world by himself. No matter what, he was determined to help the monk. Rumble. Right at this moment, a thunderclap resounded in the distant sky. Everyone looked over and saw a crack in the sky. 3 figures flew out from the crack, and all of them were Combat King warriors. 2 of them were the weakest, and the one in the middle looked to be in his 30s. He had a muscular body and his red hair fluttered in the wind. He was emanating an arrogant aura that only geniuses possessed. His combat strength had actually reached the 4th grade Combat King realm. They're from the Shura Temple. The mighty warriors of the Shura Temple have finally appeared. Someone cried out in surprise. Jiang Chen also saw the newcomers. He knew 2 of them, Li Hao and Xie Rui, but he didn't know the new 4th grade Combat King. However, he was a little worried since he didn't see Tan Lang. The Shura Temple is the fastest and they're the first to arrive. That's the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, Ling Yi. I heard that he has broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm not long ago, and he possesses frightening abilities. It's hard for him to find a match for those at the same level as him. I think that monk is finished. The 8th tycoon Ling Yi has personally arrived. That monk is only a 3rd grade Combat King. How could he be a match for Ling Yi, who is a 4th grade Combat King? Even with the help of that young man and that dog, the gap between their cultivation bases is too huge. Many people from the Shura Temple have been killed. If not, the 8th tycoon wouldn't have personally arrived. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8th tycoon had arrived. This was going to be a good show. Soon Ling Yi and the other 2 arrived in front of the deserted island. Ling Yi's stern gaze fell onto the golden light that appeared on the island like a sharp blade. Is this the place? That's right, that golden light is the aura of that treasure. That monk must be here. Li Hao said while gnashing his teeth in anger. One of his arms was nearly blown off by that monk, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. Whenever he thought about that damnable monk, he wished he could tear that monk into 1,000 pieces. How dare you kill the people of the Shura Temple? You're courting death. Ling Yi coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he flew toward the golden light. Suddenly, a white light appeared from below, blocking Ling Yi's path. It was a young man dressed in white. As for De Huang Dog, he had already moved to the other side. He wasn't a match for Ling Yi, but he could defeat Li Hao and Xie Rui. Someone actually dared to block his path? Ling Yi was startled. He stared at the young man dressed in white who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lung Lung, and said, "Who are you? How dare you block this tycoon's path?" Ling Yi frowned. "Senior brother Ling, he's that Jiang Chen, the person who released the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. Li Hao hastily said. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was not any weaker than the monks. Earlier, Jiang Chen didn't give him any face in front of so many people, and he had been holding a grudge against him. Oh, so you're the helper Tan Lang invited here? I was just about to ask you why you released the Heaven Hawk Island Lord. However, we can talk about this later. Considering that you've indeed helped the Shura Temple before, this tycoon can forgive you for what you did. Get out of my way right now, I'm going to kill that monk. Ling Yi was surprised at first, but he quickly said, I'm sorry, but you can't touch that monk. Chapter 505. Everyone was puzzled. What was this young man's background? At first he stood on the Shura Temple's side to deal with the Heaven Hawk Island Master, and now he was standing on the monk's side to deal with the Shura Temple. What was his stance? What made them speechless was why this young man would suddenly help the monk, and even offend the Shura Temple at all costs. It seemed like it wasn't just the Shura Temple, the other three major powers also wanted to kill the monk, but they hadn't shown up yet. Furthermore, many people felt that although this young man had extraordinary talent and incredible abilities, there was something wrong with his brain. Even if he wanted to help the monk, he should at least know the gap between them. The monk was a 4th-grade combat king, and helping the monk was no different than courting death. If he angered the 8th tycoon, he would be smashed into meat paste with a single slap. Brat, what did you just say? You want to help that monk? Are you courting death? Li Hao immediately shouted at Jiang Chen. Previously he didn't dare say anything after being humiliated by Jiang Chen, but now it was different. With Ling Yi here, there was no need for him to be afraid of Jiang Chen. You're courting death. This is the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple and you even dared to stop him? Where did you get the courage from? The tycoon has already forgiven you for letting the Heaven Hawk Island Master go, but not only are you not grateful, you even want to stand up for him. Looks like you're tired of living. Xiao Rui sneered. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity for revenge. Jiang Chen, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. As long as you get out of my sight right now and get lost, I won't kill you. Ling Yi coldly harumphed and said to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, but I, Jiang Chen, don't want to have any conflict with the tycoon and the Shura Temple. As long as the tycoon agrees not to cause any trouble for this monk, we'll be friends. What do you say? Jiang Chen said. He was determined to help this monk today. The monk was currently at the most critical moment of absorbing the Saraira, and if he was disturbed he would definitely suffer a backlash or even suffer a cultivation deviation. The consequences would be severe. Where did this kid come from? Why does he always like to meddle in other people's business? Sai, he's a typical reckless fool. Does he really think he's strong enough to deal with the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple? None of the 13 tycoons of the Shura Temple are easy to deal with, and this Ling Yi is the same. Since this kid showed disrespect to Ling Yi, he will definitely not have a good ending. The onlookers could not bear to watch any longer. In their opinion, this white-clothed youth did not know how to appreciate favors and was overestimating himself. Humph! Where did this worm come from? How dare you block my way? I heard that you're able to kill a 2nd-grade combat king warrior. Don't think that just because you have some talent you can look down on everyone. Today I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. Ling Yi snorted coldly once again. Naturally he would no longer hold back in his attack. He punched out, tearing the void apart in an instant, aiming right at Jiang Chen's head. The distance between Ling Yi and Jiang Chen was very close, and coupled with Ling Yi's incredible speed as well as his 4th-grade combat king cultivation base, if it was any other ordinary man, there was no way he could withstand this attack, let alone dodge it. His head would have exploded on the spot. However, Jiang Chen was not an ordinary man. After breaking through to the combat king realm, he was more than qualified to deal with Ling Yi. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen punched out and collided with Ling Yi's fist. At the point where both men collided, the space was instantly turned into a chaotic mess, and a frightening shockwave swept out in all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Thump. This was a close combat, nothing fancy. Ling Yi received a tremendous counterforce from Jiang Chen's body, forcing him to take a step back before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's body only swayed a little. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his fleshly body was constantly growing stronger, and it had reached an indestructible level. In close combat, no ordinary man could be his match. What? The arrogant Ling Yi immediately cried out in shock, and the expression he looked at Jiang Chen changed. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to withstand his punch and even force him back. This was unbelievable. Ling Yi threw his glance onto Jiang Chen's body and started sizing him up. Gradually he stopped underestimating Jiang Chen. He discovered that Jiang Chen's aura was that of a first-grade combat king warrior, and not the peak combat soul realm that Li Hao and Xiu had mentioned. How is this possible? How did he suddenly become so strong? He has broken through to the combat king realm. He's a first-grade combat king now. Damn it, he was just a peak combat soul warrior just a moment ago. How did he break through to the combat king realm so quickly? This is ridiculous. Li Hao and Xiu eyes were wide open, and they stared at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. In just a few hours, a man had broken through to the combat king realm from the late combat soul realm. This could no longer be described with just the word, shocking. It was simply too frightening. What was even more frightening was that even though Jiang Chen had broken through to the first-grade combat king realm, there was still no way he could defeat a fourth-grade combat king warrior. There was a gap of 3 stages between them. This was ridiculous. Oh heavens, this young man is so strong. Killing a second-grade combat king warrior out of nowhere was already frightening enough, but now he can actually fight the fourth-grade combat king warrior, Ling Yi. If I remember correctly, he was only a peak combat soul warrior before this, but now he's a first-grade combat king warrior. Don't tell me he broke through to the combat soul realm in just a few hours, comprehended the spatial force and broke through to the combat king realm? How is this possible? What a freak. No wonder he dared to stand out and become Ling Yi, he really does have some abilities. All the spectators were shocked. As the saying went, when an expert made his move, one could easily tell the difference between an expert and an expert. Although Jiang Chen and Ling Yi had only collided for a short moment just now, it was obvious who was the stronger one. Jiang Chen clearly had the upper hand in this battle. Jiang Chen, are you really going to stop me? Ling Yi's face was filled with anger. Don't tell me I'm not qualified. Jiang Chen smiled. Lung Ling said. Since he couldn't change the outcome of the battle, there was nothing else he could say. If he couldn't say anything, he would just have to fight. Fine, don't think that just because you've gained the upper hand in this battle you can fight me. I will let you know how big the gap between a first-grade combat king warrior and a fourth-grade combat king warrior is. Ling Yi unleashed his energy, causing waves of energy to burst out from his body, causing the surrounding space to ripple. His crimson hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was filled with a domineering aura. Heavenly Palm. Suddenly Ling Yi let out a loud shout and unleashed the heavenly palm. An extremely dazzling golden palm brought with it a boundless spatial force as it pressed down toward Jiang Chen. This was an extremely powerful attack as it perfectly unleashed the power of a fourth-grade combat king warrior. Ling Yi was not an ordinary fourth-grade combat king warrior. As the tycoon of the Shura Temple, he possessed extraordinary talent, and it was very difficult for him to find a worthy opponent at the same level as him. Facing the frightening heavenly palm, Jiang Chen showed no fear. His expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm, which collided with the heavenly palm. Rumble. The space around them changed and a huge crack appeared where the two hands collided. Spatial storms rushed out of the crack, causing people's hearts to tremble. The heavenly palm and the true dragon palm were evenly matched. Boom. A tremendous battle intent burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the combat king realm and he was in high spirits. Now that he had encountered a fourth-grade combat king opponent, his combat strength was completely stimulated. Profound 9 solar fingers. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and attacked first, unleashing a frightening finger technique. Only now did the profound 9 solar fingers reveal its true frightening power. With his current strength he could unleash 8 giant golden fingers in the blink of an eye, and they blotted out the sky as they shot toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression changed. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination, and he dared not show any hesitation. He waved both hands in the air and unleashed a mysterious seal toward the 9 solar fingers. Rumble. In the following period of time, the two of them continued fighting fiercely. The 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple was not someone an ordinary tycoon could compare with. His abilities were unfathomable, but Xianxia was not one bit inferior to him. He and Ling Yi were locked in a stalemate. Many people were shocked. In their eyes, although it seemed like the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the truth was that Xianxia was more frightening. After all, Xianxia was only a first-grade combat king and he had just broken through recently. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Xianxia and Ling Yi were at the same level, Ling Yi would not be able to withstand a single strike from Xianxia, and would be instantly killed by Xianxia. This is too frightening. Where did this guy come from? He's obviously not from the 4 major powers. A genius like him can't be a nobody. Ordinary powers can't cultivate such a genius. Could he be someone from one of the major powers in Xuanyu? Looks like it's impossible for Ling Yi to break through Xianxia's defense and kill the monk. However, the warriors from the other 3 major powers will arrive soon. At that time the monk will still be finished. No one could remain calm. The scene was simply too shocking. However, for ordinary people, being able to witness a battle of this level was a very satisfying experience. Damn it! How did he suddenly become so powerful? Li Hao gnashed his teeth in anger. Right now the tycoon is keeping Xianxia busy. Let's join forces and deal with that monk. He's currently absorbing the treasure, so he won't have the energy to attack us. As long as we can kill him, that treasure will be ours. This is our main goal for coming here. Xiao Rui's eyes shone brightly. On the surface, their goal for coming here was to kill the monk and avenge the death of the Shura Temple's disciple. However, the truth was that they were here for the treasure. Li Hao felt that Xiao Rui's words made sense. However, just as he was about to agree, he saw a Dahuang dog glaring at him like a tiger, causing his heart to tremble. Forget it. Look at that dog, it's not someone we can afford to offend. Li Hao said. Chapter 506. Of course, Li Hao and Xiao Rui dared not attack. Not attacking was the right decision for them. In fact, De Huang Dog didn't take this opportunity to attack them, and that was already a great fortune for them. Rumble. On the other side, Jiang Qin and Ling Yi were locked in a fierce battle. The longer Ling Yi fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't imagine how a young man who had just broken through to the Combat King realm could possess such formidable combat strength. With his own ability, let alone killing the monk, he couldn't even defeat this young man. Jiang Qin, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you leave now, I'll write off everything that happened before. If not, I'll get serious. Ling Yi shouted out. In the next moment, a golden wheel appeared in his hand. The wheel kept spinning and sharp gears were flowing out from it, making it look extremely frightening. After the previous battle, Ling Yi had realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Qin with his current ability. However, he couldn't back out under such circumstances. The only thing he could do was to use his king weapon and fight. You talk too much. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to Ling Yi's words. He took the initiative to attack. Using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he dashed toward Ling Yi. Today he had encountered a strong opponent and Jiang Qin wanted to have a good fight. So, there was no reason for him to back out now. Furthermore, if he backed out now, the monk would be dead for sure. Rumble. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on Ling Yi's body. Jiang Qin felt his legs go numb and he was sent flying back. However, he wasn't surprised by this. As a 4th-grade combat king, the king weapon in Ling Yi's hand was much stronger than ordinary king weapons. Therefore, the power it unleashed was naturally terrifying. Jiang Qin was only a 1st-grade combat king, and although he could fight a 4th-grade combat king, it would be very difficult for him to suppress his opponent. Furthermore, he had only used the 1st step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. If he used the 3rd step, he would be able to fight against Ling Yi's body. In fact, after breaking through to the Combat King realm, Jiang Qin could already take the 4th step. You overestimate yourself. After knocking Jiang Qin back with a single strike, Ling Yi coldly harumphed. He turned his body into an arc and once again dashed toward Zhou Xian. With a sway of his body, Zhou Xian moved like a swan goose and unleashed the dimensional shift skill to its limit. He didn't take out the Heavenly Saint sword, he just relied on the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to keep up with Ling Yi. Zhou Xian. When Zhou Xian took his 4th step, the one who was knocked back was Ling Yi. His gigantic body was violently trembling and a few cracks had appeared on it. This truly frightened Ling Yi. He stared at his damaged body, and the shock in his heart was like a raging ocean. Zhou Qian's combat skill could actually destroy a king weapon. This was simply ridiculous. Right at this moment, another loud explosion was heard from afar. Following that, 2 figures appeared. One of them was Yi Hui from the Invincibility School, and the other was a genius from the Invincibility School. However, compared to Yi Hui, he was many times stronger. Just the aura he emanated was comparable to Ling Yi's. Look, the people from the Invincibility School are here. That's Yi Wuyo from the Invincibility School, Yi Hui's cousin. He's a rare genius from the Invincibility School, and his strength is comparable to the 8th tycoon from the Shura Temple. Yi Wuyo is here. Another 4th grade combat king has appeared. I'm sure that Zhou Xian won't be able to hold on any longer. It's getting more and more lively. The people from the Peerless Sword faction and Heavenly Devil Palace haven't arrived yet, and it's going to get even livelier soon. Those who wanted to watch a good show couldn't complain about it getting bigger. All the onlookers had excited expressions on their faces. Since the mighty warriors from the Shura Temple and the Invincibility School had arrived, the mighty warriors from the other 2 superpowers wouldn't be too far away. When Yi Wuyo and Yi Hui arrived, they were immediately shocked by the fight between Zhou Xian and Ling Yi. It's him. Why is he fighting Ling Yi? Yi Hui was startled. You know this guy? Yi Wuyo's eyes fell onto Zhou Qian's body. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He could clearly sense Zhou Qian's cultivation. He was only a 1st grade combat king, and yet he was able to fight Ling Yi to such an extent. This is the young man who helped the Shura Temple defeat the 6 pirate lords of the Chaotic Ocean, then released the Heaven Hawk Island Master. However, he was only a peak combat soul warrior before that, but now he has broken through to the combat king realm and he's even able to fight Ling Yi. I can't believe this. Where did this monster come from? The shock in Yi Hui's mind was no less than Li Hao and Xiao Rui from the Shura Temple. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked by an existence who could break through to the Combat King realm from the late Combat Soul realm in just a few hours. Brother Yi, that monk is on the deserted island and this guy is the monk's companion. Let's kill him together. When Ling Yi saw Yi Wuyo, he immediately shouted out. Haha, the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple can't even defeat a 1st grade combat king? Since you guys are having a good time, I won't disturb you anymore. Just leave this monk to me. Yi Wuyo burst into laughter. What a joke. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He didn't have the time to help Ling Yi fight Zhou Qian. While Ling Yi was busy, he could kill the monk and seize the treasure. Swoosh. With incredible speed, Yi Wuyo dashed toward the spot where the golden light had appeared. However, someone was even faster than him. Zhou Qian, who was fighting Ling Yi, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Wuyo like a shooting star. With the help of the spatial shift and 9 phantom wolves, there was no one he couldn't block. Someone like you should just get the hell out of here. Without saying anything, Zhou Qian kicked Yi Wuyo's face. With incredible speed, Yi Wuyo punched out with his fist, which collided with Zhou Qian's kick. Get lost. Yi Wuyo was infuriated. He unleashed a palm strike toward Zhou Qian from high up in the sky. Seeing this, Zhou Qian wanted to use the true dragon palm to defend himself. However, an idea suddenly struck him, and he simply let Yi Wuyo's palm strike land on him. He simply swung his fist to defend himself. Boom. Zhou Qian was slapped down from the sky and landed on a deserted island. He staggered and nearly fell, looking extremely pathetic. In the distance, De Huang Dog was stunned when he saw Zhou Qian's situation. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. This kid sure is treacherous. De Huang Dog knew generals too well. With Zhou Qian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat an existence like Yi Wuyo. There was no point in continuing the fight. There was only one way to change the situation. Earth prison. Jiang Chen had pretended to be defeated so that Yi Wuyo or Ling Yi would rush down to kill him. As long as they got close to the ground, Jiang Chen would be able to use the earth prison and catch them off guard. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Wuyo casually glanced at Jiang Chen, who had fallen to the ground. His face was filled with disdain, but he was too lazy to rush down to kill him. Instead, he continued flying toward the deserted island. Seeing this, Jiang Chen once again soared into the sky. His speed was extremely fast and he appeared in front of Yi Wuyo in the blink of an eye. You want to enter the deserted island so easily? How can you do that without defeating me? Ah, Brother Yi, this kid is extremely difficult to deal with. It's better to get rid of him first. Ling Yi laughed loudly. Then he launched another attack toward Jiang Chen. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll kill him myself. Yi Wuyo was infuriated as well. He immediately unleashed another palm strike toward Jiang Chen. Ling Yi and Yi Wuyo's attacks arrived at the same time. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He pretended to be flustered, and under the impact of the two attacks he once again descended to the ground. An ant dares to stop me? Since you're so reckless, I'll kill you first before killing that monk. As expected, Yi Wuyo fell for Ling Yi's trick. He transformed into a streak of light and shot down from the sky. Soon he landed on the deserted island and all his aura was locked onto Jiang Chen. Die. A ruthless glint flashed across Yi Wuyo's eyes. However, before he could do anything, a sudden change occurred. A mountain-like force instantly shot out from under his feet, transforming into an invisible prison that trapped Yi Wuyo within. Ah! Yi Wuyo cried out in shock. Under the pressure of that tremendous force, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he nearly fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. The force came too suddenly and he didn't even have time to react. Break! Yi Wuyo shouted out loudly. A tremendous force rushed out from his body, instantly breaking the earth jail. From the moment the earth jail's force landed on Yi Wuyo's body to the moment he broke it, only a blink of an eye had passed. However, for Jiang Chen, even a blink of an eye was more than enough. When Yi Wuyo broke the earth jail, Jiang Chen had already appeared above him. Jiang Chen's footsteps were mysterious, and the shadows of dragons could be seen flickering in the air, causing the air to rumble. Jiang Chen had taken 4 steps forward. Arg! Yi Wuyo couldn't block the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body was stomped into the ground by Jiang Chen. Yi Wuyo coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hair stood on end as he roared out furiously. However, Jiang Chen never showed mercy when he had the upper hand, and never gave his enemies any chance to fight back. Yi Wuyo had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, which meant his death. Even though he was a 4th-grade combat king, he still couldn't escape from this fate. Clang! The heavenly saint sword transformed into a deadly sword beam, appearing above Yi Wuyo's head and slashing down. No. Yi Wuyo let out a miserable shriek of despair. His voice came to an abrupt stop, as his head was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. What? On the other side, Ling Yi immediately cried out in shock. His eyes were wide open as if he had just seen the most unbelievable scene. Chapter 507. Yi Wuyo was dead. A genius from the Invincibility School was instantly killed by Jiang Chen right after he graduated from the Invincibility School. Without a doubt, this was a mockery. Yi Hui's expression was extremely unsightly, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. His cousin was a 4th-grade combat king and he never thought that he would die in this chaotic ocean, not to mention that he was killed by a young 1st-grade combat king. How could this be? He killed Yi Wuyo. How could he be so strong? How did he do it? Li Hao and Xiao Rui's faces turned extremely pale. They felt like they were dreaming, especially Li Hao. When he first met Jiang Chen not long ago, he didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Chen, treating him as a helper invited by Tan Lang. What a pity. Underneath the desolate island, Jiang Chen stared at Yi Wuyo's body, which was split in half. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A 4th-grade combat king, a genius from the Invincibility School, must have a huge amount of wealth in his hands. But too bad, all of it had disappeared along with Yi Wuyo's death. Jiang Chen didn't have the confidence to control Yi Wuyo's qi and rob him of his wealth. With his cultivation base of a first-grade combat king, the reason why he was able to kill a fourth-grade combat king was because of his cunning and sneak attacks. He didn't have the chance to control Yi Wuyo's qi. After that, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Ling Yi, who had an unsightly expression on his face. With a loud voice he said, "Tycoon of the Shura Temple, do you see this? This is what you'll get. I advise you to get the hell out of here." Hearing Jiang Chen's provocation, Ling Yi's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, flames of anger emerged on his face. He was the 8th tycoon of the Shura Temple, and no matter where he went he would always be respected. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? "Jiang Chen, don't think that you can deal with me just because you killed Yi Wuyo. I will still kill that monk today." After saying that, Ling Yi once again flew towards the center of the island. He had clearly seen how Jiang Chen killed Yi Wuyo just now. Jiang Chen had borrowed the power of the earth, and that was how he managed to catch Yi Wuyo off guard and kill him. A technique that could borrow the power of the earth to attack was indeed powerful, and even Ling Yi did not dare to underestimate it. However, now that Ling Yi knew about Jiang Chen's techniques, he would naturally not run down to the island to kill Jiang Chen like an idiot. As long as they were fighting in the sky, sneak attacks like that would be rendered useless. Humph. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he leaped up into the sky and stood in front of Ling Yi. Since Ling Yi had seen through the earth jail, he had no choice but to fight him head-on. No matter what, he had to protect the monk. Therefore, the two men once again engaged in an intense battle. A few minutes later, two groups of men arrived. 2 men from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace had arrived. One of them was the one who had arrived at the Chaotic Ocean, and he was here to lead the way. The other man was a true expert, a 4th-grade combat king genius. "Look, that's Wan Xiong from the Peerless Sword faction, and 2 ran from the Heavenly Devil Palace. 2 more terrifying geniuses have arrived." That's right. Both Wan Xiong and 2 ran are 4th-grade combat kings. They are not ordinary geniuses who can compare with them. The arrival of Wan Xiong and 2 ran caused the atmosphere to become heated once again. The reason they came here was very clear: they were here for the monk. First, they wanted to kill the monk to avenge him, and second, they wanted to snatch the treasure from him. When Wan Xiong and 2 ran arrived, they immediately saw Jiang Chen and Ling Yi in the middle of an intense battle. When they learned about Jiang Chen's identity from the people around them, they were shocked as well. After that, they saw Yi Wuyo, who had been brutally killed on the island. "That's Yi Wuyo from the Invincibility School. He was killed. Who did this?" Wan Xiong was shocked. "It's that bastard Jiang Chen. He sneak attacked my cousin with a scheme," Yi Hui said while gnashing his teeth in anger. After that, he told them everything that had happened just now. Where did this Jiang Chen come from? How could he be so strong? Turan was shocked. This guy actually dares to make the 4 superpowers his enemy? He's courting death. Wan Xiong said. "Guys, since you're here, why don't you attack him? Let's kill this guy first. If not, none of us will be able to get close to that monk." Ling Yi, who was fighting Jiang Chen, shouted at Wan Xiong, and 2 ran. Both men exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads. After witnessing Yi Hui's instant kill, they had learned how frightening Jiang Chen was. Not only did he possess a formidable combat strength, his speed was also incredible. If he wanted to protect the monk, the others would have a hard time getting close to him unless they joined forces and killed Jiang Chen first. Boom. Both men unleashed their auras, turned into 2 beams of light, and charged toward Jiang Chen. 3 4th-grade combat kings were attacking Jiang Chen at the same time. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Chen would definitely die. Roar! At this moment, the Huang dog moved as well. This dog was definitely an existence that could not be ignored. Although he couldn't defeat a 4th-grade combat king, he could rely on his agility to fight them. Furthermore, a dragon horn could be vaguely seen on top of the Huang dog's head. It was flickering with electric arcs as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Swoosh! A pair of glowing wings appeared on the Huang dog's back, and he stood in front of Wan Xiong. Where did this dog come from? Get lost. Without saying a word, Wan Xiong slapped the dog's face. "Kaka, call me grandpa and I'll leave." The Huang dog laughed out. A layer of light that had never appeared before appeared on his head, and he charged toward Wan Xiong. Bam! De Huang Dog was no match for Wan Xiong, and was knocked away by the slap. However, De Huang Dog's body was extremely strong, and he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After being knocked away, he turned around and dashed toward Wan Xiong once again. On the other side, after Tu Ran joined the battle, Xianxia was instantly pushed into a disadvantageous position. He held the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, and used the dimensional shift technique to weave between Ling Yi and Tu Ran. It seemed like he was in a perilous situation, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that even with the two of them working together, it would still be difficult for them to defeat Xianxia. Rumble. The battle was getting more and more intense. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were fighting against 3 4th-grade combat king geniuses, and the battle was intense. However, as the situation kept changing, both Xianxia and De Huang Dog were in a disadvantageous position, and the situation didn't look good for them. Come, let's strike together. We'll enter the island and kill that monk first. As for the treasure, we'll talk about it later. Yi Hui suggested to Xiao Rui and the others. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. His cousin had been killed, and the invincibility school had suffered a great loss. Although he couldn't kill Xianxia, he had to kill that monk. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. In his mind, Xianxia and the monk were in cahoots. Fine. Although that monk is a 3rd-grade combat king, he is at a critical moment of absorbing the treasure. If he is disturbed by us, he will definitely suffer from cultivation deviation. Xiao Rui and Leng Leng said. The 5 of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward the center of the island. At this moment, Xianxia and De Huang Dog had no time to deal with the monk, and could only watch as the 5 of them entered the island. Right at this moment, a sharp cry was heard from not far away. In the next moment, everyone saw a black warhawk appear out of nowhere, and with a swoosh, it blocked Li Hao and Xiao Rui's path. The warhawk didn't pay any attention to Yi Hui and the other two, and just stared at Li Hao and Xiao Rui with a pair of ruthless eyes. Heaven Hawk Island Master. Li Hao and Xiao Rui cried out in shock. They never thought they would meet the Heaven Hawk Island Master here. However, when they sensed the ice-cold killing intent emanating from the Heaven Hawk Island Master's body, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. When they thought about the grudge between the Heaven Hawk Island Master and the Big Tycoon, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know why the Heaven Hawk Island Master would appear at this moment. This was a man who had disregarded life and death, and the only thing left in his life was revenge. As long as he had the chance to kill those from the Shura Temple, the Heaven Hawk Island Master would show himself without hesitation. People from the Shura Temple, go to hell. Without saying anything, Zhuang Fan swung the curved blade in his hand at Li Hao. He had been hiding for a long time and he had been watching the entire battle. Especially when he saw Xianxia fight against Ling Yi from the Shura Temple, his impression of Xianxia had changed a lot. Now that he had the chance, he jumped out and wanted to kill Li Hao and Xiao Rui. Arg! How could Li Hao be a match for the furious Zhuang Fan? Not to mention that he was caught off guard, one of his arms was instantly chopped off, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The scene instantly became even livelier. Zhuang Fan's appearance was like an additive, causing the conflict to escalate once again. Several groups of people were fighting each other for the same reason, causing the spectators to be dazzled. It was a battle that was rarely seen on normal days. Xianxia was fighting against Ling Yi and Tu Ran, De Huang Dog was fighting against Wan Xiong, and the Heaven Hawk Island Master was fighting against Li Hao and Xiao Rui. If nothing unexpected happened, neither of them would be able to survive in the hands of the Heaven Hawk Island Master. On the other side, Yi Hui and the other two had finally reached the inner area of the desolate island. It didn't take them long to find the tyrant. Right now, the tyrant was sitting cross-legged in the air, and golden Sanskrit characters were floating around his body. He looked like a living Buddha, extremely mystical. Haha, tyrant, die. Yi Hui let out a loud laugh, then took the lead and dashed toward the tyrant. However, right at this moment something strange happened. The tyrant who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them. Two golden beams shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, the tyrant's kasaya shook and he struck out with his palm toward Yi Hui. What? Yi Hui, who was attacking the tyrant, hastily cried out in shock. Sensing the incoming palm force, he was instantly shrouded by the shadow of death. To his shock, he discovered that the tyrant was no longer a third-grade combat king, but a fourth-grade combat king. Rumble. Too bad Yi Hui didn't have much time to think about it. The tyrant's powerful palm strike landed on his body, shattering Jiang Qin and Yi Hui into pieces, turning them into a blood mist and disappearing from the sky above the desolate island. Amit Ba. Benefactor, you've been too reckless. The tyrant put his palms together, then suddenly stood up and unleashed the aura of a fourth-grade combat king. Boundless golden Buddhist light instantly covered the entire desolate island. Although he was only a fourth-grade combat king, the aura he unleashed was comparable to that of a fifth-grade combat king. When Yi Hui attacked just now, the tyrant had just refined the Saraira. Of course, it wasn't a complete refinement, it was just a preliminary refinement which allowed him to break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm. As a mere first-grade combat king, how could Yi Hui be a match for the tyrant? Chapter 508. At this moment, the two geniuses from the Peerless Sword faction and Heavenly Devil Palace who were ready to attack together with Yi Hui were scared out of their wits. They had already experienced how brutal this monk was. Yi Hui, who was at the same cultivation base as them, was instantly killed by this monk. If they were to join the battle, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Without any hesitation, the two geniuses immediately turned around and fled, fearing that they would lose their lives if they were even half a step slower. Amit Ba. Since the two of you are here, there's no need for you to leave. This poor monk will send you to the land of ultimate bliss so that you can rest in peace. The monk's tone was gentle, but it was this tone that scared the two geniuses. This monk was too ferocious. He attacked without any hesitation, unleashing two Buddhist seals and catching up to the two geniuses in the blink of an eye. Arg. Following two miserable screams, the two geniuses followed in Yi Hui's footsteps. Even though they had tried their best to defend themselves, there was no way they could withstand the terrifying monk's attack. They were instantly smashed into pieces, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. At the same time, after the Heaven Hawk Island master killed Li Hao, he had Xiao Rui under his control. His sharp claws were covered with sharp thorns, and regardless of Xiao Rui's struggling, he ruthlessly pierced them into Xiao Rui's head. Xiao Rui's eyes were filled with fear, and his life force was slowly draining away. Soon he stopped moving. Haha. The Heaven Hawk Island master threw Xiao Rui's corpse away and laughed heartily. The only thing left in his life was revenge. Only when he killed the people from the Shura temple would he feel that his life was meaningful. In the blink of an eye, all the first-grade combat king disciples from the four major powers were killed. Yi Wuyo from the invincibility school was killed as well, and now Yi Hui was also killed by the monk. Losing two combat king disciples might just be a matter of face for the invincibility school, but for the Yi family, it was an immeasurable loss. Haha, the monk has come out from his secluded cultivation. He looks stronger than before. Don't tell me he's going to attack us as well? De Huang Dog laughed heartily, but he was still a little worried. He was worried that the monk wouldn't understand the situation and would start killing indiscriminately, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. He was not worried about the situation that De Huang Dog mentioned at all. The meditation technique of Buddhism was the most powerful. Even though Tyrant was in seclusion to refine the Saraira, he was still aware of what was happening outside. Amit Ba. Tyrant took a step forward and flew out from the Yellow Island. He gave the Heaven Hawk Island Lord a glance, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, even when Tyrant was in seclusion to refine the Saraira, he was still aware of the situation outside. The situation he was in just now could be said to be extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, who blocked the experts of the four major forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tyrant didn't know why Jiang Qin helped him, but he had to remember this kindness. Stinky monk, are you going to stand there and watch us make a fool of ourselves? This master dog can't hold on any longer. De Huang Dog shouted at the monk. Brother dog, don't worry, I'm coming. After saying that, the monk unleashed a beam of Buddhist light toward Ruan Xiong. The golden beam carried numerous runes and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wan Xiong. Fourth grade combat king, this monk is really strong. Wan Xiong's expression changed. The information he received was that this monk was only a third-grade combat king, and he was confident that he could kill him. However, he never expected that this monk could break through to the fourth-grade combat king realm in such a short period of time. Must be because of that treasure. This made Wan Xiong's heart filled with greed. Wan Xiong dared not hesitate. He took out the combat weapon in his hand and swung it toward the incoming beam of Buddhist light. Boom! The ground shook and the space was torn apart. Wan Xiong felt as if he had been rammed by a mountain. The combat weapon in his hand was greatly shaken and he nearly lost his grip on it. His blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, giving him an indescribable feeling. Damn it, this monk is awesome. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. With his eyesight he could easily tell the difference between Wan Xiong and the monk. Although both of them were at the same level, they were definitely not on the same level. This monk was strong enough to fight against a fifth-grade combat king. Wan Xiong was shocked. He could feel how terrifying this monk was. Without hesitation he swung the combat weapon in his hand, creating a crack in the air. With a sway of his body he disappeared into the crack. Seeing that he couldn't defeat this monk, he decided to run away. However, the monk wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Before the crack closed, the monk had already followed Wan Xiong into it. Dong dong dong. After that, a muffled collision sound came from the void. In the next moment, two figures dashed out from the void. The monk was holding a bloody corpse in his hand. The corpse was none other than Wan Xiong. Heavens, this monk is too powerful. He just killed Wan Xiong. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. How can there be so many freaks? Even a fourth-grade combat king was killed by him. All the geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction are dead. None of the people who came here survived. This matter is getting more and more serious. This monk is even stronger than before. I think Ling Yi and Tu Ran won't be able to escape from his hands. Everyone was shocked. This monk was too powerful and the word mess could be used to describe him. Furthermore, with the help of a freak like Zhang Chen, these geniuses from the four major powers could be said to be extremely unlucky. I've sinned. The monk murmured to Wan Xiong's corpse in his hand, then threw it away. Many people had the urge to throw up blood. This shameless monk was too despicable. He was obviously an evil tyrant who killed without blinking an eye, but he had to pretend to be an eminent monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. When Ling Yi and Tu Yi, who were fighting fiercely with Zhang Chen, saw that the monk was unstoppable, they immediately chose to flee, just like Wan Xiong. Both of them tore the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Chen and the monk shouted out at the same time. The Heavenly Saint Sword released a layer of sword energy, and Zhang Chen chased after Ling Yi and disappeared into the void. On the other side, the monk was even more ferocious. He struck out with the Fudo seal, striking into the void. With such an attack, the void almost collapsed. Arg! A mournful scream resounded from the void, and a bloody leg was directly smashed out by the motionless Bright King seal. However, Tu Ran had already disappeared. As a member of the devil cult, his means of escaping were quite powerful. Although he managed to escape with his life, one of his legs was broken by the monk. In the future he could be considered as a cripple. Dong. Chapter 509. The entire scene fell into silence. No one dared to breathe. When they thought about what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. Today the four major powers had suffered a great loss. When they were fighting for the treasures, they had already lost many of their men, and now two of their fourth-grade combat kings had fallen. Tu Ran and Ling Yi, who managed to escape, were severely injured as well. One of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg. Combined with the severe injuries inflicted by the Fudo seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword, Even if they could survive, their future cultivation would be greatly affected. Dear benefactors, are you staying here because you want me to release your souls from purgatory? Tyrant glanced around. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Each of them ran faster than the last, and in the blink of an eye, all of them had disappeared. Damn it, who would dare to accept the monk's ability to release souls from purgatory? After the chaos, the desolate island had returned to its usual calm. Tyrant's gaze finally fell onto Zhou Xian. After discovering Zhou Qian's true cultivation base, he was shocked. Although he was in secluded cultivation to absorb the Saraira, he was still aware of everything that had happened outside the island, including the scene where Zhou Qian fought Ling Yi and killed Yi Wuyo. Even the arrogant monk had to admit that Zhou Qian was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was able to kill a 4th-grade combat king, he himself was also a 4th-grade combat king, while Zhou Qian was just a 1st-grade combat king. If Zhou Qian was also a 4th-grade combat king, perhaps he would be able to kill any 6th or 7th-grade combat king with ease. Amit Ba. Tyrant walked up to Zhou Qian, put on a serious expression and said, "Thank you for helping me, benefactor. I can't thank you enough." Tyrant's words were very serious. Only he knew what had happened just now. To him it was an extremely dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Zhou Qian's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. It looks like Senior Monk has already absorbed the Saraira and broken through to the 4th-grade combat king realm. Congratulations. Zhou Qian said with a smile on his face. You recognize the Saraira? Buddhist sects in the western region rarely interacted with the other big regions. Buddhist sects had been declining in recent years. Relics were something that ordinary eminent monks wouldn't be able to keep. Unless they were from Buddhist sects, ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the relics. Previously, many geniuses from the 4 major powers had tried to snatch the relics, but they only thought that it was a treasure. They didn't know the origins of the relics. However, this white-robed youth in front of them had seen through the essence of the relics. How could Tyrant not be surprised? I have once received guidance from the ancestors of the Buddha sect, so I have some relationship with the Buddha sect. Of course, I know about the Saraira. A 3rd-grade minor Saint Saraira will undoubtedly bring great benefits to you. With just this Saraira, you might be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Of course, it's just a matter of time. The benefits that the Saraira will bring to you are not limited to this. You have cultivated the orthodox cultivation technique of the Buddha sect, so your body already has the origin of Buddha. The Saraira will make your origin of Buddha pure and improve your potential. It will bring endless benefits to you. Zhou Qian said with a smile. There was nothing in this world that he didn't know. After hearing what Zhou Qian said, Tyrant was stunned. The way he looked at Zhou Qian couldn't help but change. There was no way that he wouldn't be shocked because he didn't know much about the Saraira. Tyrant searched through the hidden areas of the chaotic ocean, but he still couldn't find a suitable place. The chaotic ocean was only so big. Trying to escape from the eyes of the 4 major powers was undoubtedly an incomparably difficult task. However, if they were to escape from the chaotic ocean, they would have nowhere to go. The Liang province was filled with the territories of the 4 major powers. Relatively speaking, the chaotic ocean was a chaotic place, and the 4 major powers didn't have jurisdiction over it. In my opinion, we can go to Heaven Hawk Island. Zhuang Fan suggested. Zhuang Fan's suggestion caused Zhou Qian's eyes to light up. He immediately agreed. Zhuang Fan is right. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Today's chaos started from Heaven Hawk Island. Who would have thought that we would return to Heaven Hawk Island? That's right. I still have some trusted subordinates on Heaven Hawk Island. They can help us investigate the situation. Zhuang Fan said. The few of them instantly reached an agreement and flew toward Heaven Hawk Island. With their abilities, entering Heaven Hawk Island without leaving a trace was an extremely simple task. They wouldn't be discovered at all. In a courtyard on Heaven Hawk Island, Zhuang Fan knelt down in front of Zhou Qian and kowtowed several times. You should be the island master of Heaven Hawk Island, right? Why are you bowing to Brother Zhang so respectfully? Tyrant asked in confusion. When he first appeared, he was attracted by the Saraira's aura, so he didn't know what had happened. Young master, please avenge Zhuang Fan. I only have 1 year left to live and I'm willing to do anything for you. Zhuang Fan pleaded. Using his divine sense, Jiang Chen told Tyrant about Zhuang Fan's situation. After listening to Zhuang Fan's story, Tyrant immediately became anxious. Motherfucker. This Xiao Nanfeng is worse than a beast. I really want to release him from purgatory. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog rolled their eyes. Couldn't this monk care about his image? You're still a monk on the surface, right? Why are you talking about motherfucker? Aren't you smearing the name of Buddhism? Zhuang Fan, I Jiang Chen don't help people easily. However, I've decided to help you this time. I promise you that I'll kill Xiao Nanfeng within a year so that you can die in peace. Jiang Chen spoke. After today's events, the relationship between him and the Shura temple could no longer be eased. If they met again in the future, it would be a battle of life and death. Even with the great tycoon, it would be the same. Therefore, Jiang Chen agreed to Zhuang Fan's request without hesitation. Zhuang Fan had cultivated a secret art of the demon race, causing his lifespan to be reduced to 1 year. However, this was nothing to Jiang Chen. If he gave the sacred heavenly demonic art to Zhuang Fan, not only would it help Zhuang Fan extend his lifespan, it would also increase his potential. His future achievements would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen didn't take out the sacred heavenly demonic art. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give it to Zhuang Fan, but it wasn't necessary. Helping someone didn't mean that he had to let them live. Just like Zhuang Fan, letting him live was more painful than letting him die. If it wasn't for his hatred, Zhuang Fan would have left with his wife and son 3 years ago, and he wouldn't have been able to live until today. What he was waiting for was revenge. Once Xiao Nanfeng died, he would have his revenge and his lifelong wish would be fulfilled. At that point, living would be meaningless to him. Thank you, young Master Jiang. If I can kill Xiao Nanfeng within a year, I Zhuang Fan will die with no regrets. Zhuang Fan's face was filled with excitement. This young man in front of him was only a first-grade combat king, and killing the mighty Xiao Nanfeng within a year was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. However, at this moment, Zhuang Fan didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. That Jiang Chen and the monk must have left the chaotic ocean. I and the experts from the other 3 major powers have searched the entire chaotic ocean for the past 2 days, but we couldn't find any traces of them. The 5th tycoon said angrily. Damn it! Our Shura temple has never suffered such a huge loss before. Now we're not just worried about the loss of our men, but also the reputation of the Shura temple. We must capture that kid and the monk and tear them into pieces. Another tycoon said with a stern expression. And that Heaven Hawk Island master. The first tycoon Xiao Nanfeng Lung said. His eyes were gleaming with a cold light. As a matter of fact, he was feeling very gloomy in his heart. All this while no one knew what he had done because he had done everything cleanly, leaving no traces behind. He never expected that the Heaven Hawk Island master would suddenly appear. That Zhuang Fan actually survived because of his carelessness. He was truly hateful. Now that Zhuang Fan had exposed his ugly side in front of so many people, it had seriously affected his reputation. This was something that Xiao Nanfeng couldn't tolerate. That Heaven Hawk Island master is truly a bastard. He actually made up such lies to slander the first tycoon in our Shura temple. I'm guessing that Heaven Hawk Island master is someone that the other 3 major powers purposely arranged to humiliate our Shura temple. Someone said. That's right, I think so too. We all know what kind of person the first tycoon is. How could he possibly do something like this? We must find him and kill all of them. We must let them know that offending our Shura temple will not end well. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. No matter what they were thinking in their hearts, they still had to say something to protect Xiao Nanfeng's reputation. One should know that in the Shura temple, Xiao Nanshan could be said to be second only to one person. All the trivial matters in the Shura temple were basically decided by him alone. Even those highly respected elders had to curry favor with Xiao Nanfeng. This was because in a major power like this, a person's status and cultivation would always be directly proportional. Xiao Nanfeng's respectable status wasn't for nothing. He was a 9th-grade combat king just one step away from the combat emperor realm. With such an existence, no matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. I heard that the kid named Jiangchen is related to one of our Shura Temple's core disciples? The white-haired elder said. That's right, it's Tan Lang. 2 days ago he went to the chaotic ocean to kill the Lord of Heaven Hawk Island. That young man named Jiangchen was with Tan Lang, and he even helped us in dealing with the 6 pirate lords of the chaotic ocean. However, after he heard the lies of the chief editor of the Heaven Hawk Island, he released the Lord of Heaven Hawk Island. After that, he helped Tyrant and became the enemy of our Shura Temple. At this point he had already disregarded life and death. Jiangchen had once saved his life and now it was time for him to return the favor. Furthermore, in Tan Lang's opinion, Jiangchen really didn't have any weight in his heart. So, why would Jiangchen show himself for him when he knew that he was being forced to do so? That was no different than courting death. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.